Rogers woke up from his petrified state in a quiet lounge, back to normal at last. He sat down with Fei Lan, Fury, Hill, and Natasha Romanoff. Fei Lan scanned the room, but Phil Coulson was nowhere to be seen. A die-hard fan like Coulson should have been running the whole Captain America way-up plan. Fury really was a heartless boss. Rogers, now fully caught up on everything, sat with his brows tightly knit, lost in thought. "What's with that face?" Fei Lan grinned. "Come on, say something. Give us some entertainment." Rogers sighed, eyes heavy. "I missed a dance." That line made Fei Lan light up. "Wait, serious question." Fei Lan leaned forward. "Right before you went down, why did you crash into the ice?" "There were nukes on the plane," Rogers said instantly. "I couldn't let them land in my country." Fury and the others went quiet for a second. That was Captain America through and through. Fei Lan nodded like he respected it, then immediately ruined the mood. "Okay, I get it, but listen." He started gesturing like he was explaining something obvious. "You could have pressed the controls, then jumped out. Even without a parachute, with your body, you'd survive. Just hit the ocean. No problem. You still make it to the dance." Rogers froze. His whole "I sacrificed everything" worldview visibly cracked on the spot. He blinked once, then again. And you could almost see the thought landing. Why didn't I jump? And the worst part? There was a parachute. Right then, a system notification popped in Fei Lan's head. Ding! Congratulations on signing into the famous scene, asking Rogers why he didn't parachute. You've obtained E-Class blind box. Fei Lan paused. Is this really a famous scene? Actually, yeah. In a cut Easter egg, Rhodes asked Rogers something similar, and Rogers had the exact same "I don't want to live anymore" expression. Fei Lan was now fully in interrogation mode. "One more question," he said. "Back then, what were you doing on those tours? Like, where were you stationed?" Rogers' face went blank. "Huh?" Fei Lan repeated it, innocent as ever. Rogers coughed, suddenly awkward, and answered out of habit. "After the serum, I toured with the team, mostly for morale. Lots of girls. And I was strong." Everyone in the room understood the rest. Even Fury looked like he regretted sitting down today. Fei Lan was about to keep going, but Fury shut it down. "Captain Rogers just woke up," Fury said flatly. "Let him breathe. Don't poke him anymore." Fei Lan shrugged, bored. He waved at Natasha and Hill, then casually sank into the shadows and disappeared. Rogers stared at the spot where he vanished. He'd been asleep 70 years, and now people were petrifying others, melting into floors and carrying around sci-fi tech like it was normal. He turned slowly to Fury, voice careful. "Are those two new military super soldiers?" Fury didn't blink. "No. Strictly speaking, he's an ordinary human. No alien cells. No X gene. Just magic." Roger's soul left his body for a second. "Magic," he repeated, like the word physically hurt. Hill and Natasha exchanged a look that basically said, "Since when does Fury talk like he knows everything?" After a long silence, Rogers finally muttered, bitterly, "So I'm the weakest person here now?" Fury sighed. "I hope not. Captain Rogers, rest first. You've got a lot to catch up on." Rogers nodded hard. He needed knowledge more than sleep at this point. Meanwhile, Fei Lan got home and found Daisy waiting with a suitcase. "You are moving in?" he asked. Daisy hugged his arm and acted cute. "I graduated. Can't stay in school anymore. And you've got empty rooms, so let me live here." What was Fei Lan supposed to say? Of course he agreed. Daisy was thrilled, kissed him as a reward, then shot Sky a provocative look like she'd just claimed territory. Sky pretended not to care, but that old accidental kiss memory popped up and made her feel weirdly sour. Later, Daisy finished setting up her room and went to Fei Lan's master bedroom, fully prepared to continue the relationship progress. She knocked. No response. She opened the door. Empty. Daisy stood there for 10 seconds, stunned, then stomped her foot so hard she nearly shook the house. Sky watched from the shadows, laughing, until her eyes dropped for a second and she suddenly went quiet. She silently went back to her room, opened her laptop, and searched the dark web like her life depended on it. How to make chest bigger fast. At the Triskelion, in Natasha Romanoff's private lounge, Fei Lan was doing just fine under a thin sheet. After a while, Natasha spoke softly, catching her breath. Hill, is she your next target? Not sure, Fei Lan said. Need my help? Fei Lan smiled. You serious? Of course, Natasha said calmly. You're greedy. Doing it alone is difficult. Fei Lan was enjoying himself until Natasha dropped a bomb. Fury has your DNA, she said. Do you know how he got it? Fei Lan froze. My DNA? I haven't even been injured. How does he have it? Natasha's expression turned cold. I'm worried he's using it for experiments. Fei Lan's smile disappeared. He didn't want any weird cloned brothers, thank you very much. He wrapped Natasha in a blanket, got up, and summoned Pierce out of the dark world. Pierce stumbled out looking half dead, clothes torn, eyes empty. Natasha watched quietly, shocked but saying nothing. Fei Lan paused the torture, healed Pierce, tossed him water, then leaned in. Tell me and my wife who you really are. Pierce didn't even dare look at Natasha. He spilled everything. Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD, their structure, their reach, how deep it went. Natasha's face hardened. Half of SHIELD is Hydra, and I didn't find it, she whispered, furious. What are you going to do? She asked. Hydra's planning something big. We should wipe them out. Relax, Fei Lan said. Hydra is a tool. A weapon isn't good or evil. Depends who's holding it. Natasha didn't agree, but she didn't argue either. Instead, she studied him. You're keeping Hydra because it's useful. Exactly. Then Fei Lan turned back to Pierce. New mission. Fury has my DNA. Find out how he got it. Destroy it all. Pierce nodded like his life depended on it. No problem. Give me 24 hours. I'll handle it. Fei Lan sent him back into the dark world, but this time not into the little black room. Just enough fear to keep him obedient. Natasha watched Fei Lan like she was reevaluating him as a person. And Fei Lan, smiling again, decided this conversation was getting too serious. So, he said, sliding closer, you were saying something about needing help? Natasha rolled her eyes. And the scene cut straight into paid content again. Fei Lan looked at Sky and asked softly, ready? Sky blinked. Ready for what? Before she could get a second word out, Fei Lan drew his blade. The air shifted. Fighting sword. Armed aura. Bull spell. Slash. 5 layers of power stacked in an instant, the target locked on the metal suitcase. A flash of thunder crossed with a crescent arc of blade light. The suitcase split cleanly in two. The obelisk inside didn't even get a chance to resist. It was cut straight through like paper. Cracks raced across the Terrigen crystals sealed within. Then it shattered, releasing a blue, granular mist that spilled out like smoke. Fei Lan's psychokinesis snapped into place. Not a single particle was wasted. The blue mist swirled, gathered, and wrapped around Sky before she could even step back. It seeped into her skin, sank into her blood, and spread through her body like frost. Sky's eyes widened. Then her expression froze. In the next breath, she was stone. A familiar chime echoed in Fei Lan's mind. Ding! Congratulations on signing into the famous scene, Awakening of Alien Bloodline. You've obtained C-Class Blind Box. A C-Class, Fei Lan muttered, half surprised. Thinking about it, it made sense. Getting the obelisk out of SHIELD was already messy enough. Finding Sky at the right time was worse. He stepped closer, gently touched her stony cheek, and spoke like he was calming a child. Don't worry. I'm doing this so you can awaken your power safely. Sleep for now. When you break out, I'll explain everything. He glanced toward Wulong. Stay with her. The moment anything changes, tell me. Then Fei Lan slipped out of the dark world, planning to open the blind boxes while the timing was hot. Alice's voice cut in. Master. Pierce has requested a connection. Shall I accept? Fei Lan raised a brow. Pierce? Old man Pierce. Alice sounded pleased with herself. Yes. Fei Lan chuckled. Connect. A second later, Pierce's uneasy voice came through. Master. Call me Inspector, Fei Lan said. Talk. Pierce swallowed. Inspector, I found your DNA. But there's no need to destroy it. It destroyed itself. Fei Lan's gaze sharpened. Pierce continued quickly, like he was afraid of being interrupted. Fury collected it from bone fragments you tossed into the sea. A small number of bone cells survived at first, but they all died within 12 hours. They couldn't be cultured, copied, or replicated. Every attempt failed. Even the reports say the DNA data is abnormal and cannot be reproduced for unknown reasons. Fei Lan paused. So the bone he'd casually discarded still had living cells. A system notification popped up. Ding. Surviving bone cells cannot be reproduced. DNA is protected by the system. Host uniqueness is guaranteed. Fei Lan exhaled. Good. He didn't bother digging deeper. Understood, he said. Stick to the plan. Keep hiding. Yes. And I'll send you a list. Buy everything on it. 100 copies each. Deliver them to my villa. Pierce nearly sounded relieved. Received. Fei Lan ended the call. Then he dictated a shipment request to Alice, a long list of herbs, plus one extra ingredient. He was going to refine an antidote for the life and death talisman, something that would suppress the effect for about 30 days at a time. Removing it completely? That still required the horse charm's restoration. And, honestly, Fei Lan didn't plan to free Hydra anyway. Most of them only had a few years left once he decided they were done. Now he looked back at the blind boxes. He opened the D-Class first. Ding! D-Class blind box opened. You obtained Fantasy Killer. Blood type ability. Right-hand activation. Touch-based nullification. Fei Lan's eyes narrowed as he read the description. Any superpower. Any magic. Any ability energy. If his right hand touched it, it shut down. Even miracles. He didn't know the original story it came from, but the function was clear enough. It wasn't flashy. It was lethal. He tested it immediately. He grabbed a charm with his right hand and activated Fantasy Killer. Nothing exploded. Nothing sparkled. But when he tried to use a spell while it was active, silence. The charm effect refused to trigger. The moment he released Fantasy Killer, the spell worked again. Fei Lan smiled. Simple, ugly, and terrifying. I like it. Then he opened the C-Class blind box. Ding! C-Class blind box opened. You obtained Void Positioning Tracker. A high-tech locator that could lock a target, calculate their movement, predict their endpoint, and even reverse track the route back. Fei Lan stared at it for a second. Then shrugged. With my speed and control, who's escaping me? He tossed it into storage. Soon after, Hydra delivered the herbs and the cauldron. Fei Lan spent a full day refining over 200 suppressants for the life and death talisman, then personally delivered one to every Hydra operative under his mark, watching them take it on the spot. He didn't even bother hiding it. Let them research it. He doubled the herb count from 50 to over 100, and the recipe had a cruel built-in limitation. It only worked when made by the one who placed the talisman. Anyone else copying it would get nothing but expensive soup. Pierce, meanwhile, got just enough hope to stay obedient. After that, the world settled into a short stretch of peace. Fei Lan bought Daisy breakfast every morning. At night, Natasha was off on missions worldwide, and he made sure she rested properly when she returned. Daisy stayed mad for exactly as long as it took her to remember Sky was gone. Fury also became strangely cooperative after Natasha got close to Fei Lan. He started assigning tasks that required more persuasion than bloodshed. With the boost she had now, Natasha didn't even need weapons. Her voice alone could break people. Fei Lan was satisfied enough to decide he'd bully Fury a little less, later. Most of Fei Lan's free time went into developing Thunderfruit techniques. He even tracked down the author of One Piece in this world to discuss applications of the power. Oda's face at that meeting was priceless. Sometimes Fei Lan took Hill around the world too. Holding hands became normal. He wasn't rushing her. Hill understood the situation. She cared about the bigger picture, not exclusivity. If tying Fei Lan to SHIL destabilized Earth, that mattered more to her than romance rules. Fei Lan didn't argue. Meanwhile, Sky stayed petrified in the dark world, unmoving. Fei Lan even talked to her regularly, just in case she could hear. 2 months passed. Then, during an Osborne Biotech sales mobilization meeting, Wulong appeared and gave Fei Lan a simple okay gesture. Sky was moving. Fei Lan dropped one sentence to Daisy, "Keep talking for me," and vanished straight into the dark world. Sky's stone shell was covered in fine cracks now. As Fei Lan arrived, pieces began to fall away. Small fragments, then big chunks, until Sky finally stumbled free, pale and shaking, about to collapse. Fei Lan caught her. He glanced at her, then couldn't help thinking one very inappropriate thought. 2 months wrapped up like a statue, and she somehow smelled like shampoo. Sky's eyes were squeezed shut like she'd fainted. Fei Lan carried her out of the dark world and into the villa bathroom. A moment later, Ayawa! A scream ripped through the house. The bathroom door flew open. Fei Lan got shoved out by a shockwave so hard the villa trembled. He landed, steadied himself, and grinned like a villain who'd just won. Sky's condition? Perfect. Not Daisy level, but balanced. Strong. Beautiful. Exactly his type. Then another system chime hit. Ding. Congratulations on signing into the famous scene, Birth of the Vibe Girl. You've obtained A-Class blind box. Fei Lan's grin widened. A-Class, he whispered. Sky, you really are my lucky star. He didn't open it yet. Instead, he grabbed a full feast from Dragon Country, laid it out, and waited. When Sky came out, saw the food, and smelled it, every angry word she'd prepared instantly turned into saliva. 2 months without eating does that to a person. She ate first. Angry later. Fei Lan watched her devour everything, then finally explained calmly. He was a Kamartaj sorcerer. Terry Jen was the catalyst. She was an inhuman. And he did it because she'd been searching for her origins. Sky listened, then her eyes lit up. You can help me find my parents? Fei Lan nodded. Probably. There are 2 main branches left. The Royal Inhumans and the hidden civilian groups. You're more likely from the civilian side. Sky grabbed his arm. Help me. Fei Lan leaned in and kissed her, not caring that she was oily from food. Sky went blank. Then she pulled back, flustered, trying to glare, but the anger didn't come out. Wait, she said, finally catching herself. You have Daisy. And now what are you even doing? Fei Lan smiled. You're acting like this is a world where one person can fully own someone like me. Sky's brows pulled together, conflicted. She hated the idea, but she also couldn't deny the reality in front of her. Fei Lan thought she was about to argue. Instead, she stepped in, grabbed his waist, and her hand vibrated. Fei Lan sucked in a sharp breath. Let go. Are you trying to kill your husband? We are not there yet. Sky snapped. At least let my parents approve first. Fei Lan laughed, half in pain, half in victory. Easy, he promised. Whatever your dad wants, I can do it. Sky didn't notice, he only mentioned her father. Then her wrist suddenly went stiff and she hissed. My right hand hurts. Fei Lan took her hand, checked it seriously, then used the horse charm to heal. Backlash, he said. When you vibrate, part of the force reflects into you. Your body isn't trained yet. Sky pouted. So my powers come with a price? Many do, Fei Lan said. But you're fine. And, if you're not, you have me. Sky snorted and turned back to the food, pretending she didn't care. Fei Lan didn't push. He opened the system interface again. And his eyes locked onto the unopened reward. A-Class blind box. What are you hiding in there? He murmured.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
I am in middle school. The strongest Superman fruit? Still remember. Whitebeard used the ability of the shock fruit to split the entire island of the naval headquarters with one knife, and the 2 generals, Akiji and Akainu, were still undefeated. This is still Whitebeard's backlash by the Jinjin fruit, and his physical state is not as good as before. How to be strong in the heyday. 2 words, TMD's cowhide. Even more fun. This shaking fruit is classified as skill, not other, so Fei Lan not only doesn't have to eat devil fruit anymore, but also doesn't have to worry about a devil fruit backlash, right? But when you think about it, he has melted the ability of the Gap Horse spell and Dog spell. Immortality can save life, and harm to his body can be repelled. Get it going. Extract. With the integration of the relevant abilities of the shaking fruit, the most basic use is already clear in the chest, and there is no change. System is awesome. Fei Lan smiled a little bit from ear to ear. Compared with the thunder fruit, it is only considered to be the strongest devil fruit, and there is no real record. The Jinjin fruit is real, and it has created one of the strongest four emperors. Test the ability. Fei Lan was ready to test, looking up at Sky, who was burping with a full stomach and had a new idea. He turned around Sky and said, "Dear, the ability you just acquired, test the power?" Huh. Sky's eyes lit up. Okay. Let's go. 33. She hugged Fei Lan's arm, looking impatient. Fei Lan smiled and Shin took her into the dark world, and now she is on the island where she had established a relationship with Natasha Romanoff before. This is the island he bought. Fei Lan looked around, and soon found a rock more than 10 meters high, and signaled Sky to use all his power to urge ability to hit it. Sky has no doubts about him. Holding up his strength, he raised his hand to hit a shock wave, and the power was not small. The rock that was shaken trembled, and sporadic gravel fell off from it, and fine cracks were spreading. But in the end, Sky still couldn't break it down in one fell swoop. On the contrary, the island swayed a few times, which was the aftermath of Sky's failure to concentrate. In the end, he just awakened super ability, and he has no relevant experience, and his control is still too bad. TT1. Sky clasped his wrists and asked for help from Wangxiang Fei Lan, who just went around so violently that he seemed to have cracked his hand bones again. It hurts. Fei Lan hilariously plucked Zeskai's head and activated the healing ability to heal her injured hand bones. Ability is not bad. With a little training, it's no problem to be a superhero. Are you going to be a superhero? Fei Lan asked. Sky froze. She hadn't thought about it yet and didn't know how to answer it. No hurry, just do what you want. Fei Lan put down his hands and turned his head, but your ability is not enough to make you relax. Tucking. He also raised his hand to hit a shockwave, but the mutation suddenly occurred. The space in front of his palm was actually full of cracks. Following the air fluctuations visible to the naked eye, it swept the scarred boulder, directly blowing it into pieces, not to mention the small powder splashed. Lita danced in the sky. Sky, too QQ winky face? Fei Lan himself was a little surprised. He just followed Ming Ming and just wanted to be a little. What comes to mind? He looked at his complex face thoughtfully. Sign-in system for super famous scenes. Host, Fei Lan. Age, 19. E. 416/417, plus 100. Asterisk, 181/190, plus 100. E. For 07407, plus 100. Stamina, 1547/17151 times 10 plus 100. Rewards, 12 spells. Fantasy Killer, Void Tracker, Jinjin Fruit. 1547's physical strength is very unusual. Fei Lan hasn't used any ability a few times today, so it's impossible to consume that much. It can only be the blow that just followed the use of the shock fruit. Think again. The powerhouses in One Piece are so strong that they can fight for 10 days and 10 nights, so they probably understand. The devil fruit also uses physical strength as a blue quantity. Interestingly, although his name is Fei Lan, his physical strength is particularly strong, and he can recover infinitely, so he is not afraid of Fei Lan. Thinking. Sky finally recovered from the shock, holding Fei Lan's hand in disbelief. My god. Your magic can't really be a copy of the super ability, right? How can you have the shock ability when I have it? Sky said with a big brain. The police said. I really guessed a little bit for her, but after all, the layout is still small, and it is right to guess that he has signed a famous scene. Fei Lan smiled and shook his head without explaining too much. Remember what I said, this universe is still very big, and it's a good thing to get super ability before it's time to relax, but it's still far from being invincible. I know, I'm talking nonsense like an old man, Sky said. But from the fact that she still hugged Fei Lan's arm tightly, she didn't resent this caring mouth. As an orphan, It's been a long time since I was nagged. Fei Lan didn't continue to say more, since it took a few seconds to come here. Let's train the ability well. Next, Fei Lan, relying on the previous experience of mastering ability, mastered the use of the shaking fruit. It is also to guide Sky, let her practice control first. Otherwise, if the force is too powerful to overturn a building in order to catch a criminal, it will not be worth the loss. He remembered that Sky seemed to have the title of Earth Destroyer in the Child agent. But it doesn't seem like she destroyed the Earth, right? The plot of the Marvel TV series has not been remembered very clearly, but the ceiling of Sky's growth is still very high. It's been training until night falls on the United States, and this training round is over. Fei Lan took Sky to the Dragon Country to buy a table of good food to earn money in the traditional space. When she returned to the New York police villa, Daisy also happened to stop the car and return to the statue, carrying a box of red wine into the house. Daisy is fully prepared tonight. She must get Fei Lan drunk and get him. She has never seen Fei Lan drink, and she thought Fei Lan's alcohol intake was poor. Just came in. Daisy just came across Sky's hand holding Fei Lan tightly and emerged from the dark world. And when she saw Daisy, Sky not only didn't let go, she hugged her even tighter. That moment, Daisy knew that her plans were not only going to fail. And this goddamn woman actually blatantly robbed my boyfriend. Daisy hurriedly rushed to Sky with the wine case in hand, but was stopped by Fei Lan, took her wine case into the system space, and pushed her to the dining table. Okay, alright, today is a happy day, so we quarreled. Fei Lan tried to make peace with the mud. Sky didn't say much, although his face was also stinking. After all, Fei Lan has made it clear before that their camartage is polygamous. Whether she approves or disapproves, chooses to stay or leaves, there is no need to line up with Daisy. But how could Daisy just forget it? She has always regarded herself as a girlfriend and tried her best to dominate Fei Lan. Yes, Daisy tried hard to break free of Fei Lan's arm, but with her little strength, how could she break free of Fei Lan? Daisy simply shouted directly, "How can you be so close to the policewoman? And also help her? Say, have you changed your mind?" Fei Lan, He looked at Daisy, a little distressed. Today was a very happy day, but since Daisy bumped into it, I could only show it off and say that she was the first Fei Lan to be tempted, but it seemed that she was the last to know. I was going to wait. Fei Lan sighed. First of all, I need to make a statement to you. You also know that I am not just an ordinary person, and where I am, it is not allowed to have only one wife. Camartage, my responsibility is to guard the gate of the dimension, and mine must have more children to inherit this responsibility. This translation, Fei Lan said, is sincere and sincere, as calm as telling the truth. It is indeed a big truth. He is indeed no ordinary man. The 198th Independent G he just founded, the first law he personally issued, clearly states that the king must have a reset number of wives, and the number is not capped. Camartage is indeed guarding the gate of the dimension, but it has nothing to do with him, Fei Lan. As for having more children to inherit the responsibility, Fei Lan is going to let his children go to Camartage to learn magic together. Is there a problem? No problem. There is nothing wrong with what he said, it is the truth. This is not. Daisy is a little confused now, and like Sky before, she doesn't know whether to blame Fei Lan or forgive Fei Lan. Taking this opportunity, Fei Lan stepped forward and said softly, "This is why I have been avoiding you. I know that many girls can't share the love of their other half, so I am waiting for the right time to ask, tell you the truth and acknowledge it, and then thoroughly hands. Eh? Damn Loki." Seeing that Fei Lan is about to convince Daisy. But the ghosts he put in Fury, Barton, and Ares' shadows came back with the news of Loki's arrival, and a scepter burst Fury's heart. The ghosts also tried to stop. But when Loki looked like an octopus next to him, He waved his hand, and the remote control device smashed them apart. Even the ghosts lurking in the shadows who didn't do anything were killed by Loki's rhyme. Loki's strength is more than a little bit stronger than in the movie. That thing that looks like Brother Octopus, it is estimated that Ebony Maw, one of the 5 Obsidian generals, captured the fierce man of Doctor Strange. And what makes Fei Lan even more angry is, according to the plot, they will encounter Hill halfway through. With the current lineup, Hill may be a little hard to beat. There are aliens coming to Earth. Fei Lan looked at Daisy seriously and said, "Anyway, wait until I welcome you. If you don't believe me, you can watch my live broadcast." Talking room. Fei Lan sank into the dark world and whispered, "Tiga. The startup password is detected. The Void Live Ball is restarting. The live room has been connected. The loading of the barrage system is completed. The gift complex is loaded. Audience in the live room, 421,475. 1. Current status, not enabled. Please name the live room. Aliens are coming. Name successfully. Do you want to open the live room? Turn on. Then, the Void Live broadcast room, which had been black for 2 months, finally lit up again. Worry? The missing anchor is back. I almost thought the anchor was dead. Funny. Today Osborne Biotechnology's AIDS Nemesis is on sale. The big guy is not here to advertise. Don't donate your eyes upstairs. Look at the name of the live broadcast room. Alien? Couldn't it be the last wave, Aussie fake? It is Asgard, also known as Aesir, where all the gods who worship Odin as the main god live there. You illiterate. The sword on the anchor's waist is so handsome. I want the same style. No. How did this anchor get a hook from a woman's feet? No skirt, bad review. I lick these long legs. Fei Lan of at the moment. Also rising from Hill's shadow. The latter wondered how Fei Lan could come, and just asked. Fei Lan stuffed her into the dark world. No time to explain, fast forward. I have to save Fury. Although Hill was a little puzzled, he was diligent in trusting Fei Lan and obediently sank into the dark world. Fei Lan also sank, but not into the dark world. Earth escape, Earth snorkeling. There are no ghosts under the underground space, and Fury was pierced through the heart of the shoulder, and he has no time to travel through the heavy certification to the underground space. Directly use the soil escape that Mirag obtained, and dive straight to the ground. After diving for hundreds of meters, he encountered a layer of golden walls, which closed off the entire underground research space, and were protected from ability users like Fei Lan. Fei Lan raised his hand and pressed it on the golden wall, and bright electric light poured in. Ray alchemy. Use electric heat to melt metal and make it into the shape you want. Fei Lan doesn't need any of these asking money. He used the energy of thunder and lightning to melt the golden wall in front of him by half a meter, always revealing the light of a fist file size. Open. Fei Lan's elementalization penetrated into the hole, and the entity did not condense and steered away, sprinkling his own ions along the way. This is the power grid he transformed based on Analu's heart network, which can expand the range of his lightning teleportation, and at the same time, he can also sense the existence of capacitance properties inside. This is not. He turned around the entire underground research space at the speed of light, and although he didn't react, he also locked Fury and the others. When he arrived to condense into substance, Loki is also a mind scepter and a space gem. Standing next to him is Brother Octopus, Ebony Maw, AI Rue, Barton and others, and he smiles with a devilish self-confidence. The same Soba madness and evil charm as Era. Picture, ding. Discover the energy source that can be evolved, and after absorbing it, you can evolve the traditional system to obtain new functions. Fei Lan raised his brows, holding a knife and preparing to give Loki a big deal. At the same time, the space gem in Loki's left hand glowed, opening a dark blue space door, swallowing them all and teleporting away. Ding! Congratulations on signing in the famous scene Loki who uses space gems, and get the sign-in reward E-Class blind box. Before leaving, Loki's eyes are clearly saying, "You bunch of hot pot." 99. Fei Lan put down the prison water and regretted it. He just wanted to give Loki a stab, tell this guy with his strength, and pretend to end in front of him. But the space gem is really easy to use, and he slipped away before he started. As for that traditional reminder, not surprisingly, the evolutionary energy source should refer to the mind gem. After all, the space gems have been squeezed out of oil and water. While thinking, Fei Lan heard a dying moan, followed the sound, and found a dark horse lying dead. It really was a dark horse. Look at that blindfold again. Oh, so it was Fury. The dark horse Fury lay in a pool of blood, staring straight at Fei Lan with one eye. As if to say, I can still save, hurry up. Fei Lan smiled and Lei Shun went to Fury, the dark horse, and after hesitation, he still gave up the idea of slapping the ass, raised his foot, and kicked the ass. The healing ability between contacts is activated, and the dark horse Fury's fatal wounds become more and more urgent. Saved the dark horse Fury with a horse charm, seems to have a little rhyme? The dark horse Fury's heart remobilized the blood supply and lay dead in a pool of blood for a few seconds, just as a carp stood up one by one. This scene is really rare in 100 years. Fei Lan glanced at the barrage, completely shocked. Especially when the dark horse Fury canceled the horse form and turned back into human form. The live broadcast room was immediately full of screens. Black screen and question mark. Just like when he accidentally broke into Natasha Romanoff to change clothes, Fury, who was out of clothes, was also a kind of yellow and was directly blocked by the void live ball. Fei Lan glanced down. The capital is not bad, it is almost the same as before, but he can triple it. He took out the clothes of the country from the traditional space and threw them to Fury for him to wear. Fury glanced at the pale green long dress and silently threw it back and turned to catch a certain agent who died in the line of duty. Where on one side, he also turned on the walkie-talkie to give orders. Phil Coulson. I'm Fury, get everyone back now. The energy here is going to explode. Hill is here. Fei Lan looked up at the irritable space gem energy at the top and said, what do you want to say, go first. Talking. He stepped on Fury's shadow one step at a time, leading him into the dark world. Reproduce. It was on the tarmac on the roof of the base building, and Phil Coulson was climbing into a helicopter. Throw Fury over there. Fei Lan turned into an electric light and leaped into the sky, overlooking the secret base below. Money is good, when the helicopter passed him by. A huge amount of energy exploded under the underground space, and the blue light even penetrated the golden wall and the thick earth, and every spider crack that shattered was lit up with blue light. Followed by a terrifying collapse, the secret base that was still full of high-rise buildings was swallowed up in an instant, leaving only a black hole in the terrifying giant hole. The aftermath of the airwaves. Fei Lan, who was stagnant using the air dance technique, floated back several meters. Such destructive power. Fei Lan looked at it, and his heart beat a little faster. Pity. Although the scene is still huge, it is still not recognized as a famous scene by the system. I am feeling. A helicopter suddenly marked the sign and fell from Fei Lan into the invincible black hole. Nearby. It seems that only the one who just succeeded Fury and the others? Fei Lan flew over. The out-of-control helicopter was packed and suspended with the pot charm, and then the rabbit charm was used to take it away from the black hole under the feet and put it down at the edge. 2. This car was a bit fast, and Fury and Phil Coulson inside were not protected by spells, and they were a little dizzy. It was Fury who was carrying the horse fruit, and his physique was better to recover first. He took out the walkie-talkie for the first time and said, Phil Coulson you. Phil Coulson you. Hearing his own voice ringing on the walkie-talkie in Phil Coulson's hand in front of him, Fury silently put down the walkie-talkie. Phil Coulson, go to the base, notify the whole world, and let everyone come to the rescue. Fury glanced at the endless black hole and couldn't help holding his breath. Are there really any survivors who need rescue? He looked at Fei Lan, trying to get a slightly better answer. Fei Lan doesn't have the ability to determine life survival. He thought about the power of the blast of energy from the space gem just now, and also caused a major collapse. All buildings are swallowed into the interior of the Earth, and the secondary, tertiary, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage caused in the middle. He shook his head and said, even if Rogers was in there, he would never survive. 59. Fury and Phil Coulson, as well as the pilot, were silent uncles. After a few seconds, Fury put away his rare emotions and said firmly, activate the 10th level warning. Loki said that he will bring an alien army D, and the space gem is his Bifrost. Before the war, we must be the first to find them. Ding. Open the sign-in reward E-Class blind box and get Door Fruit. Name, Fruit of the Door. Category, Other. Between deeds, 191%. Plain, 1 piece. Level, IE+. Function, Superman's Devil Fruits. Door Fruit. Any object touched by the ability's hand will become a door and can be opened, and the door can be opened freely anywhere. Slogan, the back door is also the door. Opened the E-Class blind box of Loki using space gems, and it turned out to be another devil fruit. Am I in conflict with One Piece's world? Fei Lan thought while pressing his left hand against the water in his boot. It's useless to him. Although opening the air door can enter the different space, the life-saving ability is first class. But if you want to go to the destination, you still have to walk by yourself and then open the door to go out. If it is an arbitrary door of the robot cat, then it will be used by yourself. If Daisy chooses to stay, consider using it for her. After extracting the door fruit and throwing it into the system space, Fei Lan continued to shoot towards Wakanda. The African side really didn't use ghosts as coordinates. It was a mistake. As for why go to Wakanda, mainly because the situation at home is a bit bad now, Fei Lan instinctively doesn't want to go. And SHILD's pre-war mobilization did not require Fei Lan to participate. Simply come to Wakanda and get Sky a vibranium bracelet to absorb the repulsion of her shocking force. After all, Fei Lan couldn't have been by her side all the time. As for Wakanda not giving it, now is the 10th level security period. Fury just granted him the authority to emergency expropriation of civilian resources in times of war. It's all about asking the law to grab it directly. The question now is, where is Wakanda's invisibility shield? Fei Lan finally knows now that invisibility is a supernatural ability. He circled this Wakanda several times, but could not find the entrance hidden in the forest. Forget it. Fei Lan stopped and said, Alice, and asked Fury to give me the contact information of the current king of Wakanda. He gave up looking for it himself. Or call directly to the address is simple. Okay. After 10 seconds. I've got Chaka's private contact number. Would you like to call it? Dial. Okay, I'm connecting. Hello, I'm Chaka. Who are you? It sounds a little old, but full of vigor. It looks like a long-lived, if not bombed. I'm Fei Lan. You must already know about the current situation, the current Black Panther. Fei Lan said straight to the point. 883. The phone was silent for a few seconds. Rauscher said, it seems that the camartage you are in really has a long history. Even Black Panther knows about it. Why don't we talk face to face? No problem. Give me the address. My people are coming to pick you up. 99. The voice fell. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and a flat U-shaped fighter jet flew over. At a multiple of the speed of sound, it was able to instantly decelerate to the limit, and it hovered steadily in front of Fei Lan, and the cockpit turned out to be unmanned. Fei Lan remembers. What is Wakanda? A remote simulation driving mode. Fei Lan, the daring of the art, directly dodged into the cockpit, and the U-shaped fighter immediately turned around and flew at high speed. This thing even spared a few laps, trying to confuse Fei Lan's sight. Always pass through a certain forest and suddenly come to another world. It is different from Akima Pingchuan, where there are only mountains and plains outside. This side of the world is full of high-rise buildings, and the reinforced iron forest is full of futuristic technology styles. Just one look can see his prosperity. Even New York, the world's financial center, is as simple as a village within a city. This is the true face of Wakanda, the most technologically advanced country on Earth, born on the vibranium meteorite. I looked a few more times. The U-shaped machine also landed on an apron and was greeted by an old acquaintance who checked them one by one. The next Black Panther and King Wakanda. Welcome to Wakanda, the Inspector of Dimensions. 99 T'Challa put one hand on his chest and bowed slightly, and said, "Father is already waiting for you. Please come with me." Guests as they wish. In addition, Fei Lan is still here to make equipment, and face is still to be given. Follow the special investigation. Fei Lan glanced around and asked casually, "You Wakanda are so prosperous, yet you can't escape from the world? We Kamartaj sent me down the mountain. Do you know Kamartaj?" Slightly heard. T'Challa tilted his head and said, "My friend Mordo was accepted as an apprentice by a sorcerer supreme who called himself Ancient One at a very young age. At that time, he was fortunate to see the portal magic, but Wakanda still need me, can't learn magic." He sighed regretfully. Fei Lan's eyes twitched. Weed. He just pretended to ask a question casually, but it turned out that Li Gue met the whale Li Kue. "Anyway, you have seen Ancient One and the portal with your own eyes. I just saw it on the screen. But listen to him. Mordo was taken away by the Ancient One when he was very young, and should have never returned, so Fei Lan should not have revealed his secrets." Afraid of Jill. "Is your familiarity with Kamartaj better than mine?" Fei Lan nodded definitely and said, "Junior brother Mordo's ability is not bad. He is from Wakanda, I still know." 9. Hearing Fei Lan call Roar Modu a junior brother, T'Challa's impression of Fei Lan was a little higher again. He asked softly, "I don't know, how is Mordo he now?" Junior brother Modu, as the second junior brother, is the most stable of all the junior brothers, but he is a bit too pedantic, and he is more than successful, but if there is a change. Fei Lan shook his head seriously. This is also the reason why Master Ancient One did not choose him to go down the mountain. It is difficult for him to deal with this cosmic catastrophe. Cosmic catastrophe? T'Challa paused and turned his head subconsciously. According to the interpretation of the Dragon Kingdom, this is a catastrophe affecting the universe, right? Do you still understand Dragon Mandarin? I understand a little bit. The culture of the Dragon Kingdom is extensive and profound, and the previous kings stipulated that the crown princes should read the ancient texts of the dragon. Fei Lan nodded, but didn't speak again. T'Challa frowned slightly and was very concerned about the cosmic catastrophe, but since Fei Lan didn't open his mouth, he also knew that it was probably a secret that couldn't be told. While worried, he again scored high points for Fei Lan's identity. When I got to the palace, T'Challa didn't even let Fei Lan wait in front of the palace and took him directly into the palace, and then whispered a few words beside his father, King T'Chaka. But Fei Lan heard it clearly. This guy is saying good things to himself. Probably the messenger of Kamartaj, the brother of Mordo, with the mission of saving the universe, etc. Great assist. The fooling Chaka stopped holding the king's heir and got up to meet Fei Lan. I wonder if Fei Magician came here this time. Is there anything I need Wakanda to do? T'Chaka said politely. To even know that Kamartaj's people are called magicians instead of magicians? It seems that Wakanda has really come into contact with the Ancient One. In this case. Then Fei Lan rudely raised the banner of Kamartaj. Cough. There are two things here this time, both of which are my personal opinion. It's up to you to listen to me. Fei Lan said solemnly. Chaka followed with a serious expression. Fei Lan continued, "This is the first. I hope you Wakanda will not hide from the world again. I just watched the live broadcast. I don't know if you watched it." 11. Looking at it, I have to say that Fei Magician is very advanced with the times. Chaka nodded quickly. Talking. He also took off the bracelet on his wrist and threw it on the ground to project a three-dimensional picture, which was the shot when Fei Lan and Loki met. This product not only watched, but also recorded the screen. Fei Lan also showed off some knowledge points, which is the next reward for Vibranium. The one holding the scepter and the gem is Loki, the second prince of Asgard. But he's not the point. The point is that this guy who looks like an octopus, his name is Ebony Maw, is one of the 5 obsidian generals in the universe under Thanos. And Thanos, he has already captured over 100 planets with higher technology than Earth, and then half, slaughter in half, put in half. T'Chaka and Tekala's eyes widened, unable to imagine how terrifying the scene of slaughtering half of the life of a planet would be. Fei Lan added, "This half is not just an intelligent planet like ours, but half of all the races on the planet. Chaka and Sun. As far as the Earth is concerned, there are 8 billion human beings, and half of them are 4 billion. But if it is all living creatures, that's probably more than 1 trillion. The level of Thanos is 500 billion? The Chaka father and son looked at each other, and both saw a trace of astonishment and doubt in their eyes. After all, this is too appalling. Fei Lan didn't explain much, and ordered the space gem in Loki's hand. This gem, called Space, was born from one of the 6 singularities before the Big Bang, and has the ability to invoke space law. Loki said he had an army D, he stole the space gem, and Thanos man Ebony Maw is in. I have reason to believe that he is going to use it to open a space gate to welcome Thanos troops to occupy the Earth, and then what? Both Chaka and his son understand Fei Lan's following one by one. Slaughter in half. Put in half. This moment. Chaka's eyes were unprecedentedly solemn, and he stared at Loki and Ebony Maw with frown. So, I will come to tell you today, don't hide from the world again. Fei Lan turned back to the topic. I didn't even mention the words of Ganglion to Fury and Shield, since you are junior brother Mordo. My hometown, I will reveal a little bit more. Definitely didn't say it. He also followed Gang and continued to make up his mind temporarily, and while talking, he suddenly realized that, hey, it seems that he can still be so nonsense. As for Thanos coming to attack Earth, Odin and Ancient One are still alive, he won't come to die. Although Chaka had some doubts, he didn't take it lightly. He said solemnly, "This king, I have an unkind request, and I also hope that Fey Magician can prove that he belongs to Kamartaj. No offense. It's just a matter of great importance. Respectfully apologize." After all, it is the ancient texts of the Dragon Kingdom who have read the ancient texts of the Dragon Kingdom for generations. Respect? Wakanda's heavy gift, it must be vibranium slightly. But how to prove it? If you can open a portal, everything will definitely be justified. But where would he be? Then do great. Fei Lan said, offend, slapped both palms on the foreheads of Chaka and his son, followed by activating the ability of the sheep talisman, letting the souls of the 3 rhyme together. The Chaka father and son looked at each other in shock, then looked at the skills of the next 3, and then looked down at their semi-transparent palms. This TMD is not magician who is? Chaka crossed his arms and bowed solemnly to Fei Lan, followed by his son in a salute. Also ask the magician to collect the magic. We believe you. 59. Look. You has become you. This is because Fei Lan was fooled and lame. Fei Lan smiled and waved his hand, pulling the souls of the 3 back, and the palm followed by withdrawing a sheep talisman must keep in contact, and then let other people's souls be hooked. This is one night Fei Lan wanted to continue in Natasha Romanoff's dream and stumbled upon the function. Soul return. Chaka respectfully said, I don't know what the second thing Fey Magician said. Originally, Fei Lan's second thing was to point to vibranium. But it doesn't seem to be necessary now. He also changed his words. With the current strength of SHIELD, I am afraid that Loki and the others will not be found before the gate of space opens, and a war is inevitable. So I hope that Wakanda can send some forces to participate in this war. This is definitely. The Earth is also our Wakanda's Earth. How can we let aliens be presumptuous? Chaka said with conviction. At this point, there is basically no fooling around. Fei Lan stood up and said, the words have already been brought, then I will first. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Chaka called Fei Lan. Gangji is so offended. Please let us make up for something. I wonder if Fei Magician just walked around. What do you like? Fei Lan pretended to ponder and said, just right, I just made a girlfriend recently. She has the ability to vibrate, but if the power is too strong, it will always hurt her hand bones. Although I can treat it, it is a hidden danger. I wonder if Wakanda can do anything? Shock? This is a professional counterpart. Vibranium is designed to restrain vibration. Chaka nodded repeatedly, indicating that it was very simple. He turned his head and asked his subordinates to bring 5 pairs of bracelets with intricate patterns and 20 sets of costumes of various colors. This bracelet is made of pure vibranium. I don't know how big the scale of Fei's magician's girlfriend's shock is. You can deal with it first by looking at the number of wearing, and then please come to Wakanda and customize a set for her. These 20 sets of clothing, 10 sets of men's clothing, and 10 sets of women's clothing are the latest defense equipment of our Wakanda. Originally, they can resist ordinary bullets. After activating the shield, they can be immune to the bombardment of small explosions. The color can be adjusted at will. Please also Fei Magician don't dislike it. Dislike? How can you hate it? Originally, Fei Lan was planning to come to White Flesh 1 pair of vibranium bracelets and so on, but now not only has 5 pairs of vibranium bracelets, but also 20 more sets of clothing that can open the protective cover. Ant blood urns. The 5 opponents and 20 sets of costumes will all be included in the traditional space. The ability that instantly made items disappear made Chaka and the others more and more sure of Fei Lan Kamartaj's identity. Where else on Earth can there be so many means? Now that the items are in hand, there is no need to talk nonsense anymore. A few more polite words. Fei Lan just sank into the dark world and disappeared without a trace. Although it is not as fancy as a portal, it is also a method that ordinary people cannot imagine. Chaka fell into deep thought, and Tala hesitated and waited silently. Half full. Chaka sighed and said, the times are different. Old Wong, you bring 100 Black Panther fighters to support. I will contact S.H.I.E.L.D., Wakanda. Time to hook the world. Tekala's eyes lit up after hearing this. He had long felt that it was meaningless for Wakanda to be so shy. As long as they were highly developed in civilization, they would not be attacked by a group. As for their tech, get resources in exchange. But Wakanda's idea of closing the country in isolation is too traditional, and it is not something that he can change as a crown prince. It's good now. Kamartaj Kum, a senior brother of Mordo. He explained the crisis hidden in the universe in a few words and made T'Chaka choose to be born. Next, it's time for him to build Wakanda's name. Fei Lan on the other end. After sinking into the dark world, he hesitated and did not choose to go to Natasha Romanoff. The problems on Daisy and Sky will eventually be faced. He returned to the New York police house. I thought I would face Daisy's crying, but I saw that Tony and Pepper were both present. Daisy still knew the truth of "you can't be ugly" and sat quietly with her. Just look at Sky from a distance. It is worth mentioning that the tower building was completed and put into use a week ago, and Tony is already testing the mind control because of the replacement of Fei Lan's inspirational steel suit, which is also more advanced than the original timeline. You're here. Tony stood up and said solemnly, "How bad is it?" "Probably, at least one more." 99. Fei Lan is too lazy to make up excuses. Following what Chaka and his son just said, he repeated it again, especially the key to slaughtering half and putting half away. Tony's already dignified face became even more serious. Half of all life on Earth survives. It is simply unimaginable that if the tyrant succeeds, how the Earth will be withered. While Tony thought deeply, Fei Lan also took out 2 sets of vibranium costumes from the traditional space, one for men and one for women, and handed them to Pepper and Tony. Tony took it subconsciously and said strangely, "What is this?" Incorporating vibranium's clothing, it can usually resist bullets, and it can resist RPG after turning on the energy shield. Tucking room. He took out 4 more sets of women's clothing and distributed 2 sets each to Daisy and Sky, leaving 5 sets of women's clothing, and he was going to give Hill 2 sets and Natasha Romanoff 3 sets. After all, Natasha Romanoff was his first woman and had field assignments. Vibranium. Tony came to his senses, surprised. He knew that his father also got a small piece of vibranium, but he could only slightly change the shape and make it into the vibranium shield. "But you made this directly into clothing?" Tony was surprised, flipping through the fabric he owed in his hand. A little incomprehensible. "Didn't I say at the beginning, you are not the richest person on Earth?" 39 Fei Lan said, "I just went to Wakanda. Vibranium that you think cherished, they have as much as a mine. Relying on this vibranium mine, Wakanda technology is at least 20 years more advanced than Earth, and I persuaded them to participate in this war as well." 22. Tony was even more stunned. "If you speak of chance or Kamartov's hoarding, he will come." Can. Vibranium mine? As for Wakanda, a small country that is barren to the point of needing international aid, I'm afraid you're not joking. But looking at Fei Lan's expression, it doesn't seem to be. Beep. The doorbell interrupted Tony's thoughts. Sky put down her clothes and was about to go to the door, but she didn't want Daisy to go out directly, and crossed Sky to open the door. Making to Sky a little annoyed, he looked at Fei Lan and shouted, "What can Fei Lan do?" He took out the vibranium bracelet and handed it over, saying, "This is a bracelet made by vibranium, which can absorb the shock-repulsive power of your ability," and the police and Daisy are arguing. Sky immediately smiled when he heard the words, took the vibranium bracelet and put it on, smiling happily. As an admirer of the Dragon Kingdom culture, Wakanda's carefully crafted bracelets also have the flavor of the Dragon Kingdom, with a low-key gorgeousness and simplicity, which makes Sky very fond of it. Tony's eyes are also on the vibranium bracelet. "It's not that I like this gadget, I'm just interested in the word vibranium." At this time, Daisy also opened the door and saw Phil Coulson, who was also an acquaintance. "Huh? Why are you here?" "Looking for a fee?" Daisy asked curiously. "I'm mainly here to find Mr. STA, is he right? Can you let me in first?" Phil Coulson said impatiently. Just 2 hours ago, SHILD had just sacrificed a small half of the agents in a secret base, and the space gem was still missing, and alien troops might come at any time. How can 3.1 be easy? Daisy heard the words. Turning and walking inside, shouting, "Tony, Phil Coulson, agent of SHILD, is here for you." 33. Hearing this, Tony looked away from the vibranium bracelet and frowned at Phil Coulson, who was following the door. He is not happy with the people of SHILD, except Fei Lan. "You look at this information, the sooner the better." Phil Coulson on, flat computer. But Tony just methodically folded the vibranium suit in his hand, not taking it as if he had just sewed it, and Fei Lan handed it over. "I don't like the items the police handed me," Tony said bluntly. "That's where Pepper comes in handy." "It's okay, I'm happy." She shoved her vibranium costume to Tony, took the flat from Phil Coulson's hand, then exchanged 2 vibranium costumes from Tony, and handed the flat map to him. What more can Tony say? He didn't say the words, "Now is not the time for consultation," because he just knew in the live broadcast how bad the situation is now. And Fei Lan also said that there will be an alien war soon. Child presumably came for that. He opened the level and browsed. This is Fei Lan's police house, so no projection equipment, just watching on screen. Is it about the Avengers? Pepper asked curiously, and then changed his mind. Oh, I don't know this. I just asked casually. Tony didn't speak, just frowned and browsed the information. Phil Coulson smiled politely at Pepper and came to Fei Lan. Mr. Fei, the director just asked me to ask you, saying that Wakanda is preparing to support SHILD according to your wishes. I don't know what this means. In other words, I don't understand. Why did Wakanda propose support SHILD? Hearing this, Tony couldn't help looking up at Fei Lan. Fei Lan just said that he persuaded Wakanda to join the war. It seems that the thing about the vibranium mine is very likely to be true. Fei Lan said, Wakanda, you can think of it as Kamartaj's backhand left to the earth. Although the Ancient One Master has no intention to intervene in the earth, if the alien civilization wants to come, then Wakanda is the insurance. If it doesn't work, after all, Master Ancient One is also human. This made Phil Coulson and others both surprised and relieved. With the Sorcerer Supreme who guards the dimensional dimension, no matter how the Earth will not be occupied by aliens. Phil Coulson suddenly said, Mr. Fei, Natasha Romanoff may need your help. Fei Lan's face changed greatly when he heard this. Damn Phil Coulson, you are adding fuel to the fire. Ask for a monthly pass. Voting veterans don't have to wait in line to eat. Phil Coulson suddenly said, Mr. Fei, Natasha Romanoff may need your help. She was sent to invite Dr. Banner. I'm not sure if her ability is useful to Hulk. Before Phil Coulson could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere was not right. How could Daisy Sky's gaze pierce his back? Immediately, he thought about the rumors of Natasha Romanoff and Hill in the bureau, so Daisy and Sky were the same. Phil Coulson, this is to understand. This is my own accident, and I gave Fei Lan's woods out of the building. No wonder Fei Lan sees himself with that murderous look. But Fei Lan may not have time to settle accounts with him now. Fei Lan. Fei. Sky and Daisy hooked left and right next to Fei Lan, patting the soft flesh on both sides of him. Fei Lan, who was intimidated, dared to make any difference. You listen to my sophistry, no, listen to my explanation, Fei Lan said indifferently. Say, what's your relationship with that Natasha Romanoff? Daisy looked dangerously. Who else are you hiding besides Natasha Romanoff? Sky hit the nail on the head. Fei Lan, TXT. This is the end. He gave Tony a cry for help, but the latter walked out with the tablet wrapped in his hands. Pepper, I still have a lot of information to look at. You go to the Dragon Country tonight to attend tomorrow's AIDS Nemesis conference. Talking. Tony had already passed Phil Coulson, walked through the door, and ran away without looking back. His scalp is numb too. Pepper was not in a hurry to leave, but also showed a helpless smile, and a funny and guilty-looking Phil Coulson left. Phil, are you going to the airport? I can give you a ride. That's really thankful. It should be. Roar, fortunately, he ran fast. I was afraid that Fei would kill me if I was late. Phil Coulson said with lingering fears. But Fei Lan heard the sentence, okay? Fei Lan silently wrote a note to Phil Coulson in his heart, looking at the two women staring at him with a headache. Okay, I confess. Fei Lan raised his hands in surrender. Natasha Romanoff was my first woman, just 2 months ago. Besides Natasha Romanoff, I have one hill in SHILD. That's all for now, not sure about the future. He's broken too. Now that my brother has been revealed by Phil Coulson, it's also hidden, and it's all bright. Rao knew about Daisy in advance, and Sky, who was prepared in his heart, was a little unacceptable when he learned the truth. More police, say Daisy. She stared at Fei Lan in disbelief, and her aggrieved eyes seemed to be saying, how can you be so attractive? But it's actually. Is Natasha Romanoff your first woman? Just 2 months ago. Daisy couldn't accept it and said, I moved in by then. If you don't want any women, run the hook to the police. Woman? I said, why did you disappear at night? Go find her. Fei Lan, sad face, straight face, / Helplessly holding the hands of the two women, he unloaded from the soft flesh around his waist. Fei Lan said earnestly, I love all 4 of you, and I will try my best to be fair, but it is impossible for me to give up for anyone. Daisy, that's why I avoid you. I'm afraid you regret it. Paused. After giving the two women time to digest, he said again, Phil Coulson said that Natasha Romanoff needs me. I have to go and see the situation now. You two think about it, if you think you can't accept it. With a sigh, Fei Lan did not continue. He looked at Daisy, who was in tears, took out Zeski's hair again, and sank into the dark world. Locked the ghost in Natasha Romanoff's shadow and flowed out. At the moment she was on a Quinjet and was not surprised by Fei Lan's arrival. Consciously leaned up and moved roar down first. Lip points. Fei Lan sighed and said, Phil Coulson has done me miserable this time. Daisy and Sky were about to be together, and I told you that I had to tell Hill again. 12. He cradles his head and shakes his head. If you just have a mouth, you won't lie, otherwise you'll have a bunch of wives and concubines long ago. I don't have the ability to be a scumbag, but I want to be a scumbag. Natasha Romanoff said with a smile, Phil Coulson told me that if the two sisters can't figure it out, I will talk about it after this time is over. Natasha Romanoff confidently brushed the tips of the wine-red hair, and the charm of the sweet fruit made Fei Lan very moved. I looked left and right. There was no pilot. It was flying automatically. Natasha Romanoff saw through Fei Lan's mind and smiled. Don't worry, we both know what happened now. Fei Lan, oh. What are you waiting for? 2 hours later, the Quinjet landed on the edge of a slum in Bashi. Natasha Romanoff took Fei Lan to an empty bungalow, sat down and waited. This time her mission. It's here to convince Banner to board the spaceship and make sure of any mishaps along the way. Under the premise of not sure whether her sweet fruit is effective for Hulk, it is indeed a relatively dangerous task. But now that Fei Lan is here, the danger is gone. Chat for a few minutes. I saw a little girl running through the door, gave Natasha Romanoff a sweet smile with admiration, ran straight to the window, climbed the inquiry room, and slipped away. And Banner, who followed the little girl, couldn't help laughing bitterly. I should have paid her medical bills first. Banner laughed at himself. Talking. He looked at Natasha Romanoff and Fei Lan, who were sitting carelessly in the living room, staring at Fei Lan a little puzzled. Hulk is restless when I see you. Do you make sure that there are only the 3 of us around here? Banner asked, a little embarrassed. Don't worry, there are 3 of us. Natasha Romanoff said confidently. With Fei Lan here, where else is needed? What about the little girl? Banner still wasn't willing to be deceived. Is it too much to be an agent at such a young age? I was the same age. Natasha Romanoff said, we came on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. We were watching you early, and we drove away some people who tried to disturb you. Now, the Earth needs you to save it. What if I don't? Banner probed. I will convince you. I mean, what if the other one I wouldn't? He'll convince you. Natasha Romanoff pointed at Fei Lan, but trust me, it's better not to make trouble like that. It's not good for you or the other you. Banner couldn't help but look deeply at Fei Lan again. Natasha Romanoff pushed a mobile phone from the wooden table to Banner and briefly described the beginning and end of the picture space gem above. Then what do you want me to do? Swallow it. Banner asked in confusion. No, it's for you to find it. It emits weak gamma rays, but it's too weak. We need you, not another you. Natasha Romanoff solemnly said, Loki stole from us the space gem. He has an army of aliens that could be summoned to Earth at any time to start a war. When Banner heard this, he realized the seriousness. He put on his glasses and took a closer look at the space gem pictures on his phone. Is he going to lock me up? Banner is concerned. You must know that I am also very dangerous, so stop lying to me. You bunch of liars. Banner slammed the table and roared. However, Natasha Romanoff and Fei Lan both sat on the mountain and looked at him, and even Fei Lan had a smile in the corner of his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, Bruce Banner's little joke, and getting the sign-in reward F-Class blind box. The calmness of the two made Banner a little embarrassed. He circled his nose and said strangely, Aren't you afraid of my transformation? On the contrary, I really hope Banner can come and fight. Fei Lan finally said, At the beginning near the North Pole, it was the Hulk who hammered the glacier, and the Rogers I discovered next. If I hadn't been in a hurry to send him back, it would have been you can have a good fight with him. Natasha Romanoff didn't care, and had already heard Fei Lan talk about it on the bedside. Rogers? Steve Rogers. Banner was surprised. Yes, strictly speaking, you saved him. Fei Lan nodded. I don't know how you call Roar? Fei Lan, from the Dragon Kingdom. Fat? Waist? Fei Lan. Well, I remember. As expected of a scholar with 7 doctorates, Fei Lan's favor with Banner has soared compared to those foreigners who have not changed their teachings. Now that the matter has been negotiated, it is not too late to leave directly. With Fei Lan there, you don't have to fly in bulky Quinjets to go back. Fei Lan led people directly into the dark world and then drilled the hook from Hill's shadow alone. Fortunately, Hill is not resting, but is operating something in front of the computer. 2. In this situation, the preparatory work is tedious and Hill, as Fury's chief coolie, must be busy. Fei Lan smiled and hugged Hill from behind, who was startled. Bend. Hearing that it was Fei Lan, Hill moved his hand from the holster on his leg. Fei Lan leaned on Hill's shoulder, stopped for a while, and used the healing ability to wash away the damage of exhaustion and staying up late. Look what I brought you. Fei Lan summoned Natasha Romanoff and Banner of the Dark World to Qin. Hill glanced at Natasha Romanoff first, and then his gaze fell on Banner. Dr. Banner, you're welcome. Hill said, The situation is very urgent. I'm afraid there is no time for you to rest. I wonder if you can start work immediately. Definitely, that's what I'm here for. Banner said, I wonder how many spectrometers SHILD can supply? How much do you want? Hill asked. Then contact all the labs, set up their spectrometers on the roof, calibrate the search for gamma rays, and I'll come to the hook tracking algorithm. Where's my studio? Banner was full of motivation. No problem, I'll take you there. Hill turned to lead the way. It was held down by Natasha Romanoff to show off the shoulders. I'll do it. Natasha Romanoff said with a smile, Fei Lan is a little bad today. I'll take over the rest of the work when the space carrier starts up. You cherish the opportunity. 33. With the last words, Natasha Romanoff's eyes moved between Fei Lan and Hill. Fei Lan signaled to understand, the big wife is a good assist. Banner just couldn't turn his head around. Isn't Natasha Romanoff Fei Lan's girlfriend? Why is she helping Fei Lan flirt now? Is this relationship so chaotic? Natasha Romanoff just left with a confused Banner. Hill and Fei Lan looked at each other, and there was a strange smell in the air. But Fei Lan just looked at Hill without any action. I know, you care more about the Earth than me, Fei Lan said clearly, although I know you will not refuse, but now you must be more concerned about the possible war in the near future. Go to work, how much can you do? Be prepared, and you may be able to save a few more people at that time. Fei Lan didn't say the issue of victory or defeat. He was confident enough to win. Thank you for understanding. Hill, who was already prepared, was very moved to hear Fei Lan's translation. She kissed Fei Lan for the first time. I wanted to leave at the touch of a button. But Fei Lan only understands Hill, not Liu Xiaohui. How could he let you run away? Backhand wrapped around Hill's neck, by suffocation standards. 10 minutes later. When Hill sat in front of the computer again to work, Fei Lan took out a bed from the traditional space and lay down, looking at Hill's handsome face with boot water in his hands, which was quite enjoyable. But after a while, it got a little boring. Didn't you just get an F-Class blind box? Open. Ding. Open the sign-in reward F-Class blind box and get the Soul Hooking Ability Magic Pill. Name: Soul Hooking Ability Divine Ability Pill. Category: Other. Deed: 98%. Plain: Journey to the West. Grade: Frowny Face F-. Function: The good corpse of the sage Lao Tzu, Taishang Laojun, has refined the ability of a little demon into an elixir, and after taking it, you can get the Soul Hook test of innate magical powers. Slogan: 3 souls and 7 souls are for the complete soul, and any increase or decrease will cause a lack of balance and lead to unpredictable changes. Soul Hook? Ability magic? After using the elixir, you can get the magical power of the soul test ability, although I asked again about the soul rhyme of the sheep charm. But this is the ability's supernatural power, the ability that it has, not the foreign object like the sheep talisman. Fei Lan ate it directly with the idea of too many skills but not overwhelmed. Quickly. He has mastered the supernatural ability of Soul Hook G, and that kind of skill was different from the previous experience, as if he was born with it. Soul Test. The appearance of using the mouse spell is the same, a light blue Fei Lan soul drill hook. His body is maintained as it is, and he is looking at Hill, but there is no light in his eyes. Interestingly, in his soul state, he can clearly sense that he can use abilities such as psychokinesis, water mist, and the Forbidden Elder's forbidden ability. 2. Fei Lan came to Hill's side and hurt her waist, which made her straight and her waist pushed forward a little. She was ticklish. Hill thought it was Fei Lan joking with her, but when he turned his head to look there was no one there, and then saw Fei Lan lying on his side. This look is wrong. Hill was keenly aware that something was wrong, and tentatively asked, Is Fei Lan you? The voice fell. Fei Lan showed his translucent soul and said with a smile, Test ability, the police mind. Hill nodded and continued to work with his head down. Fei Lan floated beside him thoughtfully. Compare the sheep charm first. The ability of this soul hook is obviously more comprehensive. It can contact physical objects and can use some abilities that do not require the participation of the body, and so on. But the same. It is also the ability to lose the physical invincibility and dream of the sheep charm. There are pros and cons. The soul wandered for a while and then returned to the book. I figured that Natasha Romanoff's side was probably busy. Fei Lan and Hill said that they would sink into the dark world to find Natasha Romanoff. Can't watch Hill busy all night here? As the so-called husband and wife are of one mind. In order to accompany Hill, he has to have a good night. Early the next morning, Fei Lan strolled on the deck of the space carrier early. Quickly. Phil Coulson's Quinjet landed, and he and Rogers stood side by side in the hatch, froze when he saw the half-smiling 887 Fei Lan smiling. This catastrophe he could not escape. Fei Lan raised his hand on Phil Coulson's shoulder with a smile and said, I don't bully you either. I'll randomly select one of your items to see your luck. 91. Phil Coulson still hasn't figured out what randomly drawn means. Fei Lan has already activated the Empty Hands ability and has one more item in his hand, K in SpongeBob SquarePants. What? Fei Lan threw away SpongeBob SquarePants in disgust and took a bottle of mineral water from the traditional space to rinse. This is too sloppy. Phil Coulson awkwardly pulled up SpongeBob SquarePants, put them in the inner pocket of his suit, and twisted his pea-shares uncomfortably. Empty experience. Unexpectedly not bad? Rogers raised his hand at this time and said, Fei, I finally saw you. Thank you very much for taking me away from there. Just shake hands. Fei Lan put his left hand on the hilt of Chioshui's sword and said, I'm just in charge of fishing, and it's the Hulk who smashes the iceberg to free you. That is, Banner. Rogers doesn't know about this relationship yet, but he still remembers Fei Lan's kindness, and he will definitely repay it if he has a chance. Hopefully he'll think about it again after knowing that Fei Lan saved Bucky, but didn't let their friends meet. At this time, Phil Coulson said, You two, let's go inside, wait outside, or roar will suck. 99. Huh? It's a submarine. Rogers thought he guessed right. Coulson smiled and said nothing. Fei Lan even motioned to look aside, and the curious Rogers nodded in agreement. Then, he saw a huge screw engine working, especially the fan blades enlarged hundreds of times, so that Rogers had no doubt that if he fell into it, he would be minced into meat sauce in an instant. The space carrier at the foot, which is also the main ship, left the sea and flew towards the blue sky. Rogers knew that he had guessed completely wrong, and the thing under his feet not only did not go to the sea, but also flew into the sky. It was clear that the deck was about to be unwell. Fei Lan and his party entered the cabin and came to the command room. This is a 10-meter-high ceiling space. 1/3 of the walls are made of high-strength glass, and you can clearly see the sea level that is gradually descending outside. Fury and Hill are commanding the agents on the workbench below, monitoring various data of the spacecraft at all times. Power increased to 8%. The tuning is done and the engine is working fine. The power detection of the disk sign has been completed, and the position is stable. Ready to sail at full speed. Very good. Fury ordered, activate incognito mode, and let's disappear. The voice fell. The stealth panel of the spaceship outside opened, and the huge spaceship was integrated with the sky. Rogers walked to Fury silently, took a small wad of cash from his trouser pocket, and handed it to Fury as he passed by. Fury held the 10-meter gold and flicked it with his fingers. A memorable victory that can be framed and collected. Ding! Congrats on signing in the famous scene, I would like to lose Rogers, and get the sign-in reward E-Class blind box. Fei Lan also smiled with satisfaction. Next. There must be many famous scenes to witness. Loki's I Am God banners, I've been angry, Tony's shoulder drag sunshine. It's all about big scenes. Fei Lan is looking forward to it. Today's edition updated 13,053 words, adding more to 40,000 flowers. On the 1st of the first month, ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for more reminders. Ask for everything. The old iron will get a promotion and a salary increase to Mary Baifume. Cherry Blossom Country, a central point of underground pipelines extending in all directions. In just 3 days, a simple laboratory was established here, and Eric directed to build a space stabilization device according to the drawings provided by Ebony Maw. The progress is about to be completed, and it is the most core stable medium metal system. You don't even have such a common material? Ebony Maw wrinkled his already wrinkled face and said hoarsely, "It's too backward." Eric was powerless to refute and could only work in silence. Fortunately, Barton came over with the tactical computer and showed his achievements one by one to find the holder of the metal system. "Then go get it," Ebony Maw said impatiently. "I need an eye-catching boot and a plan." Barton said, "The Avengers drafted by Ni Fury is very strong, and it has Fei Lan, the successor from Kamartaj, who must bring him lead seems allow enough time to implement the plan." 66 Kamartaj? Kamartaj. Loki and Ebony Maw followed and recited, and looked at each other with fear and displeasure in their eyes. Loki's plan was disrupted by Fei Lan, and he had a hunch that the duplication that fell to his death was what this guy did. Ebony Maw is the think tank under Thanos and understands that Thanos' Infinite Fingers Snap plan has been delayed because there is still a Kamartaj and Asgard on Earth, which makes him unable to carry out the plan. If it is Kamartaj's heir, it is indeed a little more important. "Tell me about your plans," Loki said. "I need one of the two to take the eyeballs of the owner of this metal system in person and let the Avengers run after you, so that I have time to transfer the metal system." Barton lowered his head and said, "Letting the Master be the bait made him very uneasy." Loki and Ebony Maw looked at each other, and in the end Loki had to take on the task of being a target. Army Ds are all portraits. Why should he command the portraits? "You keep talking," Ebony Maw said. "The Avengers are very easy to deal with except Fei Lan, God King Loki. Since your psychic scepter can control people's hearts, can you influence their minds when it falls into their hands? Fight." "It's very simple, a simple halo of wisdom," Loki said proudly. "Then find a way to get Fei Lan to leave and let the other Avengers fight. Lord Ebony Maw can lead a team to rescue the God King Loki and take the opportunity to destroy the space carrier." Barton said the complete plan. Loki and Ebony Maw both nodded their heads in agreement. This is a good move to provoke discord. It seems. In addition to the fact that the average combat strength of this Earth is weak, the brain is still good. On the spaceship, Fei Lan spent most of the 3 days here, chatting with Natasha Romanoff, occasionally flirting with High Cold Commander Hill, and then taking time to find a way to get the famous scene. The harvest is not bad. There are one each of F, E, and C blind boxes. He is not in a hurry to open it. He is ready to make a wave of blind boxes, and when the plot is over, he will see if he can make up 10 or 20 at a time. Hey. This is not. Hearing Phil Coulson mentioning his collector's Team Rice cards, I thought about Roger's autograph. But Phil Coulson actually held back? Can this Fei Lan sit idly by? Immediately, he searched for Rogers, who was hanging out for exercise, and asked Phil Coulson to put the card on the table and press the signature pen in Rogers' hand for him to sign. Rogers is also a bit funny. Are you so positive about this little thing? Simply. Phil Coulson is also his future colleague, and also his little brother. Rogers also patiently signed one by one. Phil Coulson watched the whole process eagerly, and when he got the full set of signed cards, his expression was as happy as if his hairline had grown back. Just one word is twice as cool. Ding! Congrats on signing the famous scene, Phil Coulson's signature card of Team Rice, for winning the sign-in award, B-Class Blind Box. Class B Blind Box? Fei Lan's eyes lit up. Didn't expect this wave to be so high. Because of what? This thing is actually not that difficult, even if it is an ordinary agent, as long as it is mentioned to Rogers. With Rogers' character and Phil Coulson's popularity, there is a high probability that it can be done. Unless, in the original Marvel universe, it seems that Phil Coulson didn't get this signature card until he became the S.H.I.E.L.D. director? Is it because Fei Lan is made out of nothing, so the reward is more? B. Fei Lan needs to think carefully about the operation gap of many plots in the future. Thank you so much, Fei. Phil Coulson held Fei Lan's hand and said gratefully, "If it wasn't for you, I might have been able to get it for a long time. Thank you so much." "No, it's a hand." Fei Lan waved his hand. "How long has it been for you? I'm afraid you won't get it until Rogers dies of old age." Rogers next to him was speechless. "No. Isn't it me you worship and sign?" How to thank Fei Lan? Fortunately, Phil Coulson was only agitated, not really dizzy. Thanks to Fei Lan. It was to thank Rogers again, and then to leave contented. Doubly cool. Rare. Rogers and Fei Lan, the first time they were alone together. Fei Lan had no idea and turned to leave to find Natasha Romanoff to talk about something he couldn't talk about. But it was Rogers who stopped him. "Huh? How long?" Fei Lan turned back in confusion. "I just wanted to ask, is it too late to learn magic now?" 9. Rogers sincerely said, "You know, I'm a bit out of date, and I'm worried that I'm not strong enough to deal with future problems." Fei Lan, he knows shitty magic? But seeing Rogers' sincere appearance, Fei Lan didn't know what excuse to use to fool, dumb, and reject him for a while. Simply said, magic is very particular about ability, otherwise even Sorcerer Supreme can teach you a lot, and you won't be able to deceive you. I will briefly explain the introduction of magic with you. If you can learn it, it means you have ability. I continue teaching. Rogers nodded hurriedly, took out the small notebook from nowhere, and held the signature pen directly to make a statement of attendance. It's come prepared. This Kamartaj's magic is different from the novels you read in general. It is not about absorbing the magic elements of heaven and earth, or communicating with magic elements to cast magic. We are extra-dimensional to draw magical energy, and Mephisto borrows their power to cast their magic for their own use. You can understand it as borrowing the wireless network next door. I don't understand? You still use a classic machine. Then understand it as a bank loan, and the price is that your soul will be owned by Mephisto after death. Do you want to study now? Rogers doesn't have any hesitations. Nod. The soul after death, in exchange for the power to protect the world now, no loss. Oh, then your first step is to communicate with other dimensions to absorb magic elements, and then finish this step first, Fei Lan said. Rogers nodded, watching Fei Lan wait for the next. Fei Lan? Rogers? After the two looked at each other for 10 seconds, Rogers said cautiously no. Yeah, that's it. Fei Lan said definitely. That's it. Rogers couldn't believe it. That's it. That's it. What are you talking about? It is to popularize the magic principle of Kamartaj, as well as the most basic absorption of magic elements from different dimensions. But how to absorb? How to sense? How to cast? You have to talk about these important things. Fei Lan said that he wouldn't be able to talk about it. He can only fool and say, "That's what Master Ancient One taught me back then. It's very simple. I learned it in 10 minutes. If you can't even get started, then forget it." Rogers, I'll try it. Fei Lan, come on. Encouraged by Rogers, Fei Lan hummed and left. And Rogers was sitting on the seat thinking hard, trying hard to sense the so-called different dimensional magic element. After a minute like this, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, Rogers still wasn't discouraged. The person Fei Lan is Kamartaj's successor, and he has an extraordinary ability to perceive normal in 10 minutes, so he should not be compared with Fei Lan. Continue. He's a man who can beat all day. There is nothing to be afraid of than patience. Continue. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. 10 minutes. After 5 hours, Fei Lan and Natasha Romanoff are watching the sky from the deck. Hill suddenly said, "Look, come to the command center, Loki has appeared." Fei Lan and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other, sank directly into the dark world, and then drilled the hook from Hill's shadow. Banner was speaking seriously. Seeing Fei Lan coming over, Fury immediately said, "Loki-Yun is now in the country. Fei Lan, you are the fastest. Go over first to see the situation." "You are the fastest. Your whole family is fast." Fei Lan returned angrily and said in a detour, "Call Rogers, I have left the coordinates in France and you can go directly." Fury made no objection and gestured for Phil Coulson to find Rogers. After a minute, Fei Lan was a little surprised when he saw Phil Coulson dressed as Rogers. Rogers, tell me you've been comprehending magic? Fei Lan asked in surprise. This is really difficult. Rogers sighed in distress. Maybe I'm really uncomfortable about learning magic. 33. Fei Lan couldn't help giving Rogers a thumbs up. This is a fierce man. 5 hours in the face of trumped-up learning. Oh no. Rogers doesn't know it's fake. Looking at Fury and the others, they knew that they were also very curious about this way of learning magic. Fei Lan simply waved his hand and said, "This thing is very dependent on ability. There is a way to learn it. Rogers has it. You can learn it yourself. If anyone knows it, I will take Camartage directly." Isn't it just bragging? You have the ability to learn. You can really learn, the young master really. Reward him with a Camartage address. As for whether he can find it or not, it depends on his own fate. Let him lead the team. The banner of the portrait of the address is so flickering, it feels a little bad to be bumped into by Ancient One. Fury looked very moved, but now is not the time to talk about it. He urged, "France, Paris, number 145 Rue Talus River, hurry up." 99. Hurry, hurry, hurry up. Zhao Yaoyu Fury. Fei Lan, with Natasha Romanoff and Rogers in casual clothes, sank directly into the dark world. Natasha Romanoff's current combat power no longer relies on those equipment, and the vibranium outfit he wears has a higher bonus. And Rogers is simpler, his life is vibranium shield. So you don't need to dress up, just walk away. The French ghost coordinates must not be exactly the same as Loki's point. Fei Lan wrapped Natasha Romanoff in his left hand, slipped Rogers' back neck with his right hand, and flew to the target location. Although Rogers is definitely away in this posture, but for the sake of world peace, he endured it. Quickly. The three arrived at their destination, just in time to see Loki raising his psychic scepter, posing to attack the only old man standing in the kneeling crowd. "Go to me," Rogers shouted directly. "Can Fei Lan satisfy you? Go you." Fei Lan's powerful four-dimensional attributes now allow him to accurately throw Rogers in front of the old man. Rogers lifted the vibranium shield with ease and bounced back the energy attack that Loki had shot, slammed into the bottom plate of Loki, who was caught off guard, lost his balance, and slapped his face on the ground. Really loose face. Ding. Congrats on signing in the famous scene Loki opened by Rogers 55 for getting the sign-in reward E-Class blind box. Spray. Poor Loki, forced by 55 Rogers. Fei Lan put down Natasha Romanoff and was not in a hurry to step forward to join the battle, watching with interest. "I just heard Rogers' disdain. You know, last time I met a guy with a high profile in the country next door, and then I killed him." This is alluding to Red Skull. But Fei Lan muttered, "People, Red Skull was teleported away by the space gem. What does it have to do with you, Rogers? Loki doesn't have the consciousness to be a villain anymore. Don't have more BBs with Rogers at all. Just grab the scepter with the mind." Easily blocked by Rogers' vibranium shield, Loki's psychic scepter, which was shaken by the anti-shock force, almost dropped the hook. The air spray. Fei Lan complained to Natasha Romanoff, "This Loki is also a magician, a magician. What are you doing in melee combat? Bombing him with magic." 39. In a word. Immediately woke up Loki, who was fighting with Rogers, kicked the vibranium shield and flew away. His figure divided into 3 triangles and surrounded Rogers in the middle. This made Rogers look at Fei Lan resentfully. "Are you a member of mine or a member of Loki?" Cough cough. Fei Lan smiled awkwardly. "Isn't that simple?" He raised his hand to create 2 lightning bolts, and with a 2/3 probability, he didn't hit Loki's body, but only shattered 2 phantoms. "It's so lucky." Fei Lan reluctantly made another strike, this time hitting the psychic scepter that Loki was trying to block. But the Mind Scepter is made of metal, and it also conducts electricity. Loki, if equals. I don't know if Loki has higher reactance as Giants of Jotunheim, or if he is used to being hacked by Thor. Anyway, Loki just faltered a few times before continuing to attack Rogers. This made Fei Lan, who was originally watching the show, very upset. "If you are struck by lightning, you will fall down and pretend to lose. How dare you continue to jump? You are indebted." He used psychokinesis to grab Rogers by the back of the neck and backed away, quickly moving away from Loki. Rogers said it was a long way. Why the back of the neck again? There is no one around Loki right now. Fei Lan entered the beach covered in thunder and lightning, and when he raised his hand, he shot a cloud of thunder and lightning in the sky, causing Rogers to swallow his spit back silently. This is a big move. Loki also found that the situation was a little bad and wanted to surrender directly to avoid suffering from flesh and blood, but also felt that such a simple surrender would be suspected. Hesitation room. Fei Lan also made a big wave, and the raised hand fell with a burst of electricity, and the thunder and lightning accumulated in the sky burst out all at once. Learn about thunder and lightning with a thick bucket. Loki. Loki if. The one Loki was struck by this thunder was called a man with a scorched outer side and a tender inner side, with black hair and black smoke coming out of his mouth. Boom. Can't afford to fall to the ground. This time, he really wasn't pretending. He couldn't be beaten without being hacked to the point of incontinence. Simple. Fei Lan proudly held his head high, and Natasha Romanoff also applauded enthusiastically. Amazing, as expected of my man. I suspect you are bragging about yourself. Roger, Qian Zhao, silently raised his shield and walked away from Loki, kicked away the psychic scepter with his foot, and grabbed and pulled Loki a few times, but there was no movement. He couldn't help pressing the notebook in his pocket. This magic entry, he felt that he could continue to try. At this time, suddenly, a colorful beam of light descended from the sky and landed next to Loki, who was lying on the corpse. He glanced at the miserable Loki, and then at Fei Lan. Silently, he bent down and picked up his brother, grabbed Mjolnir, and flew away. Rogers watched Thor fly away, a little overwhelmed. You look down on me too much, don't you? Robbery in front of my face? He is digging up a shield to give the opponent a flying shield. Fei Lan suddenly shouted, Meow Ernir, if you don't come back, sooner or later I will tear you apart and suck you dry. 93. Fei Lan shouted the sentence to add a bit of drama, but in fact, Ley Elementalization is ready to chase. In no mood. Mjolnir is really scared, can you believe it? Thor watched helplessly as Mjolnir made a sharp turn in the air, leading him and Loki back the same way, and the sound of dong landed at the feet of Fei Lan, who had been elementalized by lightning. Thor? Loki? Fei Lan. Natasha Romanoff. Thor, I think Loki is out of breath. Turn out to be. Thor's landing position was a little wrong, and he was sitting on Loki's face, realizing that his face was a little purple, and he didn't know if he was suffocated or smoked. Thor hurriedly stood up, glaring at Mjolnir in his hand a little indignantly. See for you. Immediately. He smiled at Fei Lan and said, Fei, Loki's mistakes will be punished by Asgard's laws, so you can hack him again. His body is not very good. Asking you to run so fast, are you afraid that Loki will be slashed to death by Fei Lan? Fei Lan was also amused, and said helplessly, I didn't even kill him, I just used Xiaoyang. 9. Thor. He felt that his name as Thor would be taken away by Fei Lan sooner or later. 5738 words, ask for a monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. There are so few flowers, and the recommended places are not even lined up. Blue thin, shiitake mushrooms. Voting financial management must buy up, sell down. I once saw Fei Lan cut down Loki neatly, as if he had cut off several famous scenes after that. Fei Lan knew it. Tony feels that there is no shortage of his combat power here. He has been studying the relevant information of space gems for the past 3 days, and he has not come to the space carrier to report. Just went to France to round up Loki. He didn't even plan to come, so he was full of confidence in Fei Lan. So it's impossible. Fei Lan's hands are so simple in the plot of Iron Man vs. Thor. This is impossible. As Fei Lan's influence on the world gradually deepens, some plots will inevitably be changed, which is the butterfly effect. Fei Lan also looked very open. These small scenes don't matter. Those big scenes will have big rewards. He took everyone back directly and threw Loki into the air cage with his own hands. Fury showed Loki the trace, opened the compartment under the air cage, and the influx of air ruffled Fei Lan's hair. As for Fury? Sorry, he's worse than Phil Coulson, he doesn't even have hair. Now, who's the ant? Who's the boot? Fury scoffed, you better hand over the space gem, or even Thor can't save you. Loki didn't mean to be threatened at all, but instead smiled smugly. I guess this cage wasn't originally made for me, right? Loki looked at the camera and said, I know you have a very disobedient beast who pretends to be a human being. You how helpless it is, Jihue is desperate, hey. What are you doing? 59. Loki was still showing mouth talk, trying to plant a seed of anger on Banner. Fei Lan didn't want to hear his BB anymore. He opened the glass door of the cage in the air and walked straight into the corner. It caused Loki to scream. This guy really dared to attack him. Fei Lan flashed electric light in his hand and said impatiently, in this provocation gap, what kind of Hulk is up to you? I'll ask you whether to hand in the space gem. Looking at the jumping arc, Loki had no doubts about Fei Lan's determination to do it. He whispered, it's not that I don't want to give it, it's that the space gem is not with me now. Chill. Loki, if AOA equals 1. Loki, who had just groomed his attire with divine power, lay down again with black smoke on the outside and tender inside. As Fei Lan walked out of the space cage, he muttered, what are you talking about? You can't finish it if you just get started. This kind of stuff is bullying and afraid of hardship. Fury. You have big fists, you are more leathery, you have the final say. After closing the door of the air cage again, the two came to the war room. Thor and the newly arrived Tony, Tekala, and others are all gathered here, and the monitor on the wall is still showing Loki lying dead. Thor looked at Loki on the screen and felt distressed. Rogers spoke first. Loki is trying to stall for time, Thor. Do you know what he's going to do? He has a chittery army and no one knows them. That's Thanos' army. Fei Lan said lightly, Thanos, also known as Thanos, Purple Sweet Potato, the director of the Milky Way's Family Planning Office, specializes in attacking the next planets, killing half and half. Trying to use this method controls the problem of population expansion in the universe. Thor. He said no one knows just now, and you slapped your face in a blink of an eye. This is too much. Hearing this, Banner said strangely, doesn't he know about Malthusian population theory and family planning? Doing so will only make the universe collapse exponentially. 33. Fei Lan. I just punched Thor in the face. You're going to punch me right now, right? Tony next to him explained thoughtfully, Malthusian population theory is probably that if the population drops sharply due to an accident in a short period of time, after the family planning is inevitably cancelled for the continuation of the race, the population will explode again and catch up in a short period of time. Exceed the original number and surpass it. I see. Fei Lan glanced at Tony admiringly, with sharp eyes. 887 Rogers didn't care. He frowned and said, Fei Lan has already said about the Katarwi Army D. Can you tell me something meaningful, Thor? Thor. That is no more. Banner added, Loki's hook is so weird. I checked the man whose eyeball was pierced by him, and the metal system in his collection was stolen, but I don't know what they want this for. The metal system is the best energy stabilizer. Tony flashed his eyes. According to the data left by the space gem, it is likely to be used to make a stabilization device to prevent the space gate from appearing like the shield one. Collapse, they may open the door of space at any time now and then. And then there's war. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but say, Loki is really a lunatic one. Hey, be careful when you speak. Thor said angrily, no matter what, Loki is still my second prince of Asgard, my younger brother, and the son of Odin. What? Are you upset? Fei Lan rhymed. This, Natasha Romanoff, my girlfriend. Loki, Killed more than 100 people in 3 days. Are you sure he is Odin's own? Then I wonder if you are too. So brutal. 93. Thor. Yes, he's adopted. He's Giants of Jotunheim. Ding. Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, Thor's face-slapping scene, and getting the sign-in reward F-Class blind box. Fei Lan gave Thor a sensible look and lay back on the cushion. With a charming smile, Natasha Romanoff squeezed her shoulders for Fei Lan, who was supporting her. Others in the war room somehow felt that they'd been stuffed with dog food. Back to the topic. Tony forced back the topic. He wants to open the door to meet Army D. Fei Lan has already reminded the Gap, and it is indeed doing so. Then we have reason to believe that Thanos is likely to also on the other side of the space gate, and he has already captured hundreds of planets, although it is said that Fei Lan's Master Sorcerer Supreme has the bottom line. But no one knows who will win and who will lose. Speaking of which, the eyes of Tony and everyone fell on Fei Lan. Fei Lan didn't answer immediately, but looked at Thor. You didn't come with Bifrost just now, did you? Odin sent you here with dark magic? How do you know? Thor asked in surprise. That's over. Fei Lan sighed. Earth is nominally Asgard's territory. If Thanos attacked aggressively, Odin would not be able to sit back and watch. But now that Bifrost is broken, Asgard's Army D has no way to come down to help. Although Master Ancient One is very powerful, he has no way to fight against the army that is enough to destroy the planet. Prepare for the worst. Fei Lan's words, prepare for the worst, made everyone present look solemn. Tekala, who had been quiet all the time, said unwillingly, Kamartaj, G should have many magicians. Can they participate in the war? You said that Kamartaj will not sit idly by in the face of the attack of alien forces. 12. Is it? Fei Lan scratched his head and scratched his head, but Kamartaj is only about 100 people. Even if it is one enemy, it is only 1 million. Kamartaj is good at it. It's a king-to-king battle, and group battles are not our strengths. This made everyone's faces even more serious. But Fei Lan couldn't help laughing when he saw this. The originally heavy atmosphere was immediately broken by this laughter. Natasha Romanoff took the lead. Did you just fall in love? Joking? No, Kamartaj is really not good at group battles. Fei Lan smiled and shook his head. Then what are you laughing at? Tony said impatiently, this is not the time for jokes. Shout, I'm laughing at how stupid you are. Fei Lan shrugged. Kamartaj is not good at group battles, but he is very good at killing bosses. Sorcerer Supreme is still there. He will not hook the earth, and if the space gate is dead, it will open so wide. How many troops can they pack at the same time? Wake up the dreamer. Yes, Thanos is not desperate, and if he has any deep hatred with the earth, he will die. And the number of units that the space gate can pass through the Army D is definitely limited. Gathering the power of the world can't be beat, right? So let me tell you. Fei Lan continued, we also waste time looking for space gems. We just play cards, and when the space gate is opened, we can kill it and grab it back. This proposal does not sound like a good idea, but it seems to be the best solution at present. Banner stood up and said, I will continue to improve the tracking algorithm. It is also good to be able to find and avoid a war in advance. Tony stood up, I'm here to help too. Then, this discussion ended like this, and everyone dispersed and returned to their respective posts. Chatted with Natasha Romanoff for a while. Natasha Romanoff is going to go to Loki's to explore again. With the blessing of sweet fruit, she is now more skilled at torture. It's a loss. Fei Lan asked worriedly, otherwise I would have gouged his eyes, and Thor would have to come to me for a beating. Don't worry, Natasha Romanoff laughed. Fei Lan wandered around the command center for a while, then turned around to take a look at the laboratory. It happened that Rogers walked out with a frown, and he bowed his head and left without speaking to Fei Lan. Into the laboratory. What happened to Rogers? Fei Lan wondered, Tony, why did you drop him? 99. I just told him the truth. Tony shrugged. I just added a little cutie to Fury's center console, and soon I'll know what SHILD is doing with space gems. Are you curious about this? Fei Lan was a little surprised. Yeah, aren't you curious? Tony asked back. I mean, if you want to know, just ask me now. Fei Lan wondered. I know what he does with space gems. You know? Tony's eyes widened. Then you didn't say anything? You didn't even ask. Then say it now. Anyway, you have already hacked the SHILD internet, so wait a few more hours. Fei Lan smiled meanly. Unless you beg me. 39. Tony rolled his eyes. Please? Dream. He lowered his head and continued to check Banner's search algorithm. Fei Lan didn't want to talk, just hold it back. Fei Lan raised his brows and smiled smugly. He was deliberately provoking Tony, just to not break the news in advance. As for the reason, he glanced at the spiritual scepter next to him, and the powerful spiritual power made him vaguely aware that it was releasing disturbing fluctuations. But it would take a little while to get to the point where Tony and the others would quarrel. Why does the internal spray of the Avengers have to come with a C-class blind box? Humming Shiru. Fei Lan turned around and left the laboratory and went to the deck outside to blow the air. With his current physique, thin air is not a problem at all, and he is not afraid of being blown away by strong winds, and the thing under his feet is not as fast as him. Blowing cool wind. Fei Lan pondered a question in his mind. The war in the near future, do you want to go all out? Originally, Fei Lan was planning to paddle, and it was enough to sign some famous scenes. But from Phil Coulson's made-out-of-nothing B-level blind box, he had a different idea. If he blocked the space door and killed randomly, changing the plot of Avengers 1 to the greatest extent, would he be recognized as a name? What about scene rewards? At the same time, it also extended to a new thinking. A scene can only be a famous scene in the original plot, and can't he just create it himself? If you can create your own, then his idea of keeping the plot as it is and not going to the plot is wrong. He should participate more and change the plot to the greatest extent so that he can become the absolute protagonist and bypass. Take the Chidori test this time. Anyway, there are many more to sign in later, not worse than this one. 9. Made up my mind. Fei Lan is a little eager to try. At this time, Phil Coulson suddenly said in the dialogue channel, Fei, you'd better come to the command center. There are some things you need to know. It sounds serious. Fei Lan sank directly into the dark world, emerging from Phil Coulson's shadow, just in time to see Tony trotting over too. Hill was also there, pointing to the screen for the two of them to watch. It's a very powerful video. Screen. Pepper was surrounded by a group of people, chanting, "We want fairness, we want equality, no monopoly on selling prices," and so on. More interestingly, those who shouted slogans were yellow, white, and black. Hill explained, Pepper was in Longwa, on his way to the AIDS Nemesis press conference, and this group of people organized interceptions, all of which were some powerful bosses in various countries who had AIDS to hire AIDS patients. Don't ask. It must be the sales method of personal charges 10% of assets. Fei Lan and Tony might be disgusted if these bosses usually do this little trick. But now is wartime. This is not. Phil Coulson went on to say, the SHILD has informed the World Security Council that the relevant departments of various countries have dispatched personnel to arrest these people behind the participation. But I suggest that Pepper should not be in the near future. Damn. Phil Coulson hasn't finished speaking yet. Happy next to Pepper, who was surrounded by the screen, was suddenly hit on the head by a black shadow, and blood gushed out from the wound, splattering half of his face. Was attacked. Happy's first reaction was not to cover his face, but to turn around and other bodyguards to surround Pepper and protect her and try to clash with the crowd first. Someone can take the lead. The other people also became more courageous and threw a bunch of bags, mobile phones, shoes, and even the stools by the roadside into them. This is so unbearable. No need for Tony to speak. Fei Lan is already sinking into the dark world, ready to go to the rescue. Phil Coulson added, it's a time of war, as long as it's not a lot of casualties. A proper hint. Screen. Fei Lan drilled the hook out of Happy's shadow, raised his hand and used psychokinesis to forcefully push all the crowds away, and then revealed a group of ninjas from his shadow, pushing away those who tried to push over again. They didn't do anything, they just lay in a circle and empty the space inside. 10p. It's Fei Lan. He is the first shareholder of Osborne Biotechnology, 99. Damn vampire, you set a price for 10%? Why don't you grab it? That is, good things that benefit mankind should be directly followed for free. Grandette, you will be punished by God. Looking coldly at the excited crowd, Fei Lan wanted to kill. You don't pee and look in the mirror. How much money can you make with 10% of that poor and sour look? It is those rich people who are harvested by the young man. This moment. He also healed Happy's wounds and prepared to take them back into the dark world. As for here, hopefully Fury doesn't give him a chance to use Pierce. Suddenly, Fei Liuguang froze suddenly, looked up at the sky and saw 3 cars smashed down, including those nearby people. Roll. A low roar, but it used the ability of Lion's Roar. The sound wave pushed the surrounding ghosts and crowds away, but failed to change the axis of the falling cars. After all, he didn't want to stop killing, otherwise the sound of ganglion would not be pushed away but shattered. As for this car, Fei Lan is too lazy to use psychokinesis. Standing still, he sent Pepper and others into the dark world, but instead of sending them to the spaceship, they sent them to the Luoshan Coastal Police Villa where Daisy and the others were. The car fell and the thunder element flashed. Fei Lan reunited in place and looked at Brother Octopus, and Ebony Ma on the street. Really? Well, if it's Tiahulishan here, the space carrier is afraid. We need to end this place as soon as possible, and I hope to get there and sign a few famous scenes. Thinking so. Fei Lan didn't talk too much nonsense with this Ebony Ma, and shot him directly to give him electrotherapy. 11. Ebony Ma's ability is to use language to control everything, but you can't control lightning, right? Facts have proved. Ebony Ma was really killed by the plot because of the needs of the plot. I saw Ebony Ma raised his right hand gracefully. Fei Lan's incarnation of thunder and lightning was blocked around him, but he couldn't move an inch. Fei Lan teleported back to the original position to condense and formed, and looked at Ebony Ma in disbelief. Can this thing really control lightning? But why did Ebony Ma make himself unable to get close, instead of manipulating him in turn? Ebony Ma was not in a hurry, and said slowly, "You are very good. Do you want to come and do things under my command? You may be able to help with your plan." Fei Lan, 46. Although I also agree with Ebony Maw's vision, I think I must be very good. But Fei Lan doesn't want to talk nonsense. He still has a blind box waiting to be collected by the spaceship carrier. Tiga. The startup password is detected. The Void Live Ball is restarting. The live room has been connected. The loading of the barrage is completed. The gift complex is loaded. Audience in the live room, 578,457. Current status, not enabled. Please name the live room. Beat the alien octopus. Named successfully. Do you want to open the live room? Turn on. Open live. Fei Lan ignored the audience in the live broadcast room and just let them witness his cowhide. Next, it's time to witness miracles. He holds the boot water in his right hand, ready to give Ebony Maw a slash. His slash has been gaining momentum for 2 months. How powerful will it be? But Fei Lan had just put on the most handsome pose. Ebony Maw let go of his hand gracefully. Fei Lan's waist was plowing water with a flying hook, and it was inserted in a loop at the feet of Ebony Maw 10 meters away. Halfway. Fei Lan also tried to snatch it back with psychokinesis, but couldn't shake Ebony Maw's control at all. Is it that strong? In the movie, watching Ebony Maw's playful way of dying, he was sucked into space by a hole and frozen in space. I thought it was a crow. No wonder he dared to squat Fei Lan by himself. This is justified. It's interesting. Fei Lan laughed. So, are you ready for death? Please. Ebony Maw elegantly invites. Fei Lan's left eye is red, and his right eye is blue. The thermal sight plus laser eye lasing Ebony Maw, but the latter blocked it with autumn water. Zitsy dash. Chucky. Li Shui intercepted the 2 energy rays unscathed, and the top-notch craftsmanship of the pirate world's 21st worker is no joke. On the other hand, Fei Lan was worried that his saber was damaged, so he cancelled the attack in a blink of an eye. He teleported to Ebony Maw's side, and his right hand was painted with black lacquer, and he slammed it down, and the bull charm on his waist shone. Go you. Ebony Maw only had to twitch his lower fingers and lift the ground under his feet, causing Fei Lan to lose his balance, and a punch aimed at the head brushed past his ear. 10. Crack. The space shattered in front of Fei Lan's fist, and then the shock wave spread without error. Ebony Maw, who was closest to him, bore the brunt, and the whole person was blown away. He never imagined that Fei Lan's punch also had group attack special effects. And Fei Lan also dodged to keep up with the blasted Ebony Maw. The lightning sword condensed and fell, ready to leave him alone. But Ebony Maw can still react. His wrists turned and his lips moved. Fei Lan felt his clothes suddenly tighten and tried to squeeze him into meat sauce. With his physical strength, it doesn't matter, it's just that Eggy is a little uncomfortable. This guy doesn't talk about martial arts, but he actually starts with clothes? Fei Lan's figure was stunned. Ebony Maw slammed his hand again, and the ground under Fei Lan's feet turned over, hitting his handsome face, and then the next, and the next. This is hitting him in the face +1+1+1. Fei Lan is angry. Roll. The sound waves of the lion's roar swept away, blowing away the unsightly stones in front of him, but found that the surrounding area was full of suspended gravel, cars, bricks, and soil, and Ebony Maw could not be seen at all. Is this a labyrinth made out of thin air? Fei Lan didn't choose to fly to the sky. It was a target for Ebony Maw. You want to hide, right? Fei Lan's physical strength dropped abruptly, followed by a burst of energy that poured into the ground under his feet, and then exploded as much as possible. A giant bone that was 20 meters long stabbed and hooked from the ground, and the densely packed directly encompassed the radius of Fei Lan's brown rice. The bone forest covered the place without even a foot. That's not enough. The bone forest turned into a sea of thunder and lightning in an instant. The violent thunder and lightning swallowed up all the objects in the area like lava. As long as it has resistance, I will give it to you. Dance of Early Ferns, Leyland Riot. Only one blow. The newly built maze evaporates without a trace, revealing Ebony Maw fleeing while lying on a rubble. Fei Lan was stunned for a moment. Didn't this guy look very fierce just around? Why did he escape? Wake up immediately. Since Ebony Maw will be killed by the freezing of the space environment, His body should be very fragile. He has just suffered the aftermath of his shock at close range, and he is obviously seriously injured. Then what are you talking about with the little master? Fei Lan flew past with a spell-free spell, put it away when passing by the autumn water, and caught up with Ebony Maw in a flash, using his right hand to lock his throat. Fantasy killer. All abilities and energy of all objects and creatures touched by his right hand are prohibited from running. Even if Ebony Maw breaks his hand, his verbal manipulation will no longer be effective. Even if Vertex says that this guy is not verbal manipulation, why does he have to use gestures? Fei Lan wanted to crush Ebony Maw to death. But suddenly there was a flash of light. He not only failed to kill Ebony Maw, but also rescued him from serious injuries with healing, and then carried him to the sky with a spell-free spell, and even worried about flying too fast and the wind pressure would be too strong. So he used psychokinesis to form a shield to protect him. Took him less than half a minute. The two just crossed the low Earth orbit and came to the real outer space. As in the movie. Absolute Zero instantly frozen Ebony Maw into an ice sculpture, and Obsidian died in the outer space of the Earth. In contrast to Fei Lan. Although it was a little uncomfortable, but with 40 times the human body and 170 times the human body, he felt that he could survive for a few days. The most important is, Class B blind box? Ebony Maw, you are too poor to die. Fei Lan was in a good mood, and he was ready to be cremated by Ebony Maw. In no mood. The power of thunder and lightning was unexpectedly small, and it only split Ebony Maw into ice slag. Ale. I didn't mean to tear you to pieces. Just thinking about it, Fei Lan probably understood the reason. The medium for electric current to propagate in space is much less than in the atmosphere. Normally air is not conductive, but the thunder element of the thunder fruit can. Think again. At the beginning of Fei Lan and Ebony Maw's fight, what made Fei Lan's thunder element unable to move an inch was probably not controlling lightning, but emptying all the media around him that could transmit ions. If this is the case, then this Ebony Maw's strength is even stronger than what he just performed. He came to Earth alone. I'm afraid he thought the natives here were no threat to him at all. It's just a pity to meet me. Smiled. Fei Lan turned into a thunder element and radiated electricity to the ground, reaching the ground at 1/100th of the speed of light in a few seconds. He went straight into a shadow and passed through the dark world, and hooked from Natasha Romanoff's shadow. It happened to see Natasha Romanoff jumping off the Hulkstone sculpture, with dazzling pride in his eyes. Her sweet fruit is a charm that even Hulk can't stop. 10. Crack one by one. Crack dash. Crack. The dense cracks are vertical and horizontal on the Hulk stone sculpture. It was very slow at first, and then it became more and more intense and exponentially multiplied. Just at this time, Hill shouted on the Captain channel, "Barton is now in the district. They are charging towards Loki's air cell. Who can go?" "Go." Fei Lan patted Natasha Romanoff's buttocks. "Rescue your old comrade in arms." Natasha Romanoff gave Fei Lan a good look, then turned and left. And Fei Lan doesn't plan to fight the Hulk either. This guy still has to give Thor a fight. Maybe there will be a famous scene. He sank into the dark world with the Hulk stone sculpture. Reappear. It was in Thor's shadow that the Hulk stone sculpture rose up. "Give it to you. Leave a word." Fei Lan sank into the dark world again, this time hooking out of Roger's shadow, who was facing the electronic integration wide, frowning. "He doesn't understand this shit." "Rogers, how's it going?" Tony asked on the regional channel. Fei Lan also received in the region. "I see. It looks like some kind of electrical device?" Rogers wondered. "He wakes up for 2 months with this old antique, and it is too late to know modern weapons and equipment. Where can I study electrical engineering or something?" "Wow, your description is so clear." Tony on the other end complained. Ding. Congratulations to the famous scene, Modern Idiot Rogers, for getting the sign-in reward F-Class blind box. Fei Lan smiled. "I didn't expect to be able to sign a famous scene as soon as I came, so beautiful." At this time, Tony said, "I'm going to go into the screw engine now and redrive the fan blades to rotate. You stay by the red wrench. It can slow down the fan blades and give me time to get out of the screw engine, understand?" Don't wait for Rogers to answer 887. Fei Lan said first, "I'm here, don't worry." Hearing Fei Lan's answer, Rogers and Tony were both relieved. All. Follow. Tony just got into the screw engine, raised his hand and pushed the energy injector on the bottom of the fan blade to full fire, pushed the fan blade to rotate again with difficulty, and stuck some small parts of the card owner. Look from the sky. The light of Tony's energy injector, spinning almost in a line around the screw engine, shows the speed of D-speed. Careful. Rogers suddenly gave up the warning and took the submachine gun at his feet and aimed at the hatch, where several Loki's soul-captured people were holding guns. But Fei Lan's attack was faster than Rogers, and the heat in their eyes swept away, which was to cut off all the opponents in the middle. "Fei, now. Pull the wrench," Tony said. Fei Lan didn't move, signaled Rogers to do it, and pulled the wrench down. Scare. The wrench was pulled down, the speed of the screw engine was reduced, and Tony was able to escape from the gap of the fan blade and flew to Fei Lan, and the two of them almost unscathed. "Nice job." Tony gave a thumbs up. "I didn't do anything, and I apologize to you. You are not without dedication." Rogers apologized. "Haha, your character is very suitable for me. Come to the tower building when you have time, and I have the best wine in the world." Tony invited. Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, Iron Man and the Captain of the United States Friendship Step 1. Get the sign-in reward D-Class blind box. The two of them are being polite. I saw Hulk riding a fighter jet, flying away from the space carrier, and finally ended with the pilot parachuting successfully and the fat plane crashing. Cough, what a pity. Fei Lan shook his head. Fei Lan is also incapable of duplication, unable to sign in the famous scenes of Hulk and Thor in the past. And at the moment's command center, the round thing was thrown in from the outside, bounced on the ground a few times and landed at Hill's feet, causing Hill to look at it subconsciously, and then glared. Grenade. While warning everyone, Hill also tried her best to persuade her to fall down. She wanted to minimize her injury area. But Wulong, who was lurking in her shadow, was even faster. Instead of retreating, he flew into the grenade and covered it with himself without fear of death. Boom! With a flash, Wulong was blasted to pieces, and Hill, who was close at hand, was not even hit by the airwaves, and 5 ghosts of drill hooks appeared from her shadow, covering her tightly. Tekka, who was guarding here, put on his Black Panther helmet and rushed straight towards the enemy team at the door. Da-da-da. Ding ding ding. The bullet hit the Black Panther suit made by vibranium, and even a white mark was wiped out. But T'Challa was the one who was sent flying with one punch. The blessing of the heart-shaped grass can be called a Rogers-level police officer. The other end. The death of Wulong made Fei Lan receive this information synchronously. He frowned slightly, but did not rush to the command center. There's no problem on the hillside, compared to Phil Coulson's more dangerous. When Fei Lan drilled the hook from Phil Coulson's shadow, just in time to see Loki appearing behind Phil Coulson, stabbing Phil Coulson in the back with a mind scepter. This moment, Fei Lan has a chance to save Phil Coulson. But he was hesitation. After saving Phil Coulson, the follow-up, SHIELD agent, plot can be. But then he was relieved. If even Phil Coulson, a friend who can be regarded as a friend, is dying for the sign-in reward, isn't he enslaved by the sign-in reward? More cautioned. Sky is likely to become one of his woods, and there's no way he's ever going to live with Phil Coulson again. Yes! Fei Lan opened his mouth and spewed out a dragon-blasting ray, directly blasting Loki out, smashing through the wall and disappearing behind the hole. He didn't go after him. Next, there's a plot that needs Loki's participation. Let him wander for a while. Phil Coulson hurriedly turned around when he heard the movement, saw Fei Lan and the entrance of the cave, and then saw the Loki phantom in front of him disappear, and he probably understood what was going on. "Fei, let me out," Thor from the air prison shouted while propping up against the glass wall. But he forgot. This thing Fury setting is touch it and it will fall automatically. E.T. Crack A. Hey! The trap stuck in the air cell was opened, and the air cell and Thor were hooked to the spaceship. Fei Lan shook his head hilariously and turned into a thunder element to catch up, but he didn't save Thor. Midair. Thor was dazed by the rolling air prison, and Wei finally found his footing and slammed his legs and held Mjolnir straight to the side. Boom! The super-thickened steel glass in the air prison was shot through, and Thor was dangerously exposed to the sun, and then the air prison was smashed to the ground, and the dust stirred up was nearly 100 meters high. As for the air prison in the pothole, it was even more torn apart and lost its full shape. And Thor. It was Fei Lan who was quick-witted and grabbed the back of his neck to avoid the dilemma of falling on the ground and getting injured. 10. Let go of me. Thor roared, the warriors of Asgard will never be, I'll go. Thor was thrown down by Fei Lan, and he grabbed his Mjolnir, smashing his limbs to the ground. This is his punishment. Probably because Fei Lan worked hard to catch up, but you didn't even give a famous scene? Even an F-class blind box. Throwing away the quiet Mjolnir, Fei Lan turned around and shot at the space carrier in the sky. This time, I'm not afraid of flying over my head and colliding directly with the space carrier. But at the moment, the last battle between Natasha Romanoff and Barton ended with Natasha Romanoff petrifying Barton in half, and then knocking him unconscious with a big ear. Phil Coulson is dead, Fury mourned on the combat channel. The rescue team will be in place right away. Hill said immediately, up to 1.2. It's useless. Fury sighed, he's dead. The battle channel was dead silent, and everyone's heart was heavy. Phil Coulson's popularity is undoubtedly the best in S.H.I.E.L.D. He has more or less friendship with everyone present. The result is this. Only Fei Lan has many doubts in his heart. Didn't he just save Phil Coulson? Did Loki go and come back? But Loki picked him up with a dragon blast, and even if he still has action, he dares to come back? Does he know that Fei Lan is going after Thor? According to Loki's character, he should have escaped with his tail between his legs. Thinking so, Fei Lan returned to the spaceship from the empty cage of the row hook and stared at Phil Coulson, who was leaning against the wall with a frown, and found that he really had no roar suction, but the fatal wound was. The sharp blade in the back of the heart pierces the wound? Fei Lan isn't sure. Is Phil Coulson's heart beating? With Fei Lan's current hearing, he can hear the heartbeat of people within 5 meters under his concentration. But listen carefully. Phil Coulson's heartbeat is gone, as if the heartbeat just followed was misheard. How did he die, Dad? Fei Lan looked at Lu Fury strangely. From the back with Loki's mind scepter, Fury sighed. Fei Lan was a little surprised. Could it be that Loki is really bold and dares to come back to find trouble if he has the chance to escape? Thinking room. The medical staff who were busy beside Phil Coulson also gave up Zhao's rescue of Phil Coulson, packed up their equipment and prepared to go to the police station to work on them. This wave of sudden attacks, the injured agent should not be too many. And Phil Coulson's corpse, which was also put into the body bag of S.H.I.E.L.D., was carried away by 2 agents. Fei Lan almost had to believe that the Loki stuff really went back and forth. But suddenly, he could clearly hear Phil Coulson's heart beating again. Wasn't it an illusion last time I heard it? There must be 2 minutes before and after this, right? Fei Lan thought of the tetrodotoxin that Fury used for suspended animation in Captain America 2, the disintegration of S.H.I.E.L.D., which Banner had developed to kill the Hulk. So, Fury is trying to make Phil Coulson light and dark. I don't know if it was already aware that something was wrong, or if it was the habitual backstop of the 3 caves of the Cunning Rabbit. Shook his head. He didn't regret saving Phil Coulson. He died once and was rescued by the Kree Corpse potion, and the policeman who faked death was still very big. At least not to suffer from that strange sound. Even. Fei Lan also beckoned to summon a ghost from the shadow of Phil Coulson's body bag to return to his shadow, making Fury think that he had given up the coordinates of Phil Coulson. But in fact, this is Fei Lan resummoning the dying Wulong, and the ghost in Phil Coulson's shadow is still there. In the war room. Fei Lan has closed the live broadcast room, so they don't need to watch the next good show. Fei Lan, Thor, Tony, T'Challa, and Rogers were sitting. Fury was holding a stack of bloody cards with an ugly face, and Hill stood by with a serious face. Natasha Romanoff is coaching the head-on Barton, not here. Fury dropped the bloody stack of cards on the table, the one signed by Rogers. Phil Coulson said he wanted to show it to his girlfriend, but now it seems that there is no chance. 33 Fury sighed, now our communication is cut off, the space gem is missing, and it went to Banner, and my best men also, 99. The crowd was silent. Only Fei Lan leaned on the back of the chair, watching Fury's performance with great interest. Fury continued, I want to use space gems to make weapons of mass destruction. A shocking conflict in Asgard destroyed one of our towns. Shouldn't we allow us to resist? I have an even bolder plan, Tony knows, the Avengers, to assemble the most powerful people on Earth to take revenge on those who dare to do wrong to the Earth. But what I need is for them to be able to fight side by side when it matters, not to blame each other. Phil Coulson believed that to the death, but I'm not very firm now. The crowd was still dead silent. Obviously, the death of Phil Coulson was a big blow to them. Besides Fei Lan, they are the Crown Prince of Wakanda, the most powerful technology on Earth, Iron Man with the most advanced weapons on Earth, the most famous superhero on Earth, and the most powerful god on Earth. Everyone has their own pride. They didn't care about Loki at all, and it's their pride that killed Phil Coulson. They blame themselves. Only Fei Lan. He saw that Fury also said almost the same, there is basically no drama to watch. He also said, actually, I probably know where the space gem is. All eyes are on Fei Lan. Where? Tony got up first. I have a few accounts to settle with Loki, 99. Thor rarely defended his brother. Fury is also staring at Fei Lan. Fei Lan said, Loki is like Thor, arrogant but more conceited. He can't open the door of space in the wilderness, and he doesn't have enough energy to heat the space gem to 100 million degrees, then the high-profile stage of Fu Pavilion. Sufficient energy, the spotlight is. The tower building. Tony gritted his teeth. This damn bastard. I must kill him. 99. Then what are you waiting for? Stop him in the past. Fury also stopped his pre-battle encouragement and simply said, Fei Lan, take them directly to New York. Be sure to open the door before the space. It's too late. Fei Lan shook his head and said, my ghost just reported that Dr. Ai Rue had activated the space stabilization device 10 minutes ago, and now the space gem can supply itself with energy, and the space gate can be used at any time. It can be opened, but Loki still lacks a suitable audience, so the curtain has not been opened yet. The crowd was silent again. With Loki's character, he really does. Fury said decisively, since that's the case. Let's face the war. Everyone, you have 10 minutes to prepare, 10 minutes to assemble here, and Fei Lan will send everyone to the battlefield. I asked Wakanda's Black Panther fighter to inquire first. Tekka said. Fury nodded silently. Everyone immediately got up to prepare. 10 minutes later, they will fight to the death. Fury, Hill, and Fei Lan sitting firmly on Mount Tai were left in the war room for a while. Phil Coulson is feigning death. Fei Lan said directly, "Why, do you want him to go underground? He doesn't care whether this is monitored or not. The Hydra is his person anyway." Fury's face changed. But there was no refutation, but a warning glance at Hill. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Fei Lan said angrily. "Hill, my wife, understand?" Fury sad face 0 hashtag. She is still mine. However, Fei Lan's fist was bigger, so Fury chose to swallow it. Fei Lan ignored Fury. He got up and came to Hill's side and rubbed her hair a little distressed. Why did he work so hard? This indulgence. It made Hill look a little uncomfortable, but he didn't dodge. "Do you want power?" Fei Lan suddenly said, "I have a devil fruit here which can open doors on any object, including the air. The combat capability is not strong, but the thief can escape. You're the commander, so you may ask questions." Fei Lan takes Jaiminmin fruit from Fantong space, and Hill can take it at any time. Hill frowned for a while and asked, "I recently watched One Piece with Natasha Romanoff. It seems that everyone can only eat one of these devil fruits. It should be." Fei Lan was uncertain. After all, this world is not the same as that world. Natasha Romanoff can still swim in the sea. Hill hesitation for a few seconds, still shaking his head. "I remember that the fruit of the door is CP9. It is completely auxiliary. I am the commander of the back line. It is better to give me more space for the front line." Unexpectedly, the reason for her refusal turned out to be people are more valuable. Fei Lan put his hands away, nodded and said, "Yes, the fruit of the sect is too weak, and I will give you a better one in the future." Hill didn't refuse either, just stared at Fei Lan steadily. This moment. She suddenly felt that falling in love with Fei Lan might be the most correct choice in her life. Aside, Fury watched Fei Lan put away the fruit of the door and wanted to open his mouth, but thought about it. He didn't have such a big face at Fei Lan. And if Fei Lan wants to trade, he will find Fury himself, otherwise Fury's words are useless. 10 minutes passed quickly. Tony and others put on their respective jerseys, and Natasha Romanoff and Barton also returned. Fei Lan waved at Hill, led everyone into the dark world, and emerged from the ghost coordinates in the Osborne building opposite the tower building. The ghost coordinates of the tower building opposite were all found and eliminated by Loki. Fei Lan leads the charge on the Rusta building. It's time to give Loki a Xia G8 Falls and take away the psychic scepter first. In no mood. After all, the accident was one step ahead of his plan. Fei Lan failed to find Loki's figure in the Tower Yun building. He was hiding. On the contrary, Eric was standing on the terrace, looking at the space stabilization device obsessively. This is his Kuei-Bao built according to alien technology. In his state, obviously he can't ask anything. Fei Lan picked up Eric's neck and used Fantasy Killer to disinfect him, only to see the blue mist and yellow light in the latter's eyes flickering, and then it was absorbed by Fei Lan's right hand. This made Fei Lan frown slightly. But there is no way to do it now, let's talk about it later. Putting down Eric, he has recovered his sanity and is thinking about what he has done in front of him. His face is very ugly. At this time, Tony flew over, with Tala and Rogers on the left and right, and Barton on his back. Really big guy pendant. Thor flew over by himself. Natasha Romanoff stayed on the opposite side. Dr. Eric Hang, you'd better stop this device immediately. Tony snapped, do you know what you're doing now? AI Rui has woken up and knows what he has done. It's too late. He said guiltily, it has already started. The pure energy shield cannot be broken by energy, it can only be opened and closed by physical means, but there is no metal in the high-temperature Earth of 100 million degrees at the core. 22. 100 million degrees? I can. Tekala suddenly said, the melting point of vibranium is 1 billion degrees Celsius. Let me try it. AI Rui's eyes lit up when he heard the words. He pointed to a device and said, there is the safety device I set up. You can cut off the energy cycle of the space gem by pressing it. Everyone was surprised to hear that. It really just happened to be specially checked. It can withstand 1 billion degrees Celsius temperature, and AI Ruasia has set up a safety device? Fei Lan is the most incredulous right now. Could it be that Avengers 1 is over without the door to space? But now there is obviously no reason to call to stop, and to turn off the space stabilization device directly. How can it be considered a famous scene? It just so happens that I can also test whether the plot created by myself can be recognized by the traditional system. So he has no rhyme. Watching Eri directing T'Challa to find a good angle, and then reaching for the space stabilization device, a large amount of blue energy surged immediately, which was absorbed by his Black Panther suit. But the energy of space gems is too much. The little Black Panther suit can't absorb much at all, and the nature of vibranium is destined that it can't be blasted by energy. Then a blue energy wave bloomed from the Black Panther suit, and Eri, who bore the brunt of it, should have died on the spot, but was teleported by Fei Lan, who reacted quickly, and then took him away with a spell-free spell. By the way, Barton also took him with him. But Fei Lan has only 2 hands, and psychokinesis is not blessed with immunity spells. So Thor, Tony, and Rogers are miserable. They were hit by the energy wave without any defense, and the worst, Thor and Tony threw the hook outside the balcony. Rogers broke the tempered glass of the tower building, and heard a series of movements inside, obviously deep, very. And all the tempered glass on the upper half of the tower building was also shattered by this energy wave. Fei Lan glanced at Thor and Tony. Thor's physique resisted in the end, and Mjolnir took off after a round of slowdown halfway. Although Tony's steel suit had a blast mark on his chest, fortunately, the small arc reactor had no accident and could still fly staggeringly. Then it will be fine. Fei Lan put down AI Rui and Barton in the Osborne building, and once again dodged Roger's hook and found him in the master bedroom on the other side of the building. Quickly step on his Rice team's buttocks, stabilize his figure, and activate the healing ability at the same time. Fortunately, just following Roger's instinct to protect the vibranium shield in front of him, otherwise it is estimated that he will die on the spot, and Fei Lan will not come to save him. Rogers narrowly escaped death, terrified as he stood up. Is it so scary? It was almost destroyed before it even started? Is everyone okay? T'Challa in the combat channel hurriedly asked. I'm Rogers. Fei Lan saved me. My suit is damaged and needs to be replaced. Thor didn't ask questions. I'm Barton, and I'm on the Osborn building with Dr. Eric Heng. Dr. Eric Heng said that the Mind Scepter has energy similar to the Space Gem and can break the energy shield. The voice fell. A blue beam of light radiated magnetically into the sky and spread out at the height of the clouds, forming a dark blue space gate. The war is on. Rogers just glanced at it, and Fei Lan said, You command or I command? Battlefield command was supposed to be Rogers' job, but he was diligent and respectful and asked Fei Lan for his opinion. After all, so far, there seems to be no Fei Lan who wouldn't. Fei Lan thought for a while. Now Loki is nowhere to be seen, and the classic matchup between him and Tony is gone, so that's probably what happened next. Then implement his own plan. You command the ground, find Loki as soon as possible. He is not in the tower building. Fei Lan twisted his neck. Give me the sky battlefield. You pay attention to the fish that slip through the net. Finished. Fei Lan turned into an electric light and shot into the sky, instantly arriving in front of the space gate. The first batch of Chitauri assault boats were also rushing out from the space gate. Crack. Ziz. But it was Thor who took the lead, inciting the lightning in the clouds to bless himself and using Mjolnir to impress dozens of electric lights, giving the vanguard troops a pot. It also affected Fei Lan, but it didn't do him any harm. Fei Lan glanced at him speechlessly. Thor, who was standing on the lightning rod of the tower building, was also surging with lightning. Are you Thor? Massive thunder alchemy, thunder and lightning surged out, directly including the space gate with a diameter of 30 meters. All the Chitauri assault boats that dared to emerge died on the spot. Except for ashes. No object can pass through the sea of lightning. Thor. Are you Thor or am I Thor? Speechless. He frowned and reminded, Fei, keep your stamina. We don't know how long this match will last. Fei Lan didn't have the elementalization of thunder, and his earphones could pick up the signal, but he didn't bother to answer. Save energy? Sorry, my stamina is unlimited. Fei Lan continues to maintain the sea of thunder and lightning, and expands with the expansion of the space gate. 100% perfect cover without dead ends. This made Rogers and the others below look a little stunned. Is Fei Lan so terrifying? The door to this space has been open for almost 3 minutes. Except for the first batch that Thor knocked down, there was a whole corpse, and the only thing that fell down was a scum. Can you believe it? The corpse was cremated on the spot, and the equipment was directly alchemized by thunder. This is Fei Lan's specially developed tricks for the present, one thunderstorm cloud. At the same time, in addition to the 6 previously destroyed Black Panther fighters, all the remaining 94 arrived on the battlefield. Captain, order it. Tekka said. There can only be one brain in the battlefield, and T'Challa at the moment is just an ordinary Avenger. Rogers is also welcome. Commanding small teams to play more with less is his forte. The Black Panther fighter is suspended at the gate of space, ready to fire, and don't let any fish slip through the net. Special investigation will let you command. 19. Barton is staring at the sky and reporting any situation. Tony, Thor, Natasha Romanoff and me go find Loki. Fei Lan can't hold on forever, must get the psychic scepter there. Fury, get all the police in New York with us, move civilians while searching for Loki. 3. A series of instructions, all arrangements are in good order. Everyone is busy doing their jobs. Only Fei Lan is the one who smiles, and how can a man say no? Grandpa can really hold on. Because there is no Sita Rue's army destruction, so now New York is no different except that there is an extra space gate in the sky and a large cloud of thunder and lightning is blocked there. Some New York civilians even laughed and held up their mobile phones to take pictures of what they had done before. What? Evacuate? Does this seem dangerous now? No hurry, no hurry. Wait until I finish taking photos, videos, tweeting, and replying to comments. Not to mention that the United States has a very good population control style, and this style of taking risks, death, is very the United States. Rogers and others have to find a way to find Loki, and they have no time to deal with them, so they can only ask the New York police to communicate. But for the United States, which speaks about human rights on the surface, it is obviously useless to talk about it with your mouth. This made other viewers who watched the scene condescendingly in Fei Lan's live broadcast room, said, "See you soon." They didn't see the Chittery from the first point of view. They looked like 100 flowers in full bloom. You're all right now, what about later? No one can stop these people who are going to die. And in the sky. With the expansion of the space gate to a diameter of 50 meters, the Chitauri landing ship, which resembles the King 8, can finally enter the gate. The armor was so thick that even lasers could not cut it, allowing it to pass through thunderstorm clouds safely, but only a layer of skin was smelted by thunder alchemy, and a large amount of molten iron dripped from the armor to the ground. Oh, God. What is this? Too big. Wait. Should we run? No, you see, Thor rose again. 99. People who didn't know Fei Lan's title directly called it Thor. And he did not let the Chittery landing ship pass safely. In the center of the thunderstorm, he fluttered and punched the Chittery landing ship in front of him. Bull spell. Weighted rock technique. Armed arrogance. Boom. With a loud noise, the Chittery landing ship, whose armor was weakened by thunder alchemy, was blasted off without any accident. It made a free fall from the sky and fell heavily to the ground. Boom 11. Boom. 193. There were 2 roars, and 2 pieces of debris fell on a crossroad and a square. This place has a characteristic, that is, there are many people. A small pebble dropped from a high floor can smash dead man, let alone a big thing with a starting weight of 2 tons. Those who were hit directly must be dead without a whole corpse and no negotiation. However, when it was smashed down, the airwaves flew, and if you were lucky, there would be rescue. 10p. It's dead man. Run. It will continue to fall. Squeeze. Police squeeze. I have the best field of vision for taking pictures. I'll give it to you. Go away. 39. God bless, I will not join in the fun next time. 33. When there was a threat of death, the crowd finally stopped looking up at the sky and fled out of the city madly. As for those lying dead, who cares? But unfortunately, the catastrophic disaster is not only killed by smashing, but Chittery who survived the wreckage of the Chittery landing ship, but everyone is equipped with energy rifles, and one shot directly vaporizes the person without leaving ashes. True death without proof. This time the crowd fled even more desperately, and even the policeman was found and asked him to block the gun in the back so that he could escape for his life. The Black Panther fighters that had been hovering in the sky for a long time arrived late, and a round of concentrated fire wiped out these remnants of defeated soldiers. Follow closely. The sky smashed into 2 pieces of the wreckage of the Chitauri landing ship. Having gained experience this time, T'Challa immediately commanded 3 Black Panther fighters to inspect and found that Chittery was directly bombed and killed. Look, boom, 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 boom. Pieces of the wreckage of the Chitauri landing ship fell from the sky, and the landing point was completely unpredictable. Fei Lan could only try not to let them hit near the Tower Building and the Osborne Building. In addition to Natasha Romanoff and their activities in the vicinity, but also because the two buildings are his property. As for those civilians? Given enough time for you to retreat and not retreat, how about taking pictures of TMD? Got smashed to death? Should. But they obviously did not have this awareness and blamed all the faults on Thor, secretly remembering and hating the figure in the sky. Fei Lan didn't know that he could still be hated by others. I know and don't care. He was a bit busy at the moment. The space gate has expanded to 200 meters in diameter, enough for 4 Chitauri landing ships to enter the door side by side, and it seems that there is a trend of expansion. Fei Lan, the thunderstorm cloud, currently only covers a range of 200 meters in diameter. Really feel short. After all, it is the thundering fruit that controls the difficulty of a dash. He has been developing it for 2 months. It can continuously cover a diameter of 200 meters, and the lightning intensity is thunder alchemy. It is already very good. If you lower the intensity of lightning, you don't need continuous coverage and only focus on explosion damage. Fei Lan can also summon rhythm once, enough to cover the 10,000-meter sea of lightning. But the strength is at most like killing ordinary people. Seeing the edge of the space gate, the range of the thunderstorm cloud had already protruded, but Fei Lan was unable to extend it any further. And Chitauri's side is also keenly aware of this. But they did not act immediately. Instead, they dispatched a small number of Chitauri assault boats that were no longer dispatched and quietly entered the door from the edge of the space. Fei Lan was busy with the Chitauri landing ships and had no time for duplication to take care of these Chitauri assault boats. He moved the range of the thunderstorm cloud so as not to find a concentric seat belt. Afterwards, I know, special investigation, my thunderstorm cloud can only be opened so big. I will still give these big men to me, and the flies that leak out will be handed over to you. You've done enough, Fei Magician. Tekala said sincerely, let us share the rest for you. The Black Panther fighters were divided into half and moved in front of the empty space gate. I can handle it in the beginning. But when the space gate expands to 250 meters in diameter, about 5 times the diameter and 25 times the area in the original play, the space gate has stopped expanding, but the Black Panther can't handle it either. Even though Fei Lan blocked 4/5 of the space gate alone and killed all the Chitauri landing ships and 21 SHIELDS-21 Quinn fighters rushed to support. But there are only the crescent-shaped space gates left, and the impulsive Chitauri assault boats are also massive. The opposite seems to have launched a full-scale charge, and the army is directly pressed. Zero asking for flowers. There are already Chitauri assault boats, daring to pass through the fire blockade of the fighter group and fly to New York City to wreak havoc. These are few in number, but widely dispersed, and cannot be confronted by ordinary police officers at all. Chitauri assault boats are also air units anyway, so where can small pistols be able to deal with them? Resignedly, Tony and the others, who were looking for Loki, had to turn around and hunt down these captured fish. 47 minutes after the gate of the space opened, the battlefield finally expanded into New York City. And, as the Kuhn-style fighters in the sky ran out of ammunition and were shot down by Chitauri assault boats, only the Black Panther fighters using vibranium as ammunition were gradually left, and they were still struggling to support. But nearly a third of the firepower was lost, leaving a huge dead end in the firepower network of the fighter group. A large number of Chitauri assault boats, passing over the Black Panther fighters with protective shields, rushing to New York City to strengthen the team, can already chase some of the Avengers in turn. To make matters worse, Chitauri's commander found a way to break Fei Lan's 2 punches with 1 punch. He made the 9 Chitauri landing ships in a 9-square hug and followed closely behind the other 9-square Chitauri landing ships. Urua just dredged the sewers, filled the space door with impulsiveness. Fei Lan didn't notice it for a while and proceeded according to the amount of 1 boat. Result: he only smashed the first ship, the remaining 8 were blown away, and 3 of them were affected and crashed due to power, but in the end, a full 5 survived. And the next batch of Jeogong Jekatarwi landing ships were impulsive again. Fei Lan had no time to chase and kill these 5 Katarwi landing ships. And the Jeogong Jekatarwi landing ship has only one chance to give him a punch. Can he continue to punch it all? Madan. Young master still doesn't believe it. He really used all his strength this time. The cow spell was activated to the greatest extent, and the swelling of the body that had not been seen for a long time rhythm again. This is the performance of the strength of the increase exceeding the physical limit. Bull spell. Weighted rock technique. Armed arrogance. As well as shake the fruit. Boom. 99. Yesterday wipe. Fei Lan's inevitable fist when it landed on the armor of the first Chidori landing ship. The tearing force generated by the shattered space rift directly tore the 3 ships of this type into a large number of pieces. Boom! The shock wave generated by the shattered space is the real power of the shock fruit. The rippling spatial fluctuations are like a breeze, blowing over the Chitauri landing ship, and the heavy armor hung with molten iron seems to be weathered. Spider cracks crawled all over the ship, shattering into pieces no bigger than the file size of an adult head, and raindrops fell towards New York City. Even the aftermath swept through the distance, shattering a small part of the Zatori that was close. The power of one punch is so terrifying. House grass. Fei Lan was so frightened by his own punch that he was so strong already. But then, I feel a little emptiness in my body, which is a sign of exhaustion. This powerful punch also comes with a price. Well, however, dog spell. Horse charms. His stamina was restored in an instant, and then he raised his fist and punched the next Jeogong Jekatarui landing ship. The space gate was guarded by Fei Lan again. But the police forgot. The first wave was the Chidori landing ship that was spared the 5 ships. It is these 5. Let the Avengers below experience what powerlessness is. The Black Panther fighter's energy weapon was completely unable to break through the heavy armor of the Chidori landing ship. Thor's lightning was a tickle, and Tony's rain and lasers were equally ineffective. Instead, it's the Chidori landing ship. Their size is comparable to a building, and cruising in the city can be called the existence of bulldozers and thatched houses, and they can easily hit a tower and a building without damaging themselves. The Avengers are helpless, but they can only rely on themselves. Fei Lan is a bit too busy with one punch and 9 ships. Where can I help? The Rogers had to meet temporarily to figure out how to deal with this thing. Damn. Finding smashed 9 of these things with one punch. Can't we even have one? 99, Thor said aggrieved. At most, his hammer knocked them out of the way, and he was still far from being knocked to death. Now is not the time to complain. What can you do? Rogers pointed to the core. I can petrify their shells and have them hammered by Thor, but I can't fly. Can Tony come? I was targeted by a big toy, and I brought it here immediately to test your plan. Tony said helplessly on the combat channel. Isn't Banner here yet? Did he come on an old-fashioned motorcycle? Now all they can count on is Banner, the representative of power. As if to punch Tony in the face. Banner really had to ride an honest motorcycle, suddenly coming slowly from the messy road. Rogers immediately greeted him and finally came. But Banner looked up at the sky in horror, watching Fei Lan punch 9 Chittery landing ships, for fear that wreckage would hit him on the head. Boom. If you drive without looking at the road, even if you drive at a slow speed, you will fall over. Fortunately, Banner had also arrived. He casually stood up and patted the soil. What's the situation now? Banner asked. I'm not too late, am I? No, you came just in time, or I'll have to fuck myself. Natasha Romanoff said bitterly. Banner is here? Tony was surprised in the combat channel. Let you call Hook Hulk, I'll bring him a gift. Tucking room. Tony flew from a corner at the intersection 100 meters away, followed by the Chittery landing ship, which was almost half the width of the street, and rammed straight towards Rogers. When Banner saw this, he consciously greeted him. Dr. Banner. Rogers stopped him worriedly. Now is the time to be angry. At the moment. Tony flew over Banner's head. Tell your secret, Captain. Banner smiled and turned his head. I've been angry since I entered New York City. The voice fell. The gentle Banner grew bigger, thicker, and greener in vein, breaking through his thin shirt, turning into the whole cow, punching the nose of the Chittery landing ship. VAR equals 0. The Chittery landing ship seemed to have hit Fei Lan, and its forward momentum was stagnant, and the inertia made its tail tilt up, and it was about to roll over and fall. Natasha Romanoff's brows are raised. It's her turn to play. The index finger printed on her flaming red lips lightly raised, and the pink kiss fell on the waist armor of the Chittery landing ship, and 1/6 of the area was petrified. Thor was just an easy fly hammer at this time, which was to intercept and smash the Chittery landing ship. And this scene. Fei Lan, who is seen by Superman in the sky, has a panoramic view. This is why he is willing to block the door and kill. This position has a good view. Ding. Congratulations for signing in the famous scene Hulk's first righteous attack and getting the sign-in reward D-Class blind box. Ding. Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, the Avengers' first joint questioning and killing the enemy to get the sign-in reward, level blind box. Today's edition is updated with 13,145 words, adding more to 3,000 evaluation votes. The old iron who voted must double the fortune. Inch. Can. Although the blind box level is low, the number is doubled. Fei Lan was happy, and even the landing ship of Jiogong Jekatarui was much more powerful. And the ground battlefield. With Hulk's strong support, the Chittery landing ship, which was helpless before, was also punished. The Hulk first hammered the Chittery landing ship and knocked it down from the sky, allowing Natasha Romanoff to threaten the Chittery landing ship, petrifying the heaviest armor on the waist, and then finally hammered by Thor. When the three asked. Soon the remaining 4 Chittery landing ships were killed. The last ship didn't even wait for Natasha Romanoff to come. Hulk lifted a piece of armor and inserted it into the back of the Chittery landing ship. Thor hammered it down like a nail, cutting off the hub of the Chittery landing ship, etc. It lost power and crashed to the ground. Over the head of the Chittery landing ship, Thor was excited to hold Mjolnir aloft, celebrating the victory in their Asgardian fashion. But maybe it's too noisy, or maybe it's just revenge. The Hulk next to him slanted down Thor and then, boom. In an understatement, Thor, who was celebrating, was smashed by the Hulk and hit a Zitteray assault boat that was speeding past, which can be regarded as an increase in the number of kills. Ding. Congratulations on signing in the famous scene Hulk and his teammates' little joke. Get the sign-in reward F-Class blind box. La? It turns out that this is Hulk's little joke. Except Thor, It's hard to say that other people, 8 or 90, take a punch. Shaking his head. Fei Lan's practice makes perfect with his stand-up hook. His eyes have been searching for the figure of the Avengers underground, and there may be a famous scene. This is not. Fei Lan saw Rogers, besieged by a group of Zeta Swiss soldiers. I saw that he was not afraid to protect himself with the vibranium shield. Gung threw the vibranium shield at the right moment. First hit the head of a Zeta Swiss soldier, knocked him unconscious, and at the same time bounced out a super obtuse angle and hit the next Zeta Swiss soldier's neck. Then the next. Only one flying shield throw. Not to mention the fact that 6 Zeta Swiss soldiers were brought down. The most important thing was the vibranium shield, and in the end, he turned around and caught it. This is outrageous writing. Even Fei Lan. He thinks that he can't play this anti-physical flying shield without using psychokinesis to cheat. Congrats on signing in the famous scene Rogers' anti-physical flying shield. Get the sign-in reward C-Class blind box. Spray. Rogers' specialty is only worth 1 C-level blind box, which is a bit miserable. But it's also better than Tony's stubborn one. This product has not even contributed to an F-Class blind box since the arrival of Loki. Even the Avengers linkage skills that he just circled, he just acted as a bait task, and he didn't even shoot an energy cannon. And because of Loki's hiding in eggs, Tony and Loki's classic landing is gone, and the famous scene of failed mind manipulation has also come to nothing. Fortunately, there is also a nuclear bomb flying over the gate of space. Weed. Fei Lan suddenly thought of a key question. The reason why the World Security Council is in such a hurry to drop the nuclear bomb is entirely because it wants to eliminate the Avengers. By the way, wipe out the alien army. Because of the threat of the Avengers, Pierce sees the obstacles to Hydra's control of the world. But now, the middle and senior level of Hydra became Fei Lan's subordinates, and they dared to go to New York for a nuclear bomb? Don't want to solve the symbol of life and death? More cautioned. Fei Lan has a dark world to escape directly, and the lethality of the nuclear bomb to him is still known. If he was allowed to escape, the entire middle and high level of Hydra will be uprooted. Yes, there is a high probability that a nuclear bomb will not be fired at New York again. Isn't Tony completely useless? Forget it. Let's find a way to grab Loki first and then close the gate of Shao space. Fei Lan doesn't have the skills to find people, but he can mobilize the masses. Taking advantage of the gap between the Jiogong Jekatarwi landing ship, he changed the name of the live broadcast room. You need to find Loki to close the door of the space. Please notify your friends in New York to help find it. In the lower right corner, Fei Lan also put a photo of Loki on the Void Live ball, as well as the appearance of the Mind Scepter, and also reminded him that he would transform into magic, and any ordinary civilian could be him. Although Fei Lan has not said a word in the live broadcast room since the broadcast until now. But as the only first view of the Great War in New York, the influx of audiences from all over the world is extremely terrifying. Today, the online audience of the live broadcast room has exceeded 1.9 billion. There are only about 4 billion netizens around the world. More cautioned. In front of some live broadcast rooms, more than a few people are watching, and the number of people who are paying attention around the world is properly over 2 billion. In the face of such a huge population base, the news that Loki can open and close the door to the space was widely circulated within 1 minute. The civilians in New York were notified in 2 minutes, and all 80 adults around Manhattan were aware of it in 5 minutes. Then there is the vigorous find Loki. What if Loki will transform? Simple, just ask. Paku, when was the last time you wet the bed? I guess you don't know what I did to you that night. Jess, you said that homosexuality is true love, so when are you going to confess to me? 33. I think you might be Loki, you fat bitch. Ku. Did you give it to me that day? I knew that your brother was worthy of my conspiracy. At first, it was only a relatively bad problem, and later it became a large-scale rollover scene of taking the opportunity to ask the truth. A large number of people became angry because of their shame, and they knocked the questioner to the ground with their backhands, and then the two quarreled and scuffled. And in this Finding Loki, an old man leaned on crutches and stared coldly at the sky, surrounded by a large number of strong men with cold bread, isolating him from the outside, trying to farce. Suddenly, a child who was picked up and wearing a Fei Lan real-life mask walked by quickly. The old man's gloomy stare made the child a little scared, but he dared to look at him. "Humph," the old man said disdainfully, "sooner or later I will put you and Thor." I couldn't hear the next words because of the distance, but it made the child suspicious. This old man seems to hate his idol very much, and there is also resentment towards the stupid big guy with the hammer. Could he be Loki transformed? Think of this. Little Peter patted Aunt May and said, "The old grandpa just now may be the Loki the idol is looking for." 99. Huh? Really? May stopped and asked strangely, "How did you know that?" Little Peter repeated his conjecture. Although May thinks the possibility is very low, the reason is also very far-fetched. But he stomped his feet and said, "Can you tell, Steve Rogers who it is?" From the shadow under her feet, a black hand stretched out and retracted with an okay gesture. Subsequently, May didn't leave either, staying in the corner with little Peter, pretending to be paying attention to the battle, but actually staring at Loki from the corner of his eye. Her cautious approach was right, because even the corner of the light made the old man look back. He seemed to be aware of something, turned his head and said something to a strong man beside him. The strong man immediately disappeared into the crowd and leaned towards this side. And May didn't notice. At the same time, just about to kill the Zeta Swiss soldiers who were hiding in the bank, Rogers was slightly exhausted and gasped, and continued to kill another place without rest. It has been an hour since the door of the space opened. Even Rogers, who claims to play all day, can't hold it anymore. Other than the Hulk, the rest of the Avengers were not much better. Hard to imagine. Fei Lan blocked 4/5 of the gates of the space by himself and slaughtered. He hasn't shown any signs of fatigue yet. How powerful should he be? Yeah, I can't find Loki again, and finally. Rogers frowned, but he didn't have time to find Loki now, and he wasn't short of people. In sorrow. A ghostly figure of a crouching dragon appeared under his feet, and he was holding a note written in crooked English, thanks to Simmons and Daisy for their careful teaching. It was written on the note that it was the suspected Loki message provided by May. But Rogers didn't know it was May's ghost and thought it was Fei Lan who sent him to inform him. After all, no one but Fei Lan can command the ghost, and the other Avengers are in the combat channel. On the other hand, Fei Lan has never spoken in the combat channel since he blocked the door. 0. Thinking so, Rogers knew immediately. Fei Lan has found Loki's location. On 17th Street near the Mountain Bridge, he was disguised as an old man and was guarded by a group of people, very conspicuous. Remember, the first target is the Psychic Scepter. It's a mind scepter. Fei Lan, who had just smashed the Jiogong Jekatarui landing ship in the sky, blinked in confusion. When did he say he found Loki? And coincidentally, Tony was cleaning out the Zeta Swiss soldiers on the edge of Manchester. When he heard this, he was overjoyed. Finally caught this rat. Finished. He flew up into the sky and his vision suddenly became clear. JRVIS instantly locked onto the little old man described by Rogers and precisely locked onto the crutches in his hand. Tony manipulated the steel suit to lean down and charge, while the armor opened the various warheads inside Lu Yun. Emission. Armor-piercing projectiles and microguide D are precisely positioned, and the target is directed at the old man. Since Fei Lan has determined that he is Loki, then he can only be Loki. Tony bombarded without hesitation. It can only be said that this was a misunderstanding, but the motherfucker is such a coincidence. Loki saw that Tony was bombing. Where could he hide? The old man's phantom faded, revealing the green divine suit wearing a reindeer horn helmet, waving the scepter of the mind with an energy ray, sweeping across and sweeping all the bombed ammunition down and detonating. At the same time, the strong men stationed beside him also took out various weapons and tilted bullets at Tony without hesitation. But Tony, relying on the steel suit, ignored the attacks of these mind-bewitched people and went straight to Loki to grab the mind scepter. Boom! Tony went straight through Loki and slammed down to the ground with too much force. This turned out to be a phantom duplication. I don't know when Loki was replaced. Without waiting for Tony to get up, the strong men next to them rode up one after another, trying to hold Tony down like an arhat, but the first time he was restrained from getting up. JRVS. Increased the energy output of the energy injector. Tony ramped up the fire and just jumped out from under the crowd. But where is Loki still? Damn. He escaped. Tony said angrily, block this area. He can't escape very far. All civilians back out. Or kill. The voice fell. Tony was already tipping the rest of the ammo, headshotting all the bewitched ones. Now is not the time for him to be soft-hearted. When Loki is hiding in these people? The lives of several people, and in New York, the United States, and the world, Tony chose the latter without hesitation. The civilians who were still watching the fun next to him saw that Iron Man had killed him. How could he dare to stay here? Sayatsi, hurry up and run out. Thor at the moment also arrived, and randomly chopped dozens of thunderbolts from the sky at the edge, but unfortunately did not draw Loki. 3.1 can only fall in front of those evacuated people, and always be alert to the surrounding with a hammer. Tony stood next to him, further reducing the chance of Loki mixing into the crowd. T'Challa jumped off the Black Panther fighter and landed on Tony's left. The Black Panther fighter above his head poured a lot of black powder. If Loki walked in stealth, he would definitely be contaminated. Natasha Romanoff and Barton are one step slower. They landed another Black Panther on the ground to Tony's right, and while they poured black powder, they kept their eyes on the ground for any possible footprints. There was no one left to guard the road leading to the inner battlefield of New York, and hope jumped from the buildings on the scene and came here. Loki, who was hidden in the encirclement, stood still. How to choose this? His brain was spinning at high speed. The other Avengers didn't move at all, for fear of giving Loki a chance to escape. It's hard to catch him. If he escapes again, then finding him again will be a long way off. Both sides are on hold, waiting quietly to see who will reveal the flaws first. Instead, Fei Lan, the fierce man who blocked the door of the space and killed for an hour, knew that Loki had been temporarily retained, and had an idea in his heart. It is time to end this war. But he didn't plan to just leave like this, and he had worked so hard to guard the space gate for so long, and it was unreasonable to lose it at the last moment. As for what to do, Fei Lan restrained the thunderstorm cloud that had been raging for 2 hours, stepped back a little 100 meters away to look at the space gate, and bowed slightly to gather strength and hold the handle of the water knife in his right hand. The destructive power of his full punch was already that strong. So, all-out punch. The destructive power of a full-strength punch is already so strong, so what about a full-strength punch? Fei Lan held the boot water in his hand and stared sharply at the door of the space. The 2-month sword force and lightning were wrapped around the boot water, and then wrapped in a layer of black lacquer. The power was restrained. Bull spell. Fighting sword. Shake the fruit. Armed arrogance. With only 4 layers of blessings, the space around the cultivating water has not yet been hooked and sheathed, and there are already cracks. Slash. Knife cut. The knife protruded like a dragon, and the waning moon knife chi was slashed by the gate of the space from the blade of the water-pulling knife. It was as fast as a flash of thunder and lightning. That is the space that was cut open and turned into a black hole trail, swallowing all the light. Jeogong Jekatarwi's landing ship stuck his head out, and when he bumped into the waning moon, there was not even a symbolic resistance. It crossed the Jeogong Jekatarwi landing ship like a broken bamboo. The waning moon knife slammed into the space gate unabated. According to Fei Lan's original intention, it could rush into the space gate and kill a part of the subsequent Jeogong Jekatarwi landing ship. Don't ask for all beheadings, at least buy him some time. So he can find Loki and close the door to the space with the Mind Scepter. But perhaps because this space is affected by the space gem, the space is extraordinarily unstable. This waning moon sword energy did not pass through the space gate, but Yurua Zhan was actually wrestling with the space gate. The crack in the space of thick waist hanging for adults was born from the collision center and then spread out of control to the entire space gate. From a distance, the space gate looks like broken tempered glass. Until this time. The Fei Lan jar lowered the hand that was raised when he drew the knife and slashed slightly, staring at the door of the space like a porcelain doll in astonishment. Was it almost chopped up by him? Pity. If I knew that his sword was so strong, I would continue to save it, so don't waste it here. When? Even if it is really the tyrant. Do not. Fei Lan glanced down, and the streets near the tower building had long been empty, filled with the wreckage of the Chittery landing ship that Fei Lan smashed. And at the moment, there are 4 familiar figures, walking on the street openly. The police are Tony, Rogers, Hulk, and Ant-Man, who is far from full-time. No doubt. These 4 people are from the future timeline at the moment are looking up at the sky in shock. Fei Lan's idea is, if he keeps the knife he just went around and goes to the end battle in another timeline, will Thanos still be a problem? With a sneer. The space gate that the sky is struggling to maintain, like a camel overwhelmed by the last straw, is already a black crack that has spread all over the world and has suddenly expanded by another point. 30 flavors. The space gate turned out to be a azure blue light spot that burst into the sky and completely disappeared without a trace. As for the Chitauri landing ships and assault boats that were originally going to pass, they also turned into a part of Lulu. Ding! Congratulations on signing the famous scene, smashing the gate of space with one knife, and winning the sign-in award, A-Class Blind Box. The corners of Fei Lan's mouth widened uncontrollably. His guess was right. You can create your own famous scene. But now is not the time to be happy. Although the old space gate is broken, the space gems below are still there, and the new space gate opens again according to the set coordinates. However, compared with the diameter of 250 meters just around, the newly opened space gate is only less than 5 meters. The crisis is not over yet. He looked again at the 4 Tonys who were still looking up at the sky with their mouths open. He made some decisions in his heart, and then shot the electricity to the encirclement of Tony and the others in the current timeline. Others can't find the invisible Loki. Fei Lan has the means. Without wasting time using psychokinesis to find it, he directly released the hook of ordinary thunder and lightning, covering all the dead spots within the exposed radius of brown rice. Loki, who was hiding 400 meters away from Fei Lan, never expected that Fei Lan, who could only expand a thundercloud with a diameter of 200 meters, suddenly expanded its range so much. Can the range of ordinary lightning and lightning alchemy strength be the same? In short, by the time Fei Lan put away the lightning cloud, Loki had already fallen to the ground with a fleshy aroma, and his invisibility had already been released. Fei Lan lay teleported over, and psychokinesis rolled up the psychic scepter on the ground, but didn't pick it up. Now that you encounter the soul gem, the initial absorption will be calculated in hours, which is not conducive to the subsequent plan. Tony and the others also rushed over at this time. Thor squatted worriedly and checked Loki, and was relieved to find that he was not still breathing. Fei Lan hesitated for a while, but dismissed the plan to heal Loki, and then put him back. He sank into the dark world, ready to close the door of the space first. In no mood. The Hulk, who always arrived, smashed to the ground heavily and also sent Loki, who was lying dead, to the ground, and then grabbed his right leg and grabbed it on the map, digging and grabbing again. Thor didn't have time to stop him, and by the time he reacted, Loki had already been thrown into the hole he made by the Hulk. What a weak god. Hulk mocked with disdain. Ding. Congrats on signing in the famous scene, Hulk's Ya G8 is a weak god. Get the sign-in reward, C-Class blind box. Okay. Hulk directly reproduced the original scene. And Loki is nowhere to be seen. Seeing that there is more air out and less air in. Look at him pour. Fei Lan stopped sneaking into the dark world without stepping on his feet, squatted down to test his breath, and used healing ability by the way. But Loki still didn't move, still looking like he was going to die. Fei Lan raised his brows. What about my outfit? Immediately said, if you can't afford it again, I will make you bend forever. Loki ejected and sat up on the spot, staring at Fei Lan resentfully. This time his plan failed. Fei Lan will definitely take the lead. Kiss, dare to avoid me? Fei Lan's eyes were wide open, and 2 lightning bolts slashed out from his eyes, one by one, with the strength of alchemy. Loki, if you won. Loki, smiley face. Loki, hit the street again. Shook his head. This Loki doesn't look as mindless as Thor, and he has no strength to jump around in front of him. Lost wisdom because of failure? Suddenly, Thor straddled between the two of them, complaining sincerely, Faye, I will punish him with the strictest Asgardian laws, so don't call out. The words haven't spoken yet. He suddenly screamed in pain, jumping up more than 3 meters high, wiping 2 bright 7 songs on his butt, just a finger away from the middle door. Don't ask, this was inserted by the younger brother he was protecting. Fei Lan doesn't care about their complicated family relationship. Give Thor the information. He took everyone into the dark space and emerged from the ghosts lurking in the tower building. Everyone came to the side of the space stabilization device. Fei Lan uses psychokinesis to manipulate the top of the psychic scepter, aiming at the safety device just pointed out by AI Rue. Nothing happened this time. The safety device interrupted the energy supply cycle, and the energy beams that connected to the gate of the sky gradually faded from bottom to top, and then the space gate opened to 10 meters without the energy supply, and it also dissipated. As for some flies that had just taken the opportunity to drill the hook, they had already been removed by the Black Panther fighters guarding there. Ding! Congratulations on signing in the famous scene. Close the door of the space with your own hands. Get the sign-in reward, E-Class blind box. Ding! Congrats on signing in the famous scene. One person is in charge, 10,000 people don't open. Get the sign-in reward, S-Class blind box. S-Class blind box. And it's a famous scene he created himself. Fei Lan couldn't help but take a deep breath, looking forward to this harvest. Only, the battle that belongs to the Avengers is over, but Fei Lan's side is still very early. He still did not hold the psychic scepter and threw it to Natasha Romanoff. It's finally over. Tony let out a long sigh. This time it's bad for me. I know that you have just opened the elaborate barbecue, so you can eat it later. Everyone just fought side by side, and it was when the friendship was strong. They all responded weakly to the next fight. It was really Zheng. Especially Barton. Compared with others, it is not super soldier serum, heart grass, T-virus. He is just a well-trained ordinary man. On the contrary, he blocked the door of the space and killed Fei Lan for more than 2 hours. He still looked like a light cloud, and he didn't even break the corner of his clothes. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but complain. Your physical strength is just changing. Don't you know what's the lesson? Is my physical strength good, don't you know? Fei Lan raised his eyebrows. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. Fei Lan, but she was very charming. There was no Xiaobai present. They all smiled kindly, but they didn't discuss this topic in depth. Tony even diverted the topic. You said that group battles weren't Kamartaj's forte? What was going on around you? Fei Lan shrugged and smiled without saying a word. Kamartaj can't fight in groups. What does it have to do with him, Fei Lan? Even if it's over now. But there is Loki who is not afraid of death. He cast his transformation magic and turned into Fei Lan and pretended to say, "Is my physical strength good, you don't know?" What could that be to ask woo 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 dash? Loki hasn't finished speaking yet. Thor found a device out of nowhere and slapped Loki on the mouth, leaving him speechless. At this time, Fei Lan's Superman's hearing vaguely heard some movement, but he didn't look at it. He healed Loki and said, "Loki, I have a question. Please answer it for me." 99. Loki didn't ask any questions. In fact, he couldn't open his mouth right now, but the disdain in his eyes showed that he wouldn't answer any questions. Fei Lan said to himself, "I want to see if you can control Tony with the Mind Scepter. How about it?" When speaking, he motioned for Natasha Romanoff to hand Loki the Psychic Scepter. Natasha Romanoff, without any hesitation, handed the Scepter of the Mind. Loki originally didn't answer regardless of any question, but he was told to control Tony and stared at Fei Lan suspiciously. He suspects Fei Lan is of phishing law enforcement. Fei Lan said, "You can do it," and urged Tony to take off the steel suit. Due to Fei Lan's encouragement, the steel suit was replaced much faster, and it was already possible to wear Akatsuki without the help of machinery. Others don't know why, but they are diligent in believing in Fei Lan, quietly watching the change. Loki hesitated, still took the bowl of the Scepter of Mind, and under the watchful eyes of many Avengers, used the tip of the scepter on Tony's heart. Although Tony was taken out of shrapnel by Fei Lan, he still wore a small arc reactor from time to time. The core of the small arc reactor is the new element, Phil Money, obtained from the space gem, which can also be regarded as the close relative of the space gem. The power of the Mind Stone and the power of chlorine should have been the absolute victory of the Mind Stone. But who made Loki so weak that the power of the Mind Gem that can be activated is less than 1/10,000th? So magically they cancelled each other out, and Loki's mind manipulation ended in failure. Ding! Congrats on signing in the famous scene, "Loki is not learning and ignorant. Get the sign-in reward, F-Class Blind Box." Is it okay to not learn skills? Loki was also very confused and didn't know what went wrong. Barton, the only person who was controlled, couldn't help but ask, "What is the principle?" 99. Only those who have been controlled by the mind will be eager to know how to fight it. Everyone looked at Fei Lan. Fei Lan said casually, "Tony's small arc reactor is a new element that his father discovered from the space gem. I guess Loki's failure should be related to this." He didn't mention that there was a Mind Stone in the Mind Scepter. Everyone nodded suddenly, and Barton's eyes were a little pity. At this moment, Fei Lan noticed that his live broadcast room was still open, and he glanced at the dense barrage that covered the screen. Thor Cowhide. Dimension Inspector Cowhide. Dimensional Observer 66666. The style of that knife. I'm wet. Reward, 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 reward. Human hero. This. Continue. Call. Do. God. Ay. I am going to give birth to monkeys for you. Looking at the barrage that doesn't seem to be useful, Fei Lan's trick roar is too lazy to play directly at the speed of light. The live room has been closed. The statistics of this live broadcast are in progress. Statistics are completed. Amount of gift, 9,755,747,417.1 meters of gold. Number of barges, 19,157,574,148. Following, 979,757,475 people winking face. Historical audience limit, 4,184,477,471 people. The Void Live Ball has completely escaped into the void. After detecting the activation password, the Void Live Ball will be activated again. 110, 100 cans, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10,000, 100 million. More than 9.7 billion rice gold rewards? 900 million followers? All-time high audience of 4.1 billion? This is really a reward of 2 yuan per person, and the market value of the world's top 100 companies will be directly obtained. It is better to ask legal income instead of illegal fundraising. But Fei Lan was shocked and then withdrew the money to Staji's own bank. Small money don't care. At this time, Tekala suddenly said, "Did you really just let Loki go?" The losses and casualties in this battle. Although because of Thor's presence, Tekala has room to speak. But the losses and casualties are real, and it doesn't make sense. Loki looked at Thor casually, and it wasn't his fault anyway, even if he was the culprit. Thor said with a headache, in the event of property damage, Asgard has a lot of inventory in the 9 realms, but Bifrost hasn't repaired it yet. Tony, please make the first move. I will pay more then. Tony nodded that it was fine. He had planned to form a post-war cleanup organization, and with Thor, the Prince of Asgard, he could do things more boldly. Property damage is born, as for the issue of casualties. Thor's phrase, "you will pay more at that time," has already implicitly expressed the plan. Even Thor knew that it was not easy to say it directly. Tala was not aggressive either. He knew from Shild, who knew the inside story, that Loki couldn't die on Earth. Recovering the loss is the best outcome. Definitely. Tekala glanced at Fei Lan and saw that the latter looked contemplative, but still did not speak. From the analysis of past clues, Kamartaj may be able to compete with Asgard, but it is definitely the underdog. Otherwise, Asgard in the 9 realms will not rule the 8, and the Earth is still a territory in the name of human beings. And Fei Lan was thinking about the remaining famous scene. Loki grabbed Barton's explosive arrow with his bare hands and pretended to be slapped in the face. But Ganglion can also be said to be a test of chlorine gold. What is the reason for this famous scene? Thinking room. There were Quinn fighter jets coming, Sitwell and Rumpt and others came down. They originally came to support from Washington, and now they are dealing with follow-up problems on the spot. Sitwell took out a suitcase and respectfully said, "Speaker Alexander has an order to recycle and preserve all related items, which will be stored in the 084 file later." His respect was naturally explained to Fei Lan. Sitwell breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Fei Lan didn't move and let Natasha Romanoff put the psychic scepter into the suitcase. The big guy didn't say anything, it's the default. Right. To fall into their hands, doesn't it fall into Fei Lan's own hands? Left hand over right hand thing. Several people are preparing to go back the same way and take the Quinn-style fighter to leave. Old Tony lurking in the dark couldn't help but feel anxious. Why don't you follow the script? Rogers is waiting. Fortunately, with Fei Lan there, he assisted. "Leave the Quinn-style fighter for us. You can take the elevator and go." Where does Sitwell dare to refute Fei Lan? Nodding hastily, carrying the suitcase, turned around and walked towards the elevator. Fei Lan said to Natasha Romanoff, "You take the Quinjet to the Osborne building, pick up Eric and go to the kebab shop that Tony said. 99. Natasha Romanoff doesn't know so. Do you need a Quinjet to pick up Eric? But she is a sensible woman. Without asking why, she nodded to do things. Fei Lan recruited Roar to eat big dogs. Sitwell, who had already stepped into the elevator with half of his foot, immediately retracted his foot, obediently making way for the bosses. The elevator space doesn't seem to be enough, but after squeezing out Hulk, the others are barely enough. But Fei Lan frowned and looked at the disgraced Tony and the others, and took a step back silently. "I'll wait for the next trip." "Cut. You're clean." Tony pointed his middle finger. The elevator door was closed, and the Hulk, who was lined up outside, punched the wall unhappily and left the fire escape. His tonnage, even if the elevator was empty, could not fit. Then, Fei Lan logically took the next elevator with the trembling Sitwell and the others. Until they leave. The old Tony, who was hiding beside him, was the one who rushed to the first floor, ready to go there to deal with Ant-Man and cause chaos. But that has nothing to do with Fei Lan. In the elevator. With Fei Lan there, several people from Sitwell, including Rumlow, were afraid to lie down and waited anxiously for the elevator to descend. Fei Lan suddenly said, "Today, I will update 10,251 words first. Recently, my eyes are congested and I go to bed early. The old book, Marvel, Fishing the Heavens at the Start, is over. Everyone can go to Gung Jenga. The old iron who voted must find the most favorite book in the book C." Fei Lan suddenly said, "It's all my own, right?" Rumlow said solemnly, "Yes, because Speaker Alexander wants to master this." In other words, the elevator is full of hydras, and it is clear that the Mind Scepter will be hacked. Fei Lan nodded reassuringly and squeezed into the corner. What? The descending elevator suddenly stopped, and the slightly old-fashioned Old Rogers Yoon was now at the elevator entrance. "Captain," Sitwell said strangely, "aren't you and Stark? The plan has changed." Old Rogers, casually perfunctory, entered the elevator with ease and pressed the first floor to prepare to descend. And next to him, it was Rumlow. "Captain," Rumlow said. "Rumlow." Old Rogers nodded. Seeing this interaction, Fei Lan couldn't help but miss it. In past life movies, the two confrontations between the two in the elevator were both famous scenes. The Hydra crowd silently put their hands on the weapons. "Rogers just left. What did you mean when you suddenly greeted him? Has the plan changed?" "What plan?" Old Rogers also sensed the situation. He was not afraid. Facts have proven Hydra is useless even if it is carefully ambushed, and the police say there is also a Sitwell, Fei Lan, who he did not see hiding. But the old Rogers from another timeline need to get the Infinity Stones with minimal movement without causing too many timeline changes. So, he excused, "I just received a call from Speaker Alexander, and the scepter is handed over to me." Sitwell subconsciously glanced at Fei Lan, who did not move at all. Sitwell could only ask, "Captain, I don't quite understand what you mean. We got word that someone was going to steal the scepter." "Sorry, Captain." Rumlow interrupted Old Rogers' explanation. "We can't give you the scepter. I need to confirm with Speaker Alexander." Sitwell went to the contactor. "It doesn't matter." Old Rogers took Sitwell's hand, leaned over his ear and said, "Hey, Darkpaw, Sitwell, Rumlow, other people." The Hydras were a little confused. "Weeds? Weeds. Is the captain his own?" Sitwell and Rumlow looked at each other. If the captain had defected, how could they not know? Puff. Sorry, this scene is so classic that Fei Lan accidentally laughed out loud. As for the reward, it's not that high. Ding. Congratulations to the famous scene, the United States Captain's Hydra Hail. for getting the sign-in reward C-Class blind box. It's just a C-Class blind box, and it's just a bonus compared to the S-Class. In contrast, it was the classic more cola in front of him, which made him laugh out loud. After all, he wasn't a professional either. The laughter attracted the eyes of Old Rogers, and then Old Rogers' pupils contracted. The fierce man who smashed the door of space with a knife. In their timeline, without this fierce man, where did the problem go? What do you think I do? Fei Lan said innocently. You all agree with the password, and then you will exchange and sigh. Don't worry about me. Sitwell heard that. Thought it was Fei Lan hinting their handover, and at the same time understood that Rogers must have been recruited by Fei Lan and was about to hand over the suitcase containing the psychic scepter to the Old Rogers. Old Rogers took another deep look, pressed down on the nearest floor, and left under the watchful eyes of Sitwell and other Hydras. Fei Lan also squeezed to the elevator entrance and said, Rogers is my secret whistle. Usually don't connect with him. What should I do? Sitwell nodded and said yes. Fei Lan also took a precaution, and then they and Rogers went to the code and exposed themselves. He was flying stealth to chase Old Rogers. In the combat channel. Hey, Fei. Tony was annoyed. There was a little problem just now. The space gem was dressed up by Loki, and he ran away with the space gem. Well, I know, but I can't do anything about it. Let's search nearby. Fei Lan replied casually. The other side of Tony responded, and everyone started searching. On Fei Lan's side, Old Rogers and Rogers also met on a glass bridge. Great show coming soon. Just kidding. Old Rogers complained. I found Loki. Rogers reported on the combat channel, on the 14th floor. I'm not Loki. Old Rogers retorted weakly, putting the suitcase down. Rogers ignored the sophistry of Loki at all, and the shield was shot up. The Old Rogers was forced to fight back, but his heart was always hesitation, and he was kicked by Rogers with a few tricks. I can spend the whole day with you, Rogers said proudly. I know. Old Rogers said helplessly. What is this all about? Ding. Congratulations on signing in the famous scene. Rogers can spend a whole day with you. Get the sign-in reward F-Class blind box. The two Rogers scuffled again. This time, the Old Rogers was much more ruthless. Obviously, he knew that he would really spend a whole day with himself if he didn't defeat him in this timeline. But both of them are Rogers, and their moves are basically similar. Although the Old Rogers has played more epic battles than Rogers and has more experience, it is not to the point of crushing. Instead, he's a bit older and weaker than Rogers. A fight. Old Rogers was subdued by the familiar throat lock, a trick he had used against Ultron in the first place. The Old Rogers was locked to death, and he had no choice but to sacrifice his big move. Bucky is still alive. Axie? Bucky, as Rogers' death point, was stunned as expected and subconsciously loosened the restriction of the throat lock to hear what he said. Old Rogers quickly picked up the overturned psychic scepter and hit Rogers to make him unconscious. With some difficulty standing up, Old Rogers glanced at Rogers, who was lying face down. His eyes stayed on the Me Team Wing T for a few seconds, and he couldn't help but nodded affirmatively. It's really the United States worker. Old Rogers walked away with the Mind Scepter. This time he was more vigilant, disguised as a search for Loki, and returned to the assembly point of Old Tony and Old Scott without any risk. But the space gem of Old Tony's duo is missing. When the three of them were discussing what to do, Fei Lan, who came after him, was also debugging the equipment, the Void Yo-Yo Tracker. Name: Void Yo-Yo Tracker. Function: use the built-in Void Plane supercalculation to lock the target, calculate and simulate the movement mode and trajectory of the target after the target moves, until it falls on the final landing point of the target. Activate again to return the original route to the original address. Fei Lan wasn't sure if this thing could follow the shuttle timeline, but it wouldn't be a disadvantage after experimenting anyway. Can follow. That would get you a lot of famous scenes and maybe even save Old Tony. Can't follow. That is to say, it's just a waste of C-level equipment. Young Master still has an S-level equipment that has not been opened. Only This void yo-yo tracker is worthy of the control difficulty of C-. Using the gap is to find that the initial activation must be dark gene complex. Where can I find Fei Lan? He let Alice use the supercomputing power of Stark, Osborn, and even the New York branch of SHIELD, and then reluctantly activated it. A line of words crossed in front of him. The Void Yo-Yo tracker has been activated. You have 1 second to lock the target. 1 second? As it happens, at this point Old Tony and Old Rogers put on their white nanosuits and looked ready to crochet their hair. Fei Lan looked at Old Tony subconsciously. Are you locked on this target? Seems to be okay, right? Fei Lan conveyed a yes thought and immediately reacted and quickly wanted to know, but the Void Yo-Yo tracker had already executed the order. Next moment, the two Old Tony disappeared in place, and the Void Yo-Yo tracker retrieved. The target is locked and moved, and it also started up, disappearing in place with Fei Lan. At that moment, the thought in Fei Lan's mind is that this tool is too smart, the processing is too fast, and it is also a pit. In 1970, the United States Star Jersey, former super soldier serum subject selection barracks. Fei Lan followed the Old Rogers in stealth, holding the water with his left hand, very helpless. He is going to kill the tyrant. It's all to blame that the ghost is too intelligent. Even for 1 second, how can he complete the lock and start automatically after a single thought? The Void Yo-Yo tracker indicates that it is used in conjunction with the dark gene, and 1 second is more than enough. Who knew that there would be natives of lower civilizations that would force a supercomputer to boot and use it? Fortunately, I understand now. You can relock and follow to kill Thanos, right? 99. Fei Lan was playing with the Void Yo-Yo tracker, subconsciously not relocking the Old Rogers and the others now. I always feel that there will be a hole. He followed the two of them. Watching them camouflage and lurk, they entered the elevator and headed to the underground base of the strategic KLA. When Tony got off the elevator first, Fei Lan didn't follow. He wanted to see what happened next. The Old Rogers test is too well known, even though he in this timeline has been frozen for more than 10 years. A female employee of the elevator is still staring at him with familiar eyes. Are you new here? The female employee asked. Old Rogers hesitated for nearly 2 seconds, always shaking his head. No. This place, but the place where he changed his destiny. The hesitation of Old Rogers was caught in the eyes of the female employee, and he couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Fei Lan knows. The female employee was already suspicious of Old Rogers, but it was only a small interjection. I really miss this scene, Fei Lan thought to himself. At the same time, it was also sinking into the dark world, emerging from the ghosts that had just been cast in the shadow of Old Tony. Because it is turned on stealth, all without any waves. Old Tony was putting the Tesseract away. Fei Lan glanced at the motionless complex, and it seemed that the space gem of the police's timeline was also not absorbed. It also saves a lot of effort and saves him from running around every timeline. When Old Tony put away the Tesseract, his father Howard happened to pass by. Old Tony stopped and stared for a few seconds, then turned to leave to avoid Howard, not wanting to add any waves to this mission. 10. Sorry, sir, the gate is this way, shouted Howard. Old Tony froze and had to turn around and laugh Howard around the corner, indicating that he forgot. Did you see Dr. Zola? Howard asked. Fei Lan couldn't help but look at Fong Xiang, where Old Tony had just walked around, and could see the computer room where Zola uploaded his consciousness at the end. Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, Zola uploading consciousness to become the first mentally handicapped life. Get the sign-in reward F-Class blind box. Is mentally handicapped life okay? Although it is an F-Class blind box, it is a good start, not bad. Wondering. Old Tony also exchanged identity information with Howard under the name Potts Howard. You don't look good, Potts. Do you want to go out to breathe? Howard invited. That's great, let's go. 19-year-old Tony went straight out. Or Howard reminded him that the box containing the Tesseract hadn't been taken yet, so he took the box and handed it to Old Tony, and Old Tony took it naturally. To know. Tony doesn't pick up items from strangers or people who don't like him. Fei Lan, who was hiding beside him, couldn't help but feel very sorry that Old Tony could take the box from Howard so easily. It has been about half a year since he traveled to Marvel, and he has not watched Avengers 4. More than a year. He couldn't help but smile again at his aunt's regret that Old Tony and his father could meet again in this way. Old Tony went back to the elevator during the conversation between father and son and talked about why Howard brought flowers. My wife is pregnant, and I'm always in the office, so Howard raised the flower with some guilt. Old Tony was a little surprised. The father in his impression was only strict and working, and he never talked about caring and the like. Now hearing this from the perspective of others, I have mixed feelings for a while. It turns out that he does not love, but he does not know how to express it. Help me take it. Howard covered the flowers and cans. Old Tony still took it over subconsciously, watching Howard tidy up his clothes. How long has she been pregnant? I don't know. Howard was a little confused. It's still too early to be born, yes. She can't stand me chewing food, and it looks like I'll have to eat in the pantry again. 9. This kind of small talk made Old Tony's eyes a little wet. He fixedly looked at Howard's profile, his mind blank, and didn't know what to say, only endless nostalgia. I have a daughter. Tony said involuntarily. It's good to be a daughter, then you don't have to be like me. Howard said sincerely. Like, what's wrong with you? Old Tony complained. Let's put it this way, I rarely put the bigger picture above me personally. I'm a selfish person. Tony didn't know how to answer. Ding. Congratulations on signing the famous scene, Father and Son Reconciliation Across Time and Space, for winning the sign-in award, A-Class Blind Box. Class A. Fei Lan, who originally wanted to revisit it, didn't expect to have such a windfall. Then he can't stay and watch anymore. Compared with the reunion of father and son here, on the other side of the Rogers side, there are more important things for him to do. Sink into the dark world and emerge from the shadow of old Rogers. The time is right. Because of the report of the female employee, the old Rogers was forced to hide in the office of his girlfriend Peggy Carter, watching Peggy handle official business in the dark room. Fei Lan smiled in his heart, went to the light switch and pressed the switch. Snapped. Avoid. 99. The electric light came on, and the old Rogers, who watched Peggy through the darkness, was hooked by the light, causing Peggy, who was a window away, to suddenly look up, but saw a face that he missed for more than 10 years. The two stared blankly at each other like a still picture. Ding. Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, the cross-time and space meeting between the female agent and the male hero, to get the sign-in reward F-Class blind box. 3. Fei Lan next to the switch hooked up with her aunt laughing again. Since you old Rogers dare to cross the timeline to go to the appointment, then don't be afraid to affect this timeline. Furthermore, whether this timeline affects or not, what does it have to do with Shoya? Director Kavu? The person outside waiting for Kavu's order asked, Are you all right? 99. Oh. Peggy reacted and said quickly, It's okay. You go to deal with this task first. This is not a simple lightning strike, Pierce. This time it's time for you to be on your own. Yes. There was no movement outside. While Peggy was talking, she kept her eyes fixed on old Rogers without blinking, for fear that this was another hallucination of hers. She walked slowly to the door and into the outer office. Period. The old Rogers wanted to walk away. His more important task now is to collect 6 Infinity Stones and save half of the universe's creatures in his own timeline, rather than reminiscing about the old friends. But how could Fei Lan possibly want to use psychokinesis to immobilize him in place, trying to escape with a single finger? Stay well for Daddy. Old Rogers didn't doubt either, thinking that he was the policeman after a long reunion, and he couldn't control his emotions. Until Peggy's hand carefully caressed his face. Old Rogers' jars are restored free. It's really you? Peggy couldn't believe it. Where have you been all these years? We all thought you had. At this point, as a man, Old Rogers had no idea of continuing to escape. He avoided the important point and said lightly, I'm here to finish the date. Do you want to dance? Old Rogers waved his hand to dance, and Peggy wanted to lean on it subconsciously, but then turned and ran under the desk, took out a large cardboard box, and opened it with red dancing skirts and dancing shoes neatly placed inside. You turn around. Peggy is not going to go to the police place to change. She is afraid that all this is just a dream, and the Old Rogers disappeared again in a blink of an eye. Old Rogers did as he was told and turned around. So is Fei Lan. Peggy is in her 40s now. What the hell? Quickly. Peggy changed her dress and shoes, and she held the Old Rogers' hand in a fiery red dress, and the two of them danced gracefully in the office. Fei Lan watched all this with relief, and her aunt didn't stop laughing for a second. Ding! Congratulations on signing in the famous scene, Dating of the Century throughout, for winning the Sign-In Award, A-Class Blind Box. The dance is over. Old Rogers reluctantly parted from Peggy, staring at each other for a few minutes. But no further action was taken. Old Rogers came with a mission to save the world. Peggy is now married. Dancing is already the limit and cannot be exceeded. I have to go. Old Rogers gritted his teeth. I'm not from this timeline, but from the future. I have to save my universe. I can't stay. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. Peggy didn't rhyme to retort, just stared at him quietly, watching him open the door of the office and leave. Are you saving the universe this time? 99. Fei Lan's eyes were also wet, and he looked at Peggy in surprise. She didn't have the slightest suspicion, Shannon's, about what Old Rogers said, but believed he was from the future and was going to save his universe? This is undoubtedly incredible for an old agent in 1970. Yes. In return for this feeling, Fei Lan released his stealth appearance. Who? Peggy's blurred eyes sharpened in vain, and said sternly, You have been here just now? The police worry. I'm with him. Fei Lan said softly, He's not Rogers from this time and space. The Rogers you know is still alive. He was frozen near Iceland, in a certain ice layer or glacier in the Arctic. You can save him, but it will have a major impact on your future in time and space. You can also bury the secret. The choice is yours. Finished. Fei Lan doesn't care about Peggy's contemplation, sinking into the dark world. Anyway, Xiaoya is cool. How do you choose to keep Xiaoya off? As Howard just said, the big picture can always be under his personal. From the shadow of old Tony. The latter was hiding in a room, staring anxiously outside, looking for the figure of old Rogers, dancing one by one, which would definitely delay the time for the exchange. Fei Lan saw that old Tony didn't notice it, so he took the Yun Void yo-yo tracker and prepared to lock it first. It's just that he just pressed the button. Start the return program. What? Why is it just going back to the program? Fei Lan hadn't waited to express his doubts. The Void yo-yo tracker had already disappeared in place with it, passed through the colorful quantum space, and returned to the ruins of the street he had followed before. Crack dash. The Void yo-yo tracker in his hand cracked directly. Fei Lan. He wanted to throw this pit bull to the ground in anger, but thinking that there was still a chance in the future to meet other people from the future timeline, he still suppressed the urge. No wonder it is called the Void yo-yo tracker. It's really like a yo-yo. It goes back and forth in a circle. Bring it to Tony and see if it can be fixed. It's kinda useful. This wave directly obtained 4 blind boxes of 2F and 2A, and the price paid was only a C-level item. I used psychokinesis to fix the old Rogers Xian while watching the whole process. It's just blood money. Fei Lan didn't think about it anymore. After this trip, his inhuman physique was also a little tired. Find Tony and the others, and go to that roast meat shop. Tony and the others were already eating, but they were just chewing quietly mechanically. If they didn't know that they had just experienced an alien war, they might have thought it was a conflict. The atmosphere is too cold. Fei Lan didn't care about it either, sitting next to Natasha Romanoff and feasting. He is also very Russian in this busy work. Just want to eat a good meal, get some sleep, and count the harvest. When Fei Lan and others fell asleep and recovered their energy. This alien war in Manhattan, New York, made the Avengers famous all over the world. Especially the Dimensional Inspector, Fei Lan is the most. The momentum of killing indiscriminately blocking the door of the space. One person is the gate. 10,000 people are not open. Has harvested countless fans of younger brothers and sisters. Especially the last knife that broke the air, became the screensaver of countless people. Besides being handsome, he is still handsome. The Avengers have no official organization yet, and SHILD is not accessible to ordinary people. Then Fei Lan's live broadcast room with a black screen has become the easiest way for ordinary people to chasing stars. At the moment, even if the screen is black, there are still millions of people online in the live broadcast room. This real-time translation function is so powerful, it is strongly recommended that the Avengers hook pay to download. I bought it so much. Yes, you can buy it for any amount of money. Why isn't the Dimensional Observer called Thor? Obviously his lightning is so strong. Probably because Thor's name is Thor. His name is Thor of the Hammer. Yes, he is a hammer god. The man is Mjolnir. Not a hammer. The police are noisy. Natasha Romanoff, are always the most beautiful. I have licked the screen so many times. Dimension Inspector, my eldest brother. Natasha Romanoff, my eldest sister-in-law. Better than dumplings. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very harmonious, filled with laughter and laughter. But it is the so-called popular right and wrong. Those victims of this battle, who didn't know who to vent to for a while, also mostly poured into the live broadcast room and started to spray directly. Why doesn't Thor just burn these fake things to ashes like the others? Yes, Thor is responsible for the death of my girlfriend. Thor ability is so strong, but you didn't protect us well. This is your dereliction of duty. What are the other superhero doing? Are you watching a play? Thor killed my mom. There are many such extreme selfish remarks. But seeing that they don't even know the name of Dimensional Inspector, they know whether they are old fans. Can the old fans in the live broadcast room agree? Immediately, he showed the fangs of keyboard warriors, making these people doubt life. Finally, It's Pepper's face, because many of these people have suffered in vain, and Tony has already talked about the idea of post-war damage handling organizations. Immediately, Fei Lan's black screen live room was put on the recommendation of various websites, and the title was All Reward Stars will be used for New York's post-disaster reconstruction. Fei Lan's live broadcast room, even the background of the website has the right to modify it, so it can only be done like this. Then, in the live broadcast room with a black screen, gifts such as T-Honor No. 7, Void Sword, and God-Killing Guillotine are flying all over the sky. Watching the other anchors, sad tears left from their mouths. So forgiving. Very much advertised for stodgy, and received a wave of rewards along the way. Fei Lan himself was unaware of everything that happened in the live broadcast room. I don't care if I know it, it's just fun. When he wakes up. For the first time, I saw Natasha Romanoff curled up in his arms and fell asleep peacefully, unloading all her strength. At the moment, she was just a woman. Fei Lan smiled and groomed her with the horse charm and opened the system interface. Super God's famous scene sign in tradition. 890. Host, Fei Lan. Age, 19. E. For 21/4/21, plus 100. Asterisk, 211/211, plus 100. EP, 415/415, plus 100. Stamina, 1855 of 1855, x10 plus 100. Rewards, 12 charms, psychokinesis seed, F-class blind box, S-class blind box. There is a slight increase in the 4-dimensional data, but the most important thing is the 25 blind boxes. 25 blind boxes. In 8 F grades, 3 grades, 2D grades, 5 C grades, 2B grades, 3A grades, and the only S grade. The inventory of famous scenes will not be posted too watery. As promised, Fei Lan opened 8 F grades, 3 grades, and 11 blind boxes directly. Ding! Open the sign-in reward F-class blind box and get Transfiguration. Ding! F-class blind box, get Cleansing Technique. Ding! F-class blind box, get Transformation. Ding! F-class blind box, get the Empress's Ape-flavored Fat Times. F-class blind box, get Vehicle Proficient Driving. F-class blind box, get Little Be Your Golden Right Hand. Ding! F-class blind box, got the Yellow Gold Finger of the Pain Eagle. F-class blind box, get Passive Stamina Multiplier. Ding! F-class blind box, get Consciousness Link Helmet. Ding! F-class blind box, get Masaki Jingo's Evil Tiga Transformer. E-class blind box, get Pokeball. Ding! E-class blind box, get Destiny Currency. Ding! Open the sign-in reward E-class blind box and get Item plus 10 Strengthening Coupon. A series of traditional prompts is the experience of all the previous ones. Fei Lan said it was great. With his current reaction ability, there is definitely no dazzling existence. It was very easy for him to divide the rewards into police categories, but he still checked their detailed introductions one by one. In the 3 skills of Transfiguration, Cleansing, and Transformation are clear at a glance. The introduction is the same as the name. Vehicle Mastery Driving is a passive skill for mastering all vehicles, but the core is Vehicle Mastery, followed by Driving. Simply put, Fei Lan has never piloted a Black Panther, a Kun-style fighter, or even an alien aircraft carrier. As long as he gets the hang of it, he can go out and yo. But he was a novice-level police officer, and if he bumped into Xiaohe, would definitely not be able to escape. Ha can drive a little, but he is not proficient in meaning. Skills that are not usually used and may have miraculous effects at critical moments. Little when your golden right hand is also simple. It is a skill that can add buff to food and at the same time make it shine. Its deliciousness increases by 10%. The yellow gold finger of the pain eagle. It can only be said that it is a skill. Dad, everyone who understands, but does not explain. Passive a stamina multiplier, also has the same skill as the name. One is the one-shot stamina in that area. This even horse and dog spell is powerless. Magical skills, there would. The Conscious Linking Helmet is a device that can link consciousness and the internet. Fei Lan pondered that he was useless, so he threw it to Tony later to see if he could use it. The Empress's ape-flavored fat times. Fantong may think that Fei Lan's harvest is too good this time, and Fei Lan is too lazy to extract it. Next is the key. Name: the Evil Digga Transformer of Masaki Jingo. Category: Technology. Between deeds, 0%. Plane: Ultraman Tiga. Grade: F1. Function: developed by the Tianji scientist Masaki Kigo, who has the genetic factor of light. He has analyzed the secret of the Giant of Light, and using Daegu's transforming device, the magic wand, can force the person who has the genetic factor of light transform into the evil Tiga Ultraman. Slogan: you need a copy of the hereditary factor of light and a colossus of Tiga. It looks savage, doesn't it? But it didn't work. The 0% deed is especially dazzling. The hereditary factor of light and the colossus of Tiga Fei Lan don't have half. He used it for a fart? Fei Lan extracted the magic stick, which looks the same as the hair in the TV series, but it is still useless. Under the hesitation hui. It was still thrown into the traditional space, and I didn't intend to dismantle the research for Tony. The next 100 million. One pair. 100 million, not one. Name: Pokeball. Category: Technology. Deed: 100%. Plane: Pokemon. Grade: Frowny Face E-. Function: capable of capturing units with no resistance ability to reduce the space inside the goal. Tagline: Go, Pikachu. The only thing this thing can do to Fei Lan is that it can survive things, while the traditional space cannot. But it must be a living creature that does not resist ability. Then can't he just shut down the dark world? Another item that was thrown away for Tony's disposal. The next billion. Name: Fate Currency. Category: Other. Chiqua, 50%. Plane: Dungeons and Warriors DNF. Grade: E+. Function: you can toss Destiny currency once a day, get 50% healing effect increase on the front, and 50% lightning strike penalty on the negative side. Slogan: guess what, is it heads or tails this time? This stuff. Fei Lan extracted the Destiny coin, which is a coin with gold obverse and silver reverse. What is this? Fei Lan looked down at Natasha Romanoff in her arms. At the moment, she was staring at the currency of Destiny curiously. Looking at the shape, it would definitely not be an ordinary coin. You're awake, the quilt is covered a little, and it's cold. Covering Natasha Romanoff with a quilt to cover up the spring, Fei Lan explains the usefulness of Destiny currency. Then doesn't it only have a healing effect on you? You are not afraid of being struck by lightning. Natasha Romanoff laughed. Did you eat the thunder fruit deliberately because you knew that you were going to be a scumbag in the future? Fei Lan smiled, knowing that Natasha Romanoff was joking. But this Destiny currency is indeed a tasteless rib to him. There is a horse spell in it. Your 50% healing power is too low. Think about it. Fei Lan looked at Natasha Romanoff. Do you want it? 99. No, Natasha Romanoff shook his head decisively. 50% will be hacked. Small injuries can't be used, and serious injuries can't be gambled. In a word, Fei Lan is easily put into the traditional space. That's fine, I'll use it to deceive people in the future, he. He already has goals, so many, waste utilization. Tony can't take it for nothing, can't he? Fei Lan is very kind. Flip a coin, heads free tails. As soon as Natasha Romanoff heard Fei Lan's laughter, she knew someone was going to be down, either Fury or Tony. She doesn't care about that. Sitting up, he stretched his waist and filled Fei Lan's mouth. Can you let it go to the mouth? No matter what the reward is, let's face it first. 3 hours later, Natasha Romanoff sank contentedly into the dark world. Seeing that Fei Lan served well, she was going to chat with the two Daisy sisters and explore the air. Fei Lan, on the other hand, looked at the E-Class blind box at the end of the 11 consecutive openings. Name: Item plus 10 Strengthening Coupon. Category: Other. Deed: 100%. Plane: Dungeons and Warriors DNF. Grade: IE1. Function: choose an appropriate item, let it get plus 10 strengthening. Different items have different strengthening effects. Slogan: choosing the right pair is more important than the item. How to say: it is the strengthening coupon that looks at the face and what aspects of strengthening cannot be controlled. Fei Lan's first thought was to strengthen her boots. Whether it is the hardness of strengthening or the sharpness of strengthening, it is safe to make a profit. But think about it. He still put this strengthening ticket, which looked like a golden ticket, in the traditional space first. There are still 13 blind boxes that have not been opened, and there may be better choices. Continue. In view of the ape-flavored and fat hooks, Fei Lan decided not to open more, just a few more, so as not to give Fantong a chance to add water. First come 2 D-Class blind boxes. Ding! Open the sign-in reward D-Class blind box and get Chi Pills. Name: Chi Pill. Category: Other. Chiqua: 97%. Plane: Journey to the West. Grade: ID1. Function: Chi-boosting pills refined by the servants of the Lord of the Supreme Court. It needs to be taken when the spirit and energy are at their best. It can increase all attributes by 200 points. The weaker the foundation, the more they can get. Slogan: this chi does not replenish chi, it replenishes chi and spirit. Ding! Open the sign-in reward D-Class blind box and get Bald Eagle Fruit. Name: Bald Eagle Fruit. Category: Other. Chiqua: 74%. Plane: 1 piece. Level: ID-. Function: animals multiply devil fruit. After use, you can get the ability to transform into a white head, with more far-sighted eyes, sharper claws, and a faster body. Slogan: rare flying animal breeds devil fruit. Ben Chi Dan is better for the weaker to use, so Fei Lan will definitely not use it by himself. He is afraid of getting the consolation prize of 1 point. Natasha Romanoff can also be ruled out. Then it's Hill, Sky, or Daisy. As for Bald Eagle Fruit, put it aside first, don't rush to arrange. Anyway, it won't be used by his women. It's just a woman, not to mention the natural reproduction. At least it must be a fantasy species, or a door fruit, which is related to time and space, right? Come again. Directly 5 sea-level blind boxes, 5 should not be a problem. Ding! Open the sign-in reward Class C blind box and get Man of Steel. Class C blind box get T1000. C-Class blind box get Wolverine Bloodline. Ding! C-Class blind box get Fractured Fruit. Ding! Open the sign-in reward C-Class blind box and get the Silent Shadow Snake Hand. From the C-level, the rewards are all on the grade. Needless to say, in Man of Steel, Superman's defense ability just makes up for Fei Lan's current physical, unable to resist nuclear bombs defect. Extract: T-1000 is a liquid memory robot in Terminator, which can be shapeshifted at will. Even if it is smashed into the sky, it can be reassembled into a human shape. It can be called the unbeatable Xiaoqiang among robots. Fei Lan took the T-1000 extraction hook, and a silvery white liquid appeared in his hand. He thought about it. I finally know how the C-rank came to be. This thing turned out to be blank. There is no stored data, only the most basic low-level programs. Fei Lan needs to input a lot of data to the T-1000 and contact enough human bodies to establish a database that can have the performance in the movie. Simply put, it's a waste of effort. Fei Lan threw the system space directly, and it was another thing for Tony to use. This Wolverine Bloodline is a bit interesting. Name: King Kong Wolf Blood. Category: Blood. Chiqua: 98%. Plane: X-Men. Level, IC-. Function, possesses super self-healing factor to control cells to speed up cell division. Has the ability to manipulate bone cell factors in the hand, making it grow into bone claws in a short period of time. Slogan, there is an upper limit to the number of cell divisions, but this lineage greatly increases the upper limit of cell division. 98% of the deed width is rare. Fei Lan thinks that there is a high probability that it is related to manipulating cytokines in the hand, and his corpse bone veins can control all bone cells. As for the ability to manipulate cells to accelerate division and achieve super self-healing. Sorry, the horse charm says no. Even they increase the upper limit of cell division, commonly known as extended lifespan, the most popular idea of ordinary people. The regenerative healing factor of the dog charm means that you are a vegetable pot. This wave, it's a loss. The bloodline is good, but I'm too strong to use it. Tantong, when do you say when to hook up the waste collection function? Fei Lan complained a little sadly. He didn't extract this Wolverine bloodline, he couldn't give it away either. On the other hand, the next one can be given away, fractured fruit. This is a Superman devil fruit, which is the fruit ability of Bucky the Clown in one piece. It can split the torso and 6 limbs and fly. It is the nemesis of sharp blades. But the weakness is also obvious, that is, the feet can only be down to earth, and the body fragments also move with the feet as the center. Fei Lan will definitely not eat this kind of tricky devil fruit. As for the final, snake hands. Fei Lan is a little uncertain. Name, the hidden shadow snake hand. Category, skill. Deed asks, 100%. Plain, Naruto. Grade frowny face C. Function, one of the 3. Orochimaru's unique secret technique, psychic multiple Orochi take on tasks such as intimidation, containment, capture, etc., to complete the effect of multiple combos. Slogan, my little snake is a gift, no one. Fei Lan is the first time I've seen a 100% skill. But this thing is also worthy of C1 level? Psychokinesis Development Crystal, which is also C-, expresses dissatisfaction. With curiosity, Fei Lan extracted the skill and found the root of the problem. This thing needs to sign a psychic contract in advance, and it can only be a snake to summon a hook snake head. It is this step that makes the difficulty of this skill soar to C-. Typical high difficulty, low power. I was still complaining before, there is no reason and ability is hard to learn and garbage today. He sighed helplessly. Fei Lan vented his skills in accordance with the multiple hidden shadow snake hands, and gestured with his right hand towards the chair by the foot of the bed. There is also a hissing snake spit sound. Result. I saw a bluish-white light flickering from his right hand, condensed into the dragon head of a blue-eyed white dragon more than 2 meters high, and the probe directly bit the chair, chewing gabba, gabba. Probably so. 2. QQ winky face. Fei Lan himself was frightened enough by the blue-eyed white dragon with a hook in his right hand. Isn't that the multiple snake shadow diver? But isn't this the blue-eyed white dragon? Did he get the skill of Yu-Gi-Oh? Fei Lan was surprised and checked his ability. Period. The blue-eyed white dragon in his right hand was quietly chewing on the chair, and it would not act rashly without Fei Lan's instructions. But there is no clue at all. In the end, he narrowed his target right hand, dragon head. Can anyone guess what the reason is? Searching to no avail, Fei Lan narrowed the target right hand, dragon head. What are the abilities related to the right hand? The golden right hand. Painful yellow gold finger. As well as fantasy killer. There is no need to think about the first 2 at all. One food and one love are impossible to be related to Xuanhuan. Then it can only be fantasy killer. Fei Lan took out his mobile phone with psychokinesis, opened the dog song, and searched for the keyword right hand plus fantasy killer. 0. Toma's right hand imagines the killer one by one Wahilihuali. Why is fantasy killer in Toma's right hand instead of his left? Magic ban. Magic Forbidden 3 Fantasy Killer is the final boss. The key to saving the world is this right hand. Others are still searching. The true face of Toma Fantasy Killer, the truth of Fantasy Killer, Magic Forbidden Toma Amnesia, Lee Fantasy Killer. $17.14. This fantasy killer is stronger than he expected? I clicked on the question, what is Kamaju Toma's fantasy killer, and a very detailed explanation is posted below. Fantasy killer is born. Quasi-Mephisto's explanation is the world reference point, which can restore the twist of the world, and both magic and super ability twist the world in their own way, so the world reference point can restore them. In addition, after the right hand is broken, a very powerful force will be hooked. This force once blocked a blow that was enough to explode a star, and was called Li Huan by readers. It is called Shenjing. Fei Lan looked at the blue-eyed white dragon in his right hand. Can this thing be found if you cut off your hand? Bullshit. Li Fantasy? God pure? The name is so ugly. Usually referred to as Blue Eyes White Dragon, it is easy to understand and pompous. Check out some other articles and videos. Fei Lan found out that the phantasm killer in his right hand was not simple at all, and he was able to drill out 17 dragon heads later, and it could extend hundreds of thousands of brown rice? Just TMD exaggeration. Fei Lan took care of himself one click with the dressing technique and cleansing technique he had just obtained with great interest, and sank into the dark world to come to his own country. Just 890 is the island he bought. In the dark night here, Fei Lan stood on the edge of the beach where Natasha Romanoff had established a relationship and turned the blue-eyed white dragon in his right hand to the sea. You can shoot. I see how far you can shoot. After receiving Fei Lan's instructions, the blue-eyed white dragon was also unequivocal. The dragon's head swam forward abruptly, and its body turned out to be very similar to the Oriental dragon. The horns are like a deer, the head is like a scorpion, the eyes are like a rabbit, the neck is like a snake, the belly is like a mirage, the scales are like a fish, and the ears are like a cow. The only thing is that there are no dragon claws, so the claws are like eagles and the palms are like tigers, cannot be verified. But the blue-eyed white dragon is a Western dragon. Anyway, only one dragon head is called Roar, and the collective name is still Li Huan. Thinking room. The dragon head of the blue-eyed white dragon also hoofed out about brown rice, and it was still flying forward. Until nearly 10,000 meters. The blue-eyed white dragon rope appeared, dragon drive is taut, and no longer flew forward. This distance alone is very cowhide. But the end is. Fei Lan condensed the turtle qigong wave with one hand in his left hand and blasted it into the sky. At the same time he directed the blue-eyed white dragon to chase the turtle qigong wave. At an altitude of about 6 brown rice, the blue-eyed white dragon was the first to catch up with the turtle qigong wave, and the dragon's head bit the blue qi bullet at the top, as easily as an elephant killed a small cannonball. Even. The dragon head was still swooping with his mouth open, and he finished eating the whole turtle qigong wave as if he were eating noodles. This dragon head. It also has the feature of fantasy killer energy forbidden to run. Fei Lan couldn't help but glance at its introduction again. Name: Fantasy Killer. Category: Blood. Chiqua: 91%. Plane: Magic Forbidden Catalog. Grade: ID 1. Function: whether it is super ability or magic, any power of ability can be eliminated as long as it is touched by your right hand. No matter whether S is good or bad, even the miracles that appear in myths are no exception. Slogan: the right hand of God. The D1 evaluation of this ability is too confusing. Let Fei Lan, who has never watched Magic Forbidden, almost miss this Li Huan killer. TTT. With a thought, Fei Lan used multiple hidden shadow snake hands to fully activate the power hidden in his right hand, and the shining dragon heads were interrogated. Blue eyes, orange, red, green, cyan, blue, purple dragon. A full 8 dragon heads with different colors on the dragon body, under the control of Fei Lan, incarnate as dragons and swim under the sky, intersecting and hooking a gorgeous and magical picture. At this point Fei Lan can no longer summon dragon heads. Although he couldn't summon as many 17 dragon heads, he didn't break his hand after all. The scene is gorgeous and huge. Even Fury and Pierce received the news. They watched Fei Lan's manipulating the dragons seen from satellite images. 8,000-meter-long wandering dragons firmly stepped on the 8-foot snake in Sakura country. Underfoot. Not human. And Fei Lan also played for a while, that is, put away the magic. This ability looks cool, but let's not talk about it quickly. During the period of using Li Huan, he has not been able to elementalize the magic, and the body can't move too fast. The total length is only 10,000 meters. He ran a little faster, and these dragon heads were dragged by him. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Can only be used against certain enemies. 99. After finishing the summary, Fei Lan also opened 2 B-level blind boxes in place. Ding! Open the sign-in reward B-class blind box and get the Resurrection Cross. Title: Resurrection Cross. Category: Other. She asked. 50%. Plain: Infinite Terror. Grade: BB1. Function: after binding with the soul of the target creature, when the target creature's physical meaning is activated, it will be revived at the location of the Resurrection Cross. Slogan: give him a guarantee. Ding! Open the sign-in reward B-level blind box and get Piao Piao Fruit. Name: Piao Piao Fruit. Category: Other. Deed: 47%. Plain: 1 piece. Grade: B+1. Function: Superman is a devil fruit, which can fly in the air after eating and can control non-living bodies that have been touched. Slogan: guess how many islands are floating above my head? The Resurrection Cross. This is a simple and rude prop. After binding to the soul of the target that needs to be protected, the target will be resurrected near the Resurrection Cross after death. Fei Lan was going to bind a certain wife and carry the Resurrection Cross with him. But for whom? Scratched his head. It seems that Natasha Romanoff and Hill are more needed to fight in the front line, and Hill is the command type behind the scenes. Compared with Natasha Romanoff, he is a superhero that Marvel has sacrificed a few times. Definitely. Now that Fei Lan is here, she will definitely not sacrifice again. HB. Fei Lan's eyes turn to the second blind box, Piao Piao Fruit. The Golden Lion's signature ability, which can control multiple islands floating in the sky, would be very cool as a meteor to smash people. It can be called a super-enhanced version of psychokinesis. This seems to be more compatible with Hill. Yesterday, the space carrier she led almost fell from the sky. At that time, if she had this ability, she could just squat down on the map and it would be fine. Well, let them both choose. Extract both of them and throw them into the system space. Next. That's 3 A-level blind boxes. One-click 3 European Emperor ducks. Open the sign-in reward A-class blind box and get Locking Skill Unyielding. Name: Locking Technique Unyielding. Category: Skill. She asked. 50%. Plain: 3 Kingdoms Kill. Grade: A1. Function: when you are in a dying state, you will randomly get a certain point from 1 to 6, which is called Chuang. If the Chuang points drawn are different from the existing Chuang points, is immune to the death. If the points are the same, then. Slogan: the difference between the European Emperor and the African Chieftain is 5 lives. Ding! Open the sign-in reward A-level blind box and get Top Armed Color Domineering. Name: Top Armed Color Domineering. Category: Technology, Magic, Knowledge, Bloodline, Skills, Others. Deed: 100%. Plain: 1 piece. Grade: A1. Function: armament-colored domineering has a qualitative leap close to the top level, with stronger destructive power and defensive power, allowing the armed colored domineering to flow and inject it into the material to let it exist for a short time without the body. Slogan: now I can shoot you in the face with armed arrogance. Ding! Open the sign-in reward A-class blind box and get Kryptonian Bloodline. Title: Kryptonian Bloodline. Category: Blood. She asked. 97%. Plain: Justice League. Grade: A+. Function: The bloodline of the gas star, absorbing different light energy, will obtain different abilities, including but not limited to super brain, super speed do, super strength, super smell, super vision, super hearing, super flight, super self-healing. Slogan: as long as you choose the right sun, you can have endless power. Sure. The 3A-level blind boxes he opened turned out to be all that he could use. Top armed color domineering is already an old friend. He still uses the low-level armament color domineering, but he dislikes it only for one-handed use. Shouldn't the top be filled this time? Fei Lan extracted the ability and then activated it. Seeing him as a frame change, directly incarnated into a black sculpture, and he did not merge with the night because his black will bringing flashing. It's as incredible as colorful black. Even more incredible its increase. Fei Lan didn't use any force, just stomped his foot a little, and a 3-meter deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters burst open under his feet. He was a little surprised that he was suspended on the pit. It was really a light foot just now, probably a little heavier than usual. Is it more powerful than an RPG? Then, if he slashes another one-knife shattering the air-level police knife, even if he doesn't have the one-knife slash that has been gaining momentum for 2 months, I am afraid that the power will not be much weaker, right? Can. Very satisfied. Locking technique unyielding is a bit of a detour. Fei Lan, who has never played Three Kingdoms Killing, wondered if Xiao Yan understood his operation. Simply put, that's when he faces death, etc. Will he have this time? Will not. So this skill is just a decoration, skip it. This final, Kryptonian bloodline may be a bit difficult to understand, but when it comes to Superman, everyone knows it. This is the bloodline of the Superman, a fortified bloodline that can be obtained with a single exposure to the sun. Now though it is night, but the light reflected by the moon is also not low, Fei Lan's powerful perception can detect that the light energy is being absorbed by him, but it is extremely weak. After all, it's just the light reflected by the moon and weakened by the atmosphere. Fei Lan thought about it. I'm not in a hurry to open the last S-class blind box. It turns into a thunder and lightning slanted sky sputtering, and soon it will bypass the gap half the Earth, travel through the atmosphere to the outer space that can be directly hit by the sun. 0. At this moment, Fei Lan can clearly perceive the full amount of light energy, and scrambling to drill into his TI. His cells are swallowed up like the surface of the sea absorbing water, and it seems like it will never end. Just a few minutes. Fei Lan, who was still holding his breath, suddenly found that he could Rorxie, or that he no longer needed oxygen to participate in the blood circulation in his TI, and he evolved this ability himself. And the space environment that made him feel a little uncomfortable before has also become friendly, and the experience of staying on Earth is almost the same. If you don't have to worry about safety, what are you waiting for? Definitely running towards the sun. The closer to the sun, the more abundant the light energy contained in the light, the more light energy he can absorb, and the stronger the strengthening obtained. The linear speed of Fei Lan in the Earth is 1/100th of the speed of light. But in space, the ions that can transmit the thunder element are extremely rare, which makes Fei Lan drop to nearly 1/10,000th of the speed of light. After the sunlight hits the surface of the sun, it takes about 8.3 minutes to reach the Earth. 1% of the speed of light would take 830 minutes and 13.8 hours. 1/10,000th of the speed of light takes 83,000 minutes, 1,380 hours, and 57.5 days. It's just a one-way trip. And Fei Lan, which is elementalized by lightning, cannot absorb light energy. So, Fei Lan chose to use the rabbit charm. With his current 4 dimensions, he could have a speed of about 1/3 of the speed of light. It takes about 42 hours to reach the sun. Fei Lan stared at his complex face map and found that except for the spirit that remained motionless, other strength, reaction, and physical strength jumped almost every second. The most terrifying thing is physical strength, which has a x10 increase. Flying. Fei Lan inexplicably found out that there was some kind of bond between the free spell and him. When he took the rabbit spell from the waste of the spell, it was directly integrated into his palm and embedded on it. Follow. His sudden epiphany had some kind of instinct, and he jumped suddenly, soaring directly to nearly 1/2 the speed of light. His super speed-do ability is awakened. And vaguely, he had a hunch that he could devour the rabbit charm, but it was a near miss. After 20 minutes, Fei Lan stopped at a distance of less than 10,000 kilometers from the sun, about the distance of the Earth. The heat emitted by the big fireball of the sun made it difficult for him to move forward. He looked up at the sun that had occupied his entire eye, and for the first time found himself so insignificant. His body devoured light energy recklessly, and because of his solid foundation, his abilities awakened one after another. Super brain, super strength, super smell, super vision, super hearing. The experience made him very comfortable. Before he knew it, he fell asleep comfortably. But his body floating in space is slowly drifting towards the sun under the strong gravitational force of the sun. All of these. Naturally, it was discovered by SHILD, who had been paying attention to him, but they didn't care too much. After all, Fei Lan is so mysterious that he just thought he was training some new magic. But a day later, finding that Fei Lan was still asleep and the sun was still approaching, Fury realized that something was wrong. He contacted Natasha Romanoff and Hill, who asked if they knew anything. Turns out the girls knew less than Fury. Fury wasn't sure what to do now. No matter how powerful Fei Lan is, he is still a human, floating in space for a day and saying that he is fine. 3.1. This is a bit self-deceiving. Then, Natasha Romanoff, Hill, and Sky and Daisy, who had heard the news from Natasha Romanoff and had been considering whether to settle in the Fei Lan forest, all came to the Astronomical Observation Bureau requisitioned by S.H.I.E.L.D. But they can't do anything, and they have to run 149 million kilometers in 8 minutes. After a week, Tony and other Avengers, as well as Fury, Pierce and others, gathered here to discuss what to do. In no mood. Before Natasha Romanoff's 4 girls spoke, Pierce spoke first. Faye is the hero of the Earth, and he must be rescued at all costs. Pierce resolutely said, Tony, Banner, the plan for how to get to the sun depends on you, and the resources of the whole Earth can be used. No wonder Pierce was so determined. It has been half a month since the last time he took the antidote of the life and death talisman. If the Yemu in the space got it, they would have to follow them to destroy them collectively. Without the lower-level Hydra under their control, there is a high probability that they will keep silent until they are deleted by time. This is something Pierce cannot accept anyway. 1. It's impossible. Tony frowned and said, at the modern level of human technology, it's too exaggerated to want to cross 149 million kilometers, and now we continue to explore Mars 5,500 kilometers away. Even with my technology. This number is the largest. Increased to 8,000 kilometers. Check it out. What did you say there? Now there is hope. Only the Wakanda of the world. But Tekala's frowning frown made everyone's heart tighten. The technology developed by Wakanda is mainly terrestrial and space. The ancestors felt that it was too ostentatious and rejected related research projects. Tekala said bitterly. Everyone sighed in unison. Last hope. On site. Only the 2 girls, Natasha Romanoff Hill, have a worried look on their cheeks, but are not heavy. They firmly believe that Fei Lan will come back safely. Natasha Romanoff turned his eyes even more and landed on Daisy and Sky with a little despair on their faces, hinting at Hill. Hill nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Before Fei Lan welcomes, this worry must be eliminated. Tony and Banner spent 3 days in Wakanda and affirmed the fact that the highest technology on Earth. But the plan to rescue Fei Lan has been delayed. It's so hard. The hurdle of 149 million kilometers alone will make them rotten to death, and they can only be consumed by time. How the hell did that kid fly over there? Tony yelled, Don't say anything in advance. Maybe he just went to sleep. Let's jump in here. Hey, the police said. He really got hit by Tony, but even he himself just took it as a complaint. The spaceship is already being remodeled, and it will be ready to launch after all the vibranium plating is applied. Tekala said solemnly, "It's just a pity that I couldn't get in touch with Mordo, otherwise it would have been much easier if Kamartaj came forward." 9. Are both Kamartaj powerful? Banner asked curiously. I don't know, but since Fey Magician can do it, so should other magicians. At least Sorcerer Supreme is fine. Tekala is sure. Banner and Tony also nodded in agreement. Are you sure you want to go by yourself? Tony suddenly said, You don't have to go by yourself, it will take more than 6 months to fly you. No matter what, I have to take a look. Tekala firmly said, The Ancient One magician had the ability to take vibranium away, but she chose to leave it to us, and Fey Magician helped Wakanda connect with the world. Obsessed with the Prince of Wakanda. Banner took a photo of the special investigation, and everything was silent. Instead, it was Tony surprised. She? Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is actually a woman. Is there a problem? Tekka looked over. No, just surprised. Tony shook his head. Joke. Sorcerer Supreme is Wakanda's top VIP or Fei Lan's master, but he has to pay a price for his secrecy. After half a day, under the watchful eyes of his parents and the royal family, Tekala boarded a temporarily transformed spaceship and set off at a distance of 149 million kilometers. And on the ground. In addition to keeping an eye on the data of the spacecraft and how much distance Fei Lan has shortened from the sun today, Tony and others. There is no other way. For this rescue plan, there are so many astronomy enthusiasts on Earth who are also concerned about it. This news cannot be concealed. The Dimension Observer is the hero who saves the Earth. He was comatose in space for unknown reasons, which made many Dimension fans very worried. But they can do less. The Avengers and SHILD do not announce progress, and getting started with astronomical equipment is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and expensive. Ordinary people cannot afford to play, only sincerely pray. Life always has to go on. Natasha Romanoff checked into a New York police mansion and started a well-planned homecoming that Hill would visit every day after get-off work. Progress is gratifying. Tony felt that his combat power and functionality were too weak, so he and Banner studied a more powerful steel suit. Pepper is busy for the expansion of the collection and the post-war damage inventory department and incidentally handles the monopoly case of the AIDS nemesis. SHILD needs to track down Chitteri's alien gear. So half a year passed quietly. Tekala finally crossed a distance of 149 million kilometers and came to the surface of the sun. Even if there is an anti-gravity device to resist the gravity of the sun, and I was strengthened by the heart-shaped grass, it is still a bit unbearable. Definitely can't stay long. He raced against the clock to control the spaceship, caught up with Fei Lan, who was still falling, and the robotic arms pre-placed outside the remote control were all made of vibranium, with a melting point of over 200 million degrees Celsius. The manipulator managed to catch Fei Lan, who was unresponsive. Tekala immediately turned around and flew straight out. But the sun's gravity isn't kidding you, and even if vibranium can handle the weight, escaping its gravitational capture will be difficult. The spaceship was on full fire, and it was only crawling out inch by inch. Tekala waited patiently with a calm face. Half a year of spaceflight made him accustomed to silence. Even if he climbed an inch, he was escaping from the gravitational capture of the sun. But Fei Lan, who was caught by the manipulator of the spaceship, opened his eyes a little sleepily. There was a fiery red at the sight, and he was caught by a manipulator, and above his head was a spaceship that was all black and bright. This made Fei Lan stunned for a while, and then recovered. He's actually taking a bath in the sun now. But what is this thing on top of? What did he do before? Do it right. He came to absorb light energy near the sun, and to strengthen the blood of Chlorine Star. How did it become like this now? Fei Lan was puzzled, and no one answered him. So, he decided to leave this place first. He was uncomfortable with the heat. That is, the clothes were made of vibranium. Otherwise, they would have been cleaned long ago. He sinks his heart and roughly senses it. It seems to have awakened a lot of abilities. Moreover, the efficiency of light energy absorption is very different from that before he fell asleep. The starving cells almost no longer absorb light energy, but are just filling some consumption needs. Is his Qixing lineage complete? Superman has lived on Earth since he was a child until he has grown up. How long have I slept here? Fei Lan was a little flustered and subconsciously raised his hand to touch the manipulator that was holding him under it. The first time he didn't try too hard, he didn't move. He didn't care too much either. The material that can be used on a spaceship must be extraordinary, and the texture looks like vibranium. He activated the cow spell, ready to force the manipulator. In no mood. This time, the activation of the cow talisman turned out to be to the top all of a sudden, but there was no change in his body shape. Fei Lan didn't care about that. He raised his hand to hold the manipulator and slowly bent it at an angle, allowing him to escape the predicament of being caught. Look at the manipulator again. There are handprints left by Fei Lan on it. 11. This TMD is vibranium. The 100% pure one. Fei Lan didn't think much about it. He wanted to fly to the cockpit of the spaceship to see who didn't clamp him for hundreds of thousands of miles. Yuan. I saw a phantom flash. Fei Lan came to the front of the cockpit. Special check, 99. He was really taken aback, and after seeing that it was Fei Lan, he wanted to show a smile. But found. Half a year of silence made him forget a little how to laugh, showing a smile that was even uglier than crying. Fei Lan frowned in disgust. I thought it was from Natasha Romanoff or Hill. What a rough guy. Forget it. Take it back to Earth first. He flew to the back of the spaceship and pushed it to perform the superflight he had just welcomed. 0. There is no direct acceleration to the fastest. Such a large centrifugal force can directly crush the special investigation. Starting at 3 times the speed of sound, pushing the spaceship that Gangdai was still moving inch by inch, it quickly escaped from the sea of fire from the sun. It took another few minutes. Fei Lan accelerated a little bit and finally accelerated to almost the speed of light. This is how fast Fei Lan is now. It's only 5 minutes. Fei Lan has crossed the distance of half a year from Tekala and is about to reach the Earth. The super brain allows Fei Lan to drive at such a high speed with ease, and then slow down a little bit again, otherwise it is obviously impossible to make a special investigation suddenly. Then, I just knew what pushback feeling is, and this time I know what is sudden braking. It took a full 10 minutes. When he opened his eyes, he found that a raging flame was burning outside, and he had already entered the atmosphere and landed on the Earth. Quickly, the spaceship landed on the ground, which happened to be the isolated island of Fei Lan. Fei Lan violently lifted the outer armor of the spaceship, pressed Tekala's forehead, and used the heal ability to heal him. It's a bit of a special investigation, and this is the only way to slow down. What are you doing in space? Tekala asked a question that had been worrying for half a year. I'm absorbing light energy. Fei Lan frowned. How long have I slept? Tekala's heart froze when she heard the words. The most feared situation is hooked. The human figure was cultivating, but as a result, a group of them jumped in a hurry, and they went all the way to the human figure to wake up. Tekala said bitterly, half a year. My half year. Fei Lan now has a super brain and thinks very fast. When I heard my half a year in the second half of T'Challa's sentence, I probably wanted to understand what he was struggling with. I wasted half a year in the past, giving people the impression of getting up, which is simply a B-dog. In fact, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I might have slept for a long time. Fei Lan comforted. So, how many devil fruits do I have here? Do you want to pick one? Fei Lan took out the split fruit, fluttering fruit, and door fruit, and let Tekala choose. Although depending on the level of light energy in his TI, he will wake up in a few days at most. But after all, it is not far away hundreds of millions of miles to wake him up, and if there is no credit, there is also hard work, right? In no mood. Tekala shook his head decisively and said, I'm not going for these, but for the help of Sorcerer Supreme and Magician to Wakanda, so please accept it. After all, Fei Lan didn't persuade him too much. In the future, I will make up for him in other aspects. Well, your spaceship should still be able to operate, so I won't send it. Fei Lan waved his hand and sank into the dark world. I just blocked Sleeping Lemon, and I forgot to use this to leave directly. With his current four-dimensional data, the distance between the sun and the Earth can still be easily crossed. Just peeked out of Natasha Romanoff's shadow. I saw Natasha Romanoff, Hill, Daisy, and Sky staring at him with red eyes to varying degrees. Fei Lan shook his head and said guiltily, I'm here. Surprisingly, the four daughters didn't even blame him for not saying a word and left for half a year. Instead, tell Fei Lan what they mean with practical actions. The next day, early morning, Fei Lan hugged Natasha Romanoff and Hill, who were sleeping in 890, but had no sleep. The strength of the Qixing bloodline is really unusual. As for last night, Daisy and Sky simply expressed their willingness to respect the tradition of camartage and left. Fei Lan also did not expect. He just slept for half a year in the sun, and the problem that gave him a headache was solved just like that. Thanks to Natasha Romanoff and Hill, really good helpers. Fei Lan sighed with emotion. This is the time to sort out his current situation. Super God's famous scene sign-in tradition. Host, Fei Lan. Age, 20 years old. E. 4999/4999, x10. Spirit, 242-242. E. 4999/4999, x10. Physical strength, 4998/4999, times 10. Rewards, 12 charms, psychokinesis seed, Kryptonian bloodline. 4999 strength, reaction, physical strength. Only the spirit is very far behind, and it has risen by a few points. No wonder they say that Superman's magic resistance is low. Can this be not low? But what made Fei Lan more concerned was the X10. N. The X10, at the back of his physical strength, was obtained by absorbing the horse charm and dog charm. So what about this? It also absorbed the spells, and the police were divided into cow spells and rabbit spells. This is also the reason why Fei Lan found that his power had been raised to the limit when he used the cow spell before, and his body had not changed. His physique has completely excavated the power of the bull talisman. That lifting power. It was the explosive power he gained in a short period of time by consuming the light energy stored in the cells. Besides, the pig charm, the dragon charm, and the goose charm were also absorbed by him. Only the snake charm, the monkey charm, the tiger charm, and the mouse charm in the destroyer's place, these four still exist in the form of charms. It was a surprise. The only pity is that his proof of a real man was refined by the sun. Otherwise, the blessing of 100 full attributes would be excellent for any of the four women. Oh yes, I still have an S-Class blind box unopened. 33. After half a year. The highest level S-Class blind box is finally about to open. Fei Lan is full of anticipation, a little hand.